It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
Know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time God. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
もっと暖かくなるエアコンに変えてください。
細長だから快適ゾーン4倍。
What's your next desire?
すぐ暖かくなるエアコンがいい。
細長だからファジー速暖静かでパワフル日立の
Big Flow.
暮らし刺激人
日立。
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call this problem child. We spend our nights on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call this problem child. We spend our nights on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Damn it, God damn it.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible, the fanatical, the quite frank, and the festive Phil Marks here, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all doing? Yeah. And we are here with another PWT live show. It is World's End 0 hour. We've got like over an hour before this goddamn thing even starts. I was not looking forward to I look forward to the stream, but I'm looking at the card and I'm going, God damn, there's like 15 matches. This is going to be 17 hours. The World's End pre-show is 2 goddamn hours. And I was like, oh my God. And I forgot this was even a thing on the 28th. And yeah, but I hope you're all having a Merry Christmas. I hope you've all been enjoying your holidays, your festivities, your Boxing Day. I hope you all got something nice. Cute joke about how Boxing Day is really just a sham. Make sure you vote in the poll. Let me know if you guys are actually watching AEW World's End tonight or not, or if you're just listening to your boy Phil Marks. We got tons of hot news, an epic Dave Meltzer meltdown. We got some good IWC sickos, curated sickos, way better sickos, okay? Much better sicko segments. We've had a bit of a break. I hope you all enjoyed the holiday special. It's been being butchered every day on YouTube. Slowly, I'm having a cutout segment. So thank you, everyone who tuned in and super chatted in and supported or became a member or joined the Patreon. I'll upload the whole holiday special to Patreon ASAP. I swears it. I'll do that tonight when I hop off of this stream. I'm going to invite some friends on, even if they know it or not. So Evil Dose, if you're out there listening, I'm going to send you a link. Our guy MJ, I'm going to send him a link. And I don't know if he's out there listening, and I don't even know if they can join the show, so don't be mad at them if they don't pop up, but I'm just running last second on everything. I'm back at the regular stew, and we're the stew. That's right. Like a rapper, okay? And, and back at the office here, and we're going to – I'm just excited for the new year, guys. So the new year – I'm looking forward to tonight as well, more of a regular show, though it is a watch-along. It's like, okay – a regular show, you know, we get to fucking chill out and just react to stuff instead of do all the wacky Christmas bits and, be completely loaded and just talking crap and showing Christmas goodies and stuff throughout the show, although those are fun. That's once a year, a couple times a year maybe. And I'm looking forward to New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's to you all, by the way. I don't think what day is New Year's. I'm gonna have to, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. So Tuesday is New Year's Eve. Yeah, so the New Year's Day will be the following live show, right, on the 1st, and that will be fun as hell as well. Not that we're doing anything crazy. It'll be like a hungover show kind of, right? Or just a regular day for some, but yeah, it'll be Dynamite in the new year, the first one that's officially on streaming and all of that as well. So that'll be fun, guys. Make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe if you're not subscribed yet. Dude, we crushed 5.3k subs. We're on to 5.4k subs, and we surpassed 1.5 on the podcast feed channel at Pro Wrestle Times on YouTube. A round of applause for you all. Pete in Texas, congrats. My Christmas gift to you. You are now a top mod of the PWT universe. So still be a member, though. I'd appreciate that. Don't cancel your membership now that you're blue, but you earned it, buddy. I wanted to pick one, and you've been with me for a long time. And yeah, you have the power of the wrench. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for $5 says, AEW is so ice cold. I didn't remember World's End is today. Please, someone fix this company. Yeah, well, you know what? There's no hope in sight for any of that. We're going to cover it all today. Pete in Texas, been a member for 4 months. There you go. Got the wrench there. And has just been a great supporter. And Rabid Wolverines LC Killer, though, we're going to try and fix it tonight, I guess. I mean, there's not much anyone can really do unless Tony gets out of the way, and we got a headline. Tony Khan's in trouble. He's admitted. He's made the claim, rather, not admitted. I like to use these spicy words, right? It's YouTube. We got to spice it up a bit, but he's alleging, God damn it, he's owned up to the horrendous fact that but he is saying, hey, I'm going to continue to be the head of creative. That ain't going to change. So 8 great months counting. George Capture's still the top mod of the top pod. Yeah, of course, buddy. Of course. The absolute top mod. I'm going to see what all Jake's doing tonight. I haven't sent any link, though. We're flying by the seat of our pants. And yeah, thank you guys. They'll drop links and stuff like that. We got everyone admitting shit going into 2025. Hey, Meltzer admits he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Tony admits he's going to stay into doing creative. Sap admits he's a gossip girl selling you guys dick pills and isn't the real news. Holy shit. It's like we're actually, you know what I mean, dude? We fucking caused all these people to anyways, there he is. Yeah, so I'm going to fire off the link on one screen, aka one tab, because I'm using one screen. Pulling the curtain back a bit. Christopher Reed, a member for 6 months. My goodness. Let's go. I'm out west, was grubbing. Yeah, that's cool. We got Jamie Earhart's been a member for 8 months. Don't you forget about me. Don't you? Yeah, I love it. I don't forget about none of you guys, man. None of yous. Even if you don't got the green thing, but consider it, okay? But I see all you motherfuckers, okay? Anyways. Yeah, dude, this channel's blowing up, though. Everything's doing great, and that's all because of you guys. I really got to fucking just give you the love going into 2025. Like, I cannot wait for what we got coming in store and the guests, and it's going to be great. Anyways, let me send off this link while I also go over this card now. Guys, we're not going to count the 0 hours for AEW anymore, like as far as the record. Like last AEW pay-per-view, I gave my predictions on the fly, and I was like, listen, none of these count. And I sort of copped out of my own streak of picking right or wrong. I didn't count any that I got right or wrong, so I didn't give a fuck. We're starting things out right now. Tony Storm is coming out here. We started the show. I'm already fucking turned. Tony Storm is kicking off the 0 hour to no goddamn ovation. And the idea is now what the story they're trying to tell is like she's a rookie. She's a rookie, right? This is rookie Tony Storm, rookie in AEW. And the whole, I get it. People are like, this is stupid. And why doesn't she remember this? Or how did she forget this? Listen, it's a dumb fucking timeless amnesia gimmick anyways. The whole idea is that she's playing the role of herself as the AEW rookie Tony Storm. So she's fighting Layla Gray and working her way up. Okay, that's the idea. But here's the goddamn problem. Everyone knows who Tony Storm is. Everyone knows her timeless shit. You could be telling the story on Dynamite. It's like, no, Tony, like, no, you're the women's champion. You really don't remember? Are you ribbing us? Like, you really want to fight Layla Gray? Okay, I guess, but I mean, like, we have this spot. Like, you could turn this all into a story. God damn it. And they're not doing it. And we got Tony Storm opening this fucking 0 hour. Now, I would love if someone in chat, George, perhaps somebody, could tell me the building they're in, the attendance, the tickets sold. I would love. I didn't Wrestle Ticks. I don't know what's up. I don't know if he's got me fucking muted or blocked. He just doesn't pop up in my algorithm as much, and I just don't think to search it out because typically I see all of the WWE attendance or someone posts the AEW attendance for the shows. I actually don't know the fucking attendance, so I don't know if MJ's out. Anyone's out there listening? Throw me the attendance numbers, please, if you don't mind, as I sort of rant and rave as everyone files in and hits the goddamn like button, or else Jericho's appearing earlier than he's slated to tonight already. If he even was. I don't even think he's slated to appear tonight. He's not, unless he randomly appears on the pre-show too, which wouldn't shock me at this point. Anyways, I digress. So the pre-show matches don't count if I get them right or wrong, because who gives a fuck? We don't even know what these matches are. Tony Storm versus Layla Gray. I'll take Tony Storm. Anyways, let's look at the actual card. Okay, let me crack a Red Bull too. I know you guys are probably shocked I haven't had one already. Layla Gray botching the chain wrestling. Okay, so AEW Dynamite Diamond Ring. Is this the first time we see Adam Cole get this ring, or anyone get this ring off of MJF and his world ends? You know what I mean? I'm going to say it could happen, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say, hold on, let me really think this through here. It's Tony Khan right now. He's trying to shock the world. Cole wins via DQ or some funky shit. So it's like a dispute, but MJF keeps the ring. All I'm saying is this. MJF is going to end up with some heater again, and then Cole and Strong and Riley are going to end up together, or they might save that for Dynamite, but I could just see like people running out and this being schmozzy. But I'll go with MJF leaves with the ring by hook or by crook, okay? That's what I'm counting as a point for me. However that happens, right? I don't know how they can gimmick work, talk their way out of it, but he leaves with that ring. Pardon me, guys. Mariah May is taking on Thunder Rosa in a Tijuana street fight. And they're hyping her up on the pre-show as Mariah May being like she's from hell, you know, the mean girl from hell. This Thunder is going to put Mariah May over here properly, but we're going to see them both bleed. They're going to do shit where it's going to be Britt Baker, Rosa 2, where they sort of just bring Rosa in to try and get this other girl over. So I'm going with Mariah May. There's going to be blood. This match actually I think people were either going to be utterly disgusted by it, and the whole time I'm going to be saying, like, they don't need to be doing this to Mariah May. She doesn't need to be getting color. You know what I mean? Like, she's so goddamn beautiful. She doesn't need to be doing this. However, it's either going to steal the show, or we're going to be like horrified by what goes down in it. Okay. 6,347 ticks distributed according to Wrestle Ticks at the Financial Arena. Really, dude? Holy fuck. TNA is going to beat that in 2025, folks. I'm sorry. It's going to happen. They're going to do like a 7 one time. And AEW. And also, isn't there a WWE live event tonight that outdrew? I'm pretty sure we'll get to that later in Hot News. Stick around. So Mercedes Moné versus Chris Statlander 2 for the TBS title, except for this time no Camille for no reason, and also Stat just disappeared. They've done nothing with her, and then she's just back to have a fucking rematch with Mercedes Moné. And then we have the International Championship, a match with no heat, no rhyme or reason, really, other than, they were in the Callis family, and then Hobbs returned for no reason. And now he's just against Takeshita. So Takeshita versus Hobbs. Takeshita will get the win. Okada versus Ricochet. Twitter Ricky over here. Fuck. We got some Ricochet stuff. He's one of our new fools, I feel like, It sucks to deem a wrestler a fool, but come on now, right? Right? It's getting to that point, and people are saying he's working a gimmick, but they just don't know. They don't get it that it's not edgy and cool to be like, we're Nazis or Yahtzees, and it's not edgy and cool to be like, now I'm fucking Andrew Tate. There's a bunch of these other red pill dudes you could say you're emulating. Oh, but he's the biggest one in the world. Yeah, but then look at the shit he's associated with, the accusals and all that. Why do that when everything's already such a bad look? I'm not saying if everything's a good look. AEW's had all the best looks, the best characters, they're stroking, and then they're selling out buildings, da-da-da, and then they're like, hey, we're going to try this, Tate character or whatever. If that's what they're doing, hey, I'm all for it, man. Hey, we're going to try a Yahtzee gimmick clan. Go for it, okay? I'm all for, trying the things out. But, when you're missing all the time, then you can't be like, I'm going to pull up for this 3. You can't be like, I'm pulling up from half court, dude, windmill dunk. Okay, let's just sink some fucking layups and let's get back in the thing. That's all they got to be doing here. And it's not about playing it safe. This isn't some edgy, it's just another dude doing what a 6th grader, fucking kids who spend all day watching TikTok think Tate's cool, bro. 7th graders think Tate's cool, bro. Right? So that's the point that fucking so many people are missing here with this whole criticism of it's not like, oh, you just want PG, baby soft, dumb. No. It's not that, dude. It's not that at all. It's that they miss so much. You can't afford to be like, we're just going to do this other fucking thing. Okay, you want to do a Tate character? Don't have a Yahtzee clan and do a hypodermic needle and do a fucking, and if you want to argue with me, it's not working. TV ratings are down, ticket sales are down, everything's down. So it's not working. Oh, we don't care. Okay, then that's fine. But the people who run the company care about that. So for them, it's not working, right? This thing so anyways, I beat that to death, but I hope I've explained that well enough for everyone. Tony Storm snags a win over Layla Gray with a quick roll up. I actually like that finish. It's really good. Popped the crowd, and it was just she's like, oh, the rookie getting a rookie win, and then Layla's like, what the fuck, bitch, you're Tony Storm. See, Tony gets it, This could be, if they were telling the story on Dynamite of of people trying to convince Tony she didn't have amnesia and that she's convincing them, no, I need the pre-match match. And they're like, oh, are you and they're like, this is stupid. Then it would work, but instead they're seriously trying to make this work with people. I don't know. It's not going to click. People are going to boo-boo on it. Anyways, this card. Who do I think wins this match? I'm not picking winners here, I don't think. Yeah, I have. Monet is going to defend her belt. Takeshita is going to defend his belt. See, I'm tripping because I could see Ricochet. I could see Okada maybe bouncing this belt around. Here's the thing. I think they're having 2 matches as well. The semifinalists. Yeah. See, so the 2 finalists fight each other. So either we're going to get Okada and Ospreay or Fletcher or Ricochet, Ospreay. You guys get it, right? And Tony added the rule that the people could be from the same league, but then mathematically it didn't work that way to where the winners could be from the same league. So why even announce that, Tony, and have everyone roast you and have it be stupid when it didn't even play into your tournament? And I know that would have been the obvious thing, but you're not swerving anybody here. Just leave it. One league winner wins his league and the other league winner wins his league, why announce that, oh, the two finalists could be from the same league, and then have it where both finalists are in different fucking leagues? Why? You're convoluting stuff. You're giving people too much shit. That there's a bunch of people out there that probably don't understand that people are from different leagues. There's a bunch of people out there who probably don't understand the leagues. And we're trying to just get them to understand the leagues, Tony. Not adding in the new stipulations for the leagues that then don't go into fucking effect. Because then what's the point of explaining that shit? Jesus. Sorry, guys. I'm already worked up. Here we go. QT's on screen. He's cheering me up. He's taking on Jeff Jarrett tonight, I guess. Like, what the fuck? QT and Jeff. And that's not on the pay-per-view? You know? Anyway, so they're having the Continental Classic semifinal matches. The winners will face each other. You got to think it's going to be Ospreay Ricochet in the final. No? Man, no? Right? So they can do their little pay-per-view thing and Meltzer can give it 17 stars? Or is it Okada and Fletcher pulls this thing out? If it's me and I'm booking, I'm going to say Fletcher wins the whole thing. If it's me and I'm booking the thing, I'm just pushing Fletcher, right? I know he's an Orton knockoff now, which whoever tells him to do that, you know, should be shot in the foot. But like, for real, because it's like, why would you now tell him to do this when he's actually getting a push as a young guy and we haven't seen him in any other company and he's doing his own thing. He is cutting fiery promos, right? And they are giving like an actual push with story and TV time to Fletcher and good opponents that he's beating. And it's like, okay, if you're going to build a homegrown up, this is how you do it at least. Like here's one way to do it, to try and do it. And then they're like, yeah, start doing Orton shit because the marks are comparing you to Orton. Do his shit. Like they just can't help themselves. They can't fucking help themselves in this company, right? You have a guy there, let him be him. Oh no, be Randy Orton now, and just let everyone know you're Orton, and go to the limit with Garcia, even though you're 2 feet taller than him, because that's what fucking is gonna get you over. Like, God, man, say no, guys. You'll still get paid if you say no. Say no sometimes, okay? Some of this shit can't be undone, you know. Ricochet, it don't matter. He been there, done that. This is his like, I get to do whatever I want and get rich now. Okay, guys, you can say no. All right, if you're young and you ain't been there and done that, some of this shit can't be undone. Say no. Okay, but yeah, you got Ospreay, Fletcher, whatever. Then you got Okada, Ricochet, whatever. I mean, they'll be fun, athletic, physical matches. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, if this was a few years ago, I'd be like Ricochet, Okada, but Okada's just a shell, dude. So who's going to do double duty tonight? I don't know, but we'll see. And then we have the 4-way. Again, I like Jay White. It would be awesome if he got the strap. It's not going to happen. I fear they're going to fuck around and put it on Cassidy. But I think it's the world's end, right? And Moxley destroyed TBS, right? And or not TBS, he Rampage, like in kayfabe, he destroyed Rampage, and now it's not a show. And then fucking all the people came out, like the Bumbleclaw Club came out and were brawling with everyone, and then all the wrestlers came out to brawl with them, and then they all started brawling each other. And I'm not joking. I'm going to play the clip later and fuck Don Stevens because it is the funniest. You're like, what is going on? Anyways, so Rampage ended with a bit of a boom, a big bang, if you will. Pardon the puns. But realistically, I wish Thanos would just creep up behind all these guys with the Infinity Gauntlet and fucking snap away Hangman and Cassidy out of this picture and just let Jay and Mox throw down and have Jay win this fucking belt. But instead, they got to convolute it with more guys. And Cassidy, for some reason, could be Wardlow. Fuck. Could be Ricky Starks. Fuck. It could be Kenny. Fuck. AEW. What are you doing? You fuck it up. You know? Holy shit. What the fuck? Could be all these guys. Could be Punk. What the fuck? What the fuck you guys do? Oh my God. Yeah, I'm on one tonight, guys. I'm just turned. Anyways. Who am I going to pick with this one, guys? I think Moxley retains, and then everyone's convinced like Shane McMahon's going to pull up in a limo in these Twitter spaces on X. I'm hearing this is what my confidants are letting me know, right? that apparently in a few of these spaces on X or whatever with the AEW fans, which I'm one, obviously, but they're all saying like Shane O'Mac's going to show up. I think it's just Kenny or Edge. And they come and align. Like, we'll see the Bumbleclaw Club stand tall above these guys after the, Mox defends with some chicanery and Cassidy almost scrapes it out. And God, if they put the strap on Cassidy, though, this show we will never watch this shit again. I promise you. But anyways, actually, no, I don't promise that. Can never say never in the wrestling biz, folks. But listen, my official pick for that is Mox gets the belt. So MJF makes it out with the ring by hook or by crook. Mariah May. So I got all title defenses, right? Does that seem World's Endish? That might be the wrong. Well, no, because here's the thing. I think Okada he loses and then the Continental belt goes along with him. I'm assuming, right, guys? Like if he loses this tournament, he's not the Continental champion, is he? There's no way, right? Like that's got to be it. So I don't know. I'm just going to go with my gut. We're going MJF, Mariah May, Takeshita, Monet. No, because I'm like thinking all heels too, man. Fuck it. It's AEW. Monet, I'm going to say, oh, this one's, I'm going to say Ricochet and no, Fletcher and Okada. And then they'll give Fletcher the Okada rub. You know what I mean? And he'll get that belt from him. So it'll be Fletcher will win, Okada will win, and then I think Moxley will make it out of there with his belt. Or Cassidy. Oh, my God. What if it's Cassidy? And they think this is like the feel-good moment and shit. Oh, God. Could you guys imagine to end our year with Cass? Oh, God. It might happen. Holy shit. I'm putting a new poll in the chat. Okay? And this is on the Clips channel, folks. Holy shit, 85% of you aren't watching World's End even. You're just listening to me babble and yell about Tony Storm. Amazing. So let me put a new poll in this chat and ask y'all as we try and get to 100 likes, by the way. 52 likes only on the Clips channel. What the fuck? Okay, I'm going to ask you all as you hit the like button. Do you think Orange becomes AEW? There we go. Do you think Orange Cassidy becomes AEW champion tonight? Yes or no? Vote. I'm checking in with chat. So sorry to make you guys wait. STG212 for $5 says Tony Storm on the 0 hour. Great booking, Tony Pecan. Dude, for real. The best guys, definitely
The
him.
best guys, Tony Khan.
And yeah, the way I broke it down, I think I did a better job of explaining what the story is than they've done at all explaining the story. And this is what I mean. Like, you guys, it almost is like I am shilling for AEW because, like, I come on here and explain these fucking stories to you guys better than they do sometimes to try and get it over in my heart and your guys' hearts. Okay, it's still real to me, damn it, stupid idiot. But yeah, dude, thank you so much. The best guy is Tony Pecan. Pete in Texas, our newest mod for $2 says, dude, it's a 4-way. All the interferences. Yeah, dude, we're gonna see every Bumbleclock guy. We're gonna see a million run-ins, and yeah, I think they're gonna try and recreate the tribal warfare moment with WrestleMania. I think they're going to try and do it here, and that could mean Orange Cassidy leaving with the belt. But I think Tony's version of that is just have like Edge return and spear Moxley and be like, yeah, and then let's say Edge gets the belt off Mox, and then Christian can cash in, or like maybe Edge spears Mox, and then Christian cashes in tonight, and then we have you guys get what I'm getting? Like, we can get a Christian Edge program again out of this. And again, going back to the well, but what else do they have? And they weren't done with that story as far as I was concerned, you know? I feel like there's a tag run for them down the line here too. Thank you so much, Pete in Texas. Haxel Stranger says the great AEW. Well, actually, the great Rampage show ended with the great brawl, and there were a few super wrestlers too. The best guys, Tony.
Tony Khan.
Thank you, Axel Stranger. Outsanity for $5 says, I want TK to book Mox vs. Commander for the belt so Flute Master Meltzer can give it 50 stars. Yeah, that would be actually if he did Mystico. If it was Mox versus Mystico, dude, it would be a fucking 7,000 stars in the Tokyo Dome. But how funny is it that, and we're going to talk about it later, Backlash was announced to be in Mexico. And like Meltzer didn't bite on it right away, but it's the truth. But the Tokyo Dome one was a lie, and he jumped on it right away.
Stupid idiot.
I love it so much. Thank you so much, Outsanity, for the $5. Okay, so let's get into, as I send this invite out, let's get into some light news. How about that? Catch us outside. How about that? So I'm just going to send this link out. Guys, run the likes up. And let's see. Here, I'm going to send a link out to some motherfuckers. So if you're listening and anyone gets this, feel free to jump on in. Where's my guy? Oh, yeah, and prize winners, too. So Goddess Nikki P won the shirt. Me and George redrew when okay, what? It's not working. Okay. Sorry, Jake. It doesn't want you to come on. There we go. Now it worked. Okay, there you go. So Goddess Nikki P won. Yeah. And because we wanted to stop wasting time on the show with this shit. And then the console winner and the game winner both are receiving their prizes as well. So we had people faking trying to be some people as well. So that's why it took a while to clear up and for me to come with a formal announcement. But yeah, anyways. So let me just see. Where's my guy here? There's someone I wanted to. I have so many unanswered DMs too. I'm so sorry to everyone over the holidays if you tried to get a hold of me and I haven't responded. I'm just a busy festive Christmas fill over here. So I just have to get back to emails and messages, etc., etc., etc. And I love you all. Don't worry. Don't take any for granted. And yeah, Nikki won. Yeah, she won the thing. I was like, hey, we're going to record it and attach it to this Husey pod. And then if you guys listen to the Husey pod right when he came on, he just jumped into the LA Knight news 30 seconds in. I'm like, Husey's here on the show. Didn't even get through the intro. He's like, yeah, well, LA Knight. He's like, it's funny you played the because he just starts rattling off LA Knight news. And then we just forgot we were drinking and stuff in Minecraft. So yeah, but yes, congrats to Nikki. She won a T. And then Gilgamesh won a console or a game, and then Crunchy Cheeto won a console or a game. I forget which, but I'm sending the stuff off tonight here, I believe, finally, because I got it all figured out. We had some big fat phonies try and claim prizes that weren't theirs. So fire! It was good stuff. But anyways, let's get into some light news, shall we? What happened with LA Knight? Just to Husey went off. It was hilarious. Just to summate it, basically, like LA Knight's push is finito in WWE. Like, we're not gonna get LA Knight, at least like from what we don't know who. This is all allegedly, right? We don't know who. Maybe, Husey may have heard it. Conan. You may work on someone's channel. I'm trying to remember. Conan. But like, let's just say, Conan. Someone allegedly heard something, right? So one of these things that were alleged was that, LA Knight is basically like Dolph Ziggler now, right? Like he's never going to creep in and win the world title. He's never going to get that actual run. He's sort of like mid-lower. And it's because he's sort of rubs people the wrong way in every company he's been in. Not that he rubs them the wrong way, but he's just very like standoffish. And not standoffish. I don't even want to say that. That's not the way Husey described it. Go listen to how he described it. Just he's willing to like say shit, or he thinks people are kind of out to get him. LA Knight's alluded to this in interviews himself numerous times as well, that he's like, I got to remember that people are trying to help me and da-da-da. He said it. So apparently it's not that he has like heat, but it's just he's not fucking gonna be like the dude we all, they understand he's over, but it's like, okay, that experiment sort of You know, he's 40 some, and that's like, you know, they're trying to focus on it. Because, yes, I know we're like, who cares? Everyone's 40 now. Right. That's not a good thing, you know? We need some people in the mix like Braun and in that age range as well, Braun Breaker. So that's it. It's just like he might be IC champ. He might challenge for the world title, but he's never going to be like the guy like we all hoped. And apparently there was some stuff with his gear. So like the reason he switched to the red and yellow is because they were like, bro, your gear's ugly. You need to wear like Slim Jim shit. You know, they wanted you, whatever. Apparently now Slim Jim is like good on him or something too, or something like that. Listen to what Husey said. I'm completely butchering it. I'm sure, but Slim Jim's like whatever, you know, he might be done as their guy too. So I don't know. Again, that's all alleged. You'd have to ask you. I'm not saying anything. We're not the dirt sheets over here. We're just, but yeah. Anyways, you know, Husey just believes it's better. I am the one, we say it on this show rather than the dirt sheets, because we at least approach it by saying we don't know. This is just right. So instead of like trying to run it with it as an actual factual fucking story. But if you see things like that happen, don't be shocked, right? And it seems it's that way. It seems like he's competing with the Andrades and shit. So, and he might be the SmackDown guy. You have to think they're taking all the stars for Raw, even Logan Paul. Who's going to be the super over guy on SmackDown? LA Knight, he's over. It doesn't matter how much he loses. Doesn't matter if he has a belt. In fact, the belt did nothing. He lost the belt. He's on SmackDown. He's just as hot. Yeah. All that shit. So it's like, do they keep him on SmackDown? Because he's just super over anyways. And it could be something like, if that happens, if you guys notice that, there you go. It could lean into what Husey was saying. Anyways, though, let's move along as we're already sort of jumping the gun. We go into Phil Marks, bookmarks, and I'm so hyped for the Rumble, and I'm in Canada, so the Rumble's just on Netflix. I don't got to fuck around with none of this, you know what I mean? Peacock or ordering a goddamn pay-per-view or finding a fucking link, schmishmigally, you know, or whatever you have to do to watch these goddamn events. For Royal Rumble, for me now, all of WWE is just on Netflix, right? So it's just easy, streamlined, one place, boom. I'm so happy. Joining us on the show is the evil one himself. You're an evil one, Mr. Dose. What's up, buddy? Evil Dose is here, joining us on the show for Light News, dude. How you doing?
Hello, everyone. How's it going? It's a pleasure to be back. It's been a while.
Also joining us on the show is Ref MJ from NJ. We got the boys in the house. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Wow.
Is he there?
I don't know. Hopefully.
Yeah, you should be there. MJ, whatever. Yeah, it's on, bro. You're here. You're live on the air.
On?
Yes, it is. Hundreds of people listening.
Fancy headset. This is my first appearance on Pro Wrestling Times. I'm kind of excited.
Yes, guys. So Wrestle Graphs is what it is, and Ref MJ from NJ is here, and as well joining him, Evil Dose, and they do a Spaces together called spit the name at me, Watchmen, right?
Yeah, the Watchmen.
So round of applause for them, folks, for joining us now. Okay. So MJ, how you doing? How's your holidays been?
Holidays have been good. Talked to Dose a bunch, which is always fun.
Yeah.
Just back from assignment and did a lot of research in like a few weeks leading up to the holidays. But things are good. How was your holiday? Merry Christmas.
Yes. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. It's great. I just drank a lot of beers in Minecraft, and I fucking ate a lot of cheesecake in real life, man. Dose, how about you?
We did almost like a Thanksgiving dinner here, but this time we cooked it as opposed to bringing in. So we've been having turkey almost nonstop until today. Well, last night when I ordered a couple pizzas and some Italian food and been eating that nonstop since. And some Icelandic woman came by and dropped off cookies for La Sicaria. So Senor de Dos got some cookies, which means, of course, I've been eating a lot of cookies.
Well, Feliz Navidad, motherfucker, and a happy Hanukkah to our guy here. Oh, Jace is in the building now. It's a freak show, guys. It's a freak show here tonight. How's it going, Jake?
How's it going, buddy? Good to hear. Good to see you.
Yeah, man. You too. How was Hanukkah?
Good. We actually just lit the candles before I came on.
Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, so any Kwanzaa guys in here? No? All right, that's fine.
I thought I was your Jewish friend.
No,
Phil,
you're my
just
Mexican friend
You're
now.
friends with all Jews. You got 3 Jews and a Phil here.
Yeah, dude, exactly.
It's great.
I feel rich
members of
just
the
being
tribe.
around you guys. You know what I mean?
This show just quickly became the least anti-Semitic place in pro wrestling.
There you go. So okay.
I haven't been in the majority since elementary school.
Who's watching World's End? Because
I am. I have it on right now. Jeff Jarrett just got a win over QT Marshall.
No,
with the stroke. Yes,
Oh my
absolutely.
God, I'm 1-0 in my predictions.
Okay, so guys, I got some miscellaneous news. I will play the breaking news for you guys as we watch this idiot botch on the side who lit himself on fire. Are you guys ready for some light news? The light news section.
I wasn't, but I am now with the
update.
music.
Yeah, I just want to update everyone. So I read this on the show. Matt Riddle controversy escalates as promoter confirms refund and threatens countersuit. So I guess I brought this to the show, but my update is I guess this promoter is a little shady too. And people have called him out for shit in the past. So I just want to update. And I was like, you called it, bro.
A shady wrestling promoter? Who would have thought?
A Carney fucking promoter.
Right.
But Chris Connor was like, dude, Matt Riddle's an idiot. Like, it won't be long again, and he'll find himself in some more controversy. And then, like, a day later, this came out, and I was like, you're right, bro. However, I just want to update like a week later and say, apparently this promoter is a bit of a Carney himself. I don't know if anyone wants to drop all the facts on me, tag me on X or something. That'd be amazing. But I just want to sort of do a bit of a, not a retraction, but just an update so we have our facts straight there. Goldberg's son gets asked about the negative comments Bret Hart makes about his dad. And he's like, you got to let things, you got to let things go. And he is with Sports Kita and Bill Apter here. So let's listen to Gage. His name's Gage, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
pretty
So
sure
it's
it's now 5 Jews to 1 indigenous.
I mean, what about Apter? Do we know about Apter? We could be up to 6 at this point.
I'm looking at that guy and I'm recognizing my people.
Jesus. So yeah, let's Jews in the house. Anyways, let's go here. Let's listen to what Apter and Gage Goldberg have to say.
What do you think about Bret Hart
Sorry, turned all the way
constantly?
down.
What do you think about Bret Hart constantly, talking badly about your dad?
I mean, we don't really like to talk about that a lot, but I mean, you got to let things go 100% and just, yeah, you can't just keep harping on this one thing when someone's successful, and yeah, stuff happens.
Yeah.
What the fuck did that even mean? No, I'm so sorry. Can't be. It's like, yeah, Bret was successful too, man. But yeah, I get it. Let it go.
That's a pretty good political answer from the kid.
Yeah, it is. But he's like, how can you be harping when someone's so successful? It's like, dude, Goldberg's still harping on shit all the time. When he gives interviews, he's still talking shit too. But no, I do. It's a good political answer from him, and just to laugh it off, I guess. And what is he going to say?
Of course, you're siding with the Canadian Christian.
Yeah. Hey man, I got to. Yeah, so I don't know. Do you guys, MJ, do you think we ever see Goldberg's son in WWE in the NIL program / WWID type and NXT training facilities, that sort of thing? Or do you think he's just going to stick to the football?
So I'm not one of these weirdos who tries to keep up with like the athletics of younger kids, but I don't know how good he is at football. If he's good, he'll pursue that. But yeah, after that, 100% he's going to wind up in the NIL.
Yeah.
NIL. I think he'll be in the NIL just by virtue of like he's Goldberg's son. He's going to get paid. But I think what I meant was the developmental program or whatever that becomes, whatever that is.
Yeah. So the wrestling world pays a heartfelt tribute, or rather multiple tributes to Jax Dane after his tragic passing. He was an NWA pro wrestler superstar. He was 45 years old, I believe. He died on Christmas Day. So just our thoughts, prayers, best wishes, everyone from PWT over that way. I'm not overly familiar with Jax Dane, but I saw so many tweets from so many wrestlers sort of just talking about how great of a guy he was, and just really tragic, and that's terribly young to pass, and on Christmas no less. So just best wishes out there to his family and anyone who may be familiar with his work. Anyone on the panel, are you guys familiar with him, with what he's been doing in NWA?
I'm familiar with him. I watch NWA and watched it in the past. But you're right; it's been a universal pouring out. I mean, he was most recently a national champion. He's a former NWA World Heavyweight Champion.
Oh wow!
Okay,
big guy. I think for a while he was wrestling with his son. I don't think that worked out. That stopped about 3 years ago. But big guy, about 6'3", 6'4", 300 pounds, muscles. Wore sort of like a bear vest, and it looks like maybe he tore it right off of the bear. Apparently a big teddy bear. He wasn't that great a worker. He was perfect for NWA. If you look at him, he's sort of like a smaller version of the Warlord, and probably skill-wise similar. But he was sort of a journeyman. He worked in Ring of Honor a little bit. He worked in TNA Impact a little bit. He was in NWA. He was working the Indies. And I think along the way, he ran into a whole lot of people, from everyone from, Tommy Dreamer to, I'm not friends with, but I'm friendly with Aaron Stevens, Damian Sando. And so I wish him condolences. I assume that you're friends with him as they work together. And he's like, I am. Thank you for your condolences. I did the same with PJ, because PJ knows everyone. He's like, yeah, I didn't know him, but it's very sad. So, everyone around the wrestling world just universally has nice things to say about him, being supportive. There were some people saying I was a little guy in wrestling and people weren't taking me seriously and giving me respect, except for Jack Stain. And he told me I was going to be okay. And so just seems to have been a nice guy. And I think he was 48. He had a heart attack in November after, not directly after an NWA taping, but a few weeks he was off. And he's had complications since. Anyway, I probably went longer than you wanted me to on that.
No, that was great. And that's awesome. You reached out to Sando as well. And yeah, I guess just best prayers and stuff. Someone in the chat said too, like, dude, trust me, Brett, like they were like, oh, why should Bret Hart not be hard done by? I forget what the comment was. I saw it in passing, but they were like, yo, he took 20 years off of Bret's career. Right. Bret's like my favorite wrestler, one all time, bro. We're just reacting to the kids' response to that. It was just, I don't know.
It's also an accident. I mean,
yeah. So, and it's wrestling too. So
Joe that Theismann doesn't hate Lawrence.
I get Goldberg was the shits, right? But if Bret Hart was that worried about it, he wouldn't have ever gotten the ring with him in the first place. So it just is. It is what it is, Yep. But after 20 years, you got to I agree. It's like you can't just hang on to that forever. But I love when Bret trashes Goldberg and WCW and everything. More of it. I love it. I get a kick.
Goddamn Bill Goldberg.
Yeah, dude. I cover it on the show. I laugh my ass off at it. Yeah, no one's saying Goldberg's fucking the best wrestler or anything, but his son's response was just kind of funny, laughing at it. Anyways, though, something to laugh at. Not the best flaming headbutt. Here we go.
Oh my God!
What an idiot. Like, first off, don't wipe fire. So that's the first thing.
Oh my God!
I like how he didn't expect the back of it to light on fire.
Dude, and then the towel flies off his head and then lands after him. That's the funniest part.
Oh my God!
Oh! And then the guy rolls away from the flaming towel like it's fucking, a nuke.
And he's first of all, I don't appreciate you guys laughing at me. Second of all, that I hit the move and my opponent, tried to get away, but I didn't let him.
Well, it clearly goes awry, and he still does it, which is just so unsafe. Hey, are we supposed to enjoy all wrestling when stuff like this is being done? Because I think this is some of the worst parts of wrestling, and I don't know why this is happening. I kind of blame the professionals who then kind of increase their level of violence, that we need this to happen in order to shock people.
So I'm looking at the screen right now. We got Leo Rush and Action Andretti coming to the ring, and they're wearing I thought they were in Top Flight, but I guess it says they beat Top Flight, and they're wearing life preserver jackets. and
No,
they're
it's
like heels
Beetlejuice.
now.
Spike
So they're like
jackets and Beetlejuice.
they're like
That's what they are.
yeah, but they're like evil top flight or something. Like I
Yeah,
don't
they
get
broke
it.
away from them apparently.
They opened a competing airline.
Yeah. Like, what is this shit? Oh my god! And it's on the 0 hour before. This is after Pardon Me, Tony Storm already opened the show.
Did she?
I know we got to pour one out for Marco Stunt's career. I heard he's retiring, but it's a shame we never got Marco Stunt versus Leo Rush in AEW.
Let's see what else we got here. I think that was miscellaneous. Let's go into TNA news to wrap up our light news. So breaking. TNA Wrestling assigned an exclusive multi-year agreement with Sportsnet to air TNA Impact every Thursday from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern nationally in Canada on Sportsnet 360 beginning on Thursday, January 2, 2025. Shout out Sportsnet. I grew up watching that shit. That's where like Jackie Redmond came from, and like Jimmy Corderas was there. Even Morella, when he was done being Santino Marella, he was on like Sportsnet for a long time, and then he went to TNA. I mean, endless names. We could go on forever. But is this a W for TNA? I think it is. I say it is. What say you, people smarter than me? Dose and MJ for sure. I want your guys' thoughts on this. But and what do you think? My prediction before you guys let me know what you think about this. My prediction is that TNA outdraws attendance-wise an AEW pay-per-view. Like they'll do 7K and then AEW will do a show that's like 6.5 in 2025. I think that'll happen. But and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong on that. But
I'll give you like plus
200
odds. In other words, like I give you 2-1 odds on that.
Yeah.
And that's actually not bad. I think AEW TNA should be an underdog, but I think it's very reasonable.
Well, what do you think of the TV thing with Sportsnet? Is that a W or what?
Huge W. I think one of the biggest W's of all of this is in who was it? The who does Ref and Rants? That's Corderas?
Yeah, Corderas. Yeah.
So he kind of spilled the beans on this, but Sportsnet didn't even want a phone call with AEW. Like they were just ready to go forward with TNA, and I think that speaks volumes to where TNA now is, not just in like the mindset, the mind of wrestling fans, but also like broadcast partners and distribution partners. Is that TNA obviously has increased visibility. They obviously have momentum, and it can be looked at as nothing but a huge W for TNA. I used to be a massive TNA fan, like 2007, 2009. And so to see them be around this long and then to see them kind of have a real revival, it's really a great story.
Absolutely. Dose, your thoughts on this? I know you got something to add.
I sure do. I mean, I've some like mixed comments, but one, I think it's a huge W that Anthem let them shop around, period.
Yeah.
Even if it's not a W in reality, it could, the very act of giving them that freedom to not be stuck on Axis. I mean, remember, that's what basically got Scott D'Amore fired. I mean, he also tried to buy the company twice, and after they said no. But his main motivation, we think, or a motivation, was to try to sell TNA television outside of Axis and grow it because he believed in the product. I'm not so sure about their momentum and all that. I think some of it is false buzz and all that. I mean, I think a lot of it depends on how their relationship with NXT and WWE main roster continues. But I also think for the amount of money and the least amount of headache, it was a good investment. I also think that it says something about corporate partners respecting working with corporate partners as opposed to AEW that's sort of run by a wild child, a loose child, and maybe they don't have that much confidence in his staying power. So I think it's a huge W. As far as your prediction, I don't think that's outrageous. I mean, I just don't know if TNA will try to sell a building that's that big. I think they're really enjoying the success that they go to buildings with 25 or 4,500 and they're selling out. And I think they're pretty happy with that. But if they do, I have no doubt that they could sell out the right city with the right card, especially with a little bit of WWE assistance. I mean, World's End right now has 6,500 distributed tickets.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And TNA is aiming to do a building that can hold like 7,000 in 2025.
They're
I
doing
believe.
the UBS Arena in Long Island, which I would say the New York market's as good as you're going to get domestic, or well, I should say internationally for them, but in the US.
Yeah.
And then you also have like does a great point about the partner to the business partner relationships between like bigger businesses.
Yeah.
And that kind of dovetails into something I speculated on, I think, on the spaces. If you don't mind, Phil, I'll give you this one.
Yep.
Who's to say that Warner Brothers Discovery wouldn't shop AEW's rights as a sublicense agreement the same way they acquired all the college sports through sublicense?
Yeah.
Just to put something out there for 2025, we're making predictions at the year end.
Yeah, no doubt. No, that's a good one, man. I was trying to pull up there as you all were talking because you had brought up Corderis, so I guess I didn't bookmark it, or I may have, and I don't know. Maybe it's in the sicko segment. Yeah, but there I did see that at some point. Jimmy Corderis said on X, like, Sportsnet looked at AEW and they were not or they weren't even interested in taking a phone call with them. But
did you
for
do the
TNA,
Meltzer roast yet?
Pardon me?
Did you do the Meltzer roast yet?
For this show, no, I have not done my Dave
I'm going to
Meltzer.
find this because Meltzer then claims that the facts are irrelevant.
Oh, that's what it's in there. It's in the Meltzer segment. That's where I bookmarked it.
Yeah,
I was like, I
you
swear,
have it. There's no way you don't.
There's no way I scroll. Yeah. There's no way I see that shit on
way.
Twitter and then I don't fucking bookmark that when it's like Corderis stooging shit about AEW and stuff. So, yeah, for
there's
sure, I
there's a
bookmarked
big
it.
question here, and that is, will Anthem allow TNA to shop itself in the United States to other markets other than Axis? And if they do, I think that's going to be a gigantic win for them because there will be interest. And I think that they can get a deal. If they can get a deal half as much as, what NXT got, let's just use the number 25 million for NXT. If TNA can get anywhere from 8 to 12 million for the show that they're already running just in the US, that's double win. That's huge. And I'm not sure what their numbers will be, but I have no doubt they can get $250,000 to 300,000.
Yeah. Well, I guess that was Alt Jake, man. What little cherry do you got to put on top of this?
Not much on it with that, but I mean, I think it's an absolute big win for TNA.
Yeah.
And I definitely think TNA will outdraw AEW.
There you go. Yeah, I'm fucking thinking they will. They'll pull it off in one way to where they're gonna sweat and they're gonna cope, and there's gonna be Meltzer cope over TNA.
Oh yeah,
not just NXT but TNA next year. I think we're gonna see a lot of that. I don't know. That's my prediction. But anyways, round of applause for light news. That was our light news, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what chat's saying. Chat's begging for likes. Yeah, run those here. I'm going to check on likes here. If we're not at 100. Okay, we have another guest joining us on the show, ladies and gentlemen. And I expect to see 100 likes after. I'm getting word that Chris Jericho wants to serenade us all, ladies and gentlemen.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Amazing stuff, guys. Please hit that like, or else Jericho will be back with a new rendition of another Weekend song that we all don't want to hear. I just dislike you. Dislikes are welcome too. Dislikes are welcome too. That's okay. Mick Swaga's been a member for 2 months. What's up, dude?
Nice.
Ricochet. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Ricochet in a minute. Chat, you did this. Yeah, it's all your fault. It's all your goddamn faults. And I'm the real sicko, the head of the sickos here, right? You all know that. Okay. What do you guys want to talk about next? We have some categories here to get into as the Outrunners are in a 4-way 8-man tag match against Archer, Brian Cage, And there's 13 minutes left until the actual pay-per-view. I swear I feel like I've watched 10 fucking wrestling matches already, and I'll try and do commentary as we slide through this show and trudge through all of the hot news and Phil Marks bookmarks. Fastest way to get heat is bring up Jericho. Yeah. Okay, I checked in with chat. Is that good, chat? Okay, let's get into stuff. I'm going to leave it up to my panel. We can get into WWE news or AEW news or Dave Meltzer or IWC sickos. Everyone gets a vote. What do you want? Dose, let's start with you. You get to vote. What segment you want to do?
Okay, what are my choices here?
Your choices are, let's narrow it down, either WWE news or AEW news.
I'm always going with AEW news. It's always much more fun.
Okay, MJ, you?
Oh, well, I was gonna choose the I think the main event, which is the Meltzer stuff. But let's do AEW news. I only wanted to choose the Meltzer stuff because I wanted to take data analysis.
I'll change my vote. I'm okay.
No. AEW news.
Yeah. Okay, and then Jake, you're with AEW or what?
Absolutely. It's
okay.
More
chat.
fun.
What
There's
does chat want? Chat's all saying AEW as well. Dashing Purpool's been a member for 2 months. Shout you out, buddy. Shout you out, man. It's been good seeing you. Save the good stuff for last. Yeah, this guy, he's like, it's like a meal. I consume PWT like a 4-course meal. Okay. So AEW news it is, I guess, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at the World's End card. What my esteemed panel, you guys can just jump in as you feel. How do you guys looking at this card? What are you guys thinking about this? Anything overly compelling for you tonight?
Chris Statlander was plus 400 to win.
I was asleep.
Now
Sorry.
plus 200.
Okay. What were you saying, MJ?
Chris Statlander was plus 400 this afternoon, and now she's plus 200. And I think it would be the right thing for the company for Mercedes to drop the TBS title.
What? I can't bet on AEW. Anyways, Dose, what about you? Is anything compelling? Anything jumping off?
I mean, I haven't watched AEW for 37 weeks now, so nothing's compelling to me. But just looking at the card and what the AEW diehards supposedly enjoy, the Continental Classic, and having, at least 2 matches, 3 involving the Continental Classic, I don't have any issues with the card itself. I mean, for AEW card, it's actually kind of short. So, no, I mean, the card itself is fine. I wouldn't have a problem with it, but I wouldn't pay for it either.
Why did they hotshot the finals of the Continental Classic and not save that for the launch on Max?
No shit. Come on, why do they do a bunch of this shit?
They're going to wind up with like a marquee headline, a main event, and it's going to be probably second from the top and the second time that the crowd sees the same performers.
Yeah, I started this live stream screaming MJ about this shit.
I missed the start,
Alt Jake, what's your 5-star match of the night? What's Alt Jake's 5-star match of the evening before it happens, if you had to predict?
Takeshita and Hobbs would be the one I'd want to actually watch.
And then Meltzer, what's the one Meltzer's giving 5 stars?
Whichever one Osprey's in, probably the second one, because they're doing because they're going to have that as the final. So it's going to be that one that he's getting. And because they went the second time and showed the fighting spirit and didn't sell one move in either match, Dave's just going to give it 8 stars. This will be the time he goes to 8.
Will this be the first time that a talent gets 2 5-star matches on the same exact card?
You just fucking blew my mind. That was a good one. Oh, that's what's
happening. By law, does he have to go 5-star, 6-star, or 5, 5.5? Like he can't. Like he has to raise the bar because Jake's right. The second time is so much more difficult.
That's such a good prediction, dude. Holy fuck. I didn't even think about that. And then I had a poll in the chat asking, do you think Orange Cassidy becomes AEW World Champion tonight? And then 70% of y'all voted no, you don't think that happens. So let's pray.
If he does, Christian better cash in.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the only way it works.
Right, yeah. Top of the hour. So this is from You Ain't Hype. He's been a member for 5 months. Top of the hour. Give the chat more Shaft hot dogs for not hitting a 100. Did they? You motherfuckers better hit 100. Here's the thing. I'm live across 2 channels now. And so we're probably way past 100 likes if you factor in both channels. So yeah,
that's very Meltzer counting.
Yeah, here we go. Anyways, we got news here. So this is in the Brisbane Entertainment Center itself, right? This is from the venue itself.
My favorite.
And this person says, people are not aware of AEW in Australia whatsoever. Hilarious. To be frank, they're holding a major POE here. Crikey, dingo, shrimp on the bob. And then, so it says AWE Grand Slam. This is in the place itself.
Oh,
the fucking graphic says AEW, and someone there made a typo. AWE Grand Slam coming to Brisbane. And this is fucking terrible when it's already not like selling well, you know what I mean?
You
and they had to move the venue, etc. Another tragic botch on their end, and kind of funny because just what people from Australia have told me who listen to this show, and that you see that like I follow on Twitter and stuff. If you look around, what they all say is there's no awareness of AEW. No one knows what the fuck it is in Australia, and WWE's pretty hot. So I don't know, man. Just another hilarious. I mean, that's out of their control, but whoever works there either trolled and is a wacko, is a WWE wacko, or they just don't know. And they're like, WWE? No, AEW. And then the guy's like scratching his balls. He's programming the sign. He's like, AWE Grand Slam? Huh, never heard of that. You know, so yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
Is
this a big deal too? That's the main question. Like, people are laughing at this. People are going, dumbass, it's probably a typo. They already sold 10K tickets. Why does the 10K fucking tickets, is that an L? Sorry, I jumped the gun here. That's what I want to ask you guys too. Is the 10K ticket sold a fucking L? I know just saying, oh, we sold $1 million doesn't mean shit. Because if you have to sell 5,000 tickets to make $1 million because you're gouging customers, that doesn't really mean much. But it is cool, I guess. But $1 million, okay, that's like a third of Moxley's salary this year. One wrestler, that's like a third of his salary, let alone each Buck, let alone Omega and fucking Jericho and everyone else. So, and I've said that a million times, but like with them selling 10K tickets and the show's like what, 8 months out or whatever, that's pretty cool.
Like
but
2 months out. It's in February.
I doubt they'll sell 20K, but like it's not this huge W either to where the sickos need to get all sick and wacko about it. But I want to hear MJ and Dose's perspective, because you guys are much smarter than me on these fucking topics. So what do you first off make of this little typo? Is it a big deal? And like, is the 10K a big deal? And I guess we can start with Dose.
Okay. It's probably a typo. Is it a big deal? Not if they fixed it promptly. If it's been sitting like that for days, yeah, it's a big deal. And it's not a little deal either. That is so little brand recognition even within the facility that's hosting it. But remember, this isn't the original facility. So the whole thing is an L, because originally it was supposed to be in like a 40 or 50,000 stadium. And then they made the right decision to move it to a smaller place. Instead, what they should have done is just cancel it, because the travel and the visas and the logistics and the lodging and everything of getting to Brisbane, which is not an easy place to get to from the United States, of moving probably 150 people there, meaning wrestlers and staff and people are going to be in run-ins and backstage segments and people you're going to pretend you're sending out to promote and whatever it is. All of those costs for what is now a 13,000 seat venue, which if past performance is indicative of future, 15 to 25% of those will be given away for free, and a bunch of others are going to be steeply discounted. So it's an L any way you look at it, but I'm going to give them a W for mitigating the losses and moving to the smaller facility.
Yeah.
10,000 in the stadium was a giant L. 10,000 in the arena is not. But choosing an arena on literally the other side of the world and all of the costs and logistics and things involved in it was an uncalculated risk. I would like to say it was a calculated risk, but Tony doesn't. He just does things. He doesn't calculate. He just does. He just thinks everyone.
Yeah, I do great things. I do great things, Dose. It's great. Everything I do is great. Okay.
Where's your thing that goes, the best guys, Tony Khan?
Oh, buddy, is that all you had to do was ask?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
There it is.
So, that's all I just. I mean, it's not the biggest deal, AWE, but it is in a picture. It
That's the
tells you
new
all
name.
you need to know about AEW.
Yeah, dude. AWE tells you all you need to know about AEW. MJ, your thoughts on all this?
So, like, what happens when they catch wind of this? Do they pick up the phone and call the venue and say, like, hey, why?
Oh, I already did. Yeah, I called him and I was like, hey,
Okay.
Steve, you change that fucking sign right now. I swear to God, I'll tell my dad. And we'll never come back to this shithole again.
And in reality, like, so they're advertising Toni Storm as her old gimmick. Like, if you look at the graphic, they did provide the venue. And I say all this because is it in their control, out of their control? They clearly are not providing necessary updates to the graphics or promotional materials. Is it an L that they did 10,000? No, I would actually argue the 10,000 is pretty impressive. The problem is you tried to do this in a stadium and you got run out of it. So, like, you automatically took the L, and now 10,000 is just getting made fun of. This is just more of AEW, like, bad PR and bad publicity. Yeah. But they can't stop it. And you know what? It is funny. So it's not the fans' fault for laughing or people online's fault for laughing. They just have to figure out how to stop these things from happening, and they can't.
George popped me with this AWE Shockwave.
Oh, Shockwave.
Oh, Shockwave. Meltzer's favorite show?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Shockwave. Oh, shit. That's great stuff. LOL, it's just a typo. We know, dude. That's what we said. But we're talking about how it's a W for 10K tickets, but, you know.
I don't know if it really is, though, because people in Australia will travel within the country to do something. You know,
Well, AEW has no presence there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So someone pointed out in chat that they are on ESPN Plus in Australia, something nobody watches there. And apparently, like, well, not apparently, just think about this objectively. But 10K people would be like, there'd be more than 10K people who flew in from around the world to go to WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah.
No?
For sure.
Is that too many?
Yeah,
Over
but
10K?
When they started this whole thing, like, all in one was 10,000, and that was considered a success. So the company, while it had tons of opportunity, potential, promise, they're back where they started, and I think we should appropriately keep the goalposts at that point.
Yeah. Well, speaking of goalposts, here's a throwback to me dancing with Garcia in my neck brace. Oh, should I dance? Oh, yeah, let's dance. Oh, but my neck hurts. But not really. If this was a football draft, I'd be fine. Okay, that shit's hilarious. Moving along here. So we have WrestleGraph. Shout out WrestleGraphs, who's currently may or may not be on the show right now. Currently here at PWT.
MJ of WrestleGraphs.
A WWE house show outperforming an AEW pay-per-view, the same market on the same night after AEW spent a year adding free agents and pushing ex-WWE talent has not been talked about enough. And you put a little graph together. I'm not sure if there's been an update on any of this. This is 5 days ago. However, just bring us up to date on your data on all of this. And we have the WWE Holiday Tour in Orlando at the same time right now. It's like going on right now as World End starts, as Welcome to the Jungle plays. And AEW's house show in Orlando has outdrawn World's End, the fucking AEW's pay-per-view on the same night, which is tonight. Fucking bring us up to date on that and break that all down. And is that still true? Did AEW catch up? Did out of nowhere 1,000 tickets got sold last minute? You know, wink, wink, tap, tap. Or what's your analysis?
So I had put out an update. This is the updated one that I had done. I don't have the final one yet. I will post that during the show tonight. My understanding is that the house show did over 8,000. And AEW has crossed 6,700. So it pretty much holds, right? So I'll just do some loose math here on the air. 8,000 plus 6,700.
Boom, you're getting it live, baby, live, baby, live. Carry the 4, add the 6.
Yeah, so, I mean, it pretty much stayed the same. AEW closed the margin a little bit. But, again, this is a house show. And AEW has invested so much money in bringing in talent that otherwise, once upon a time, was on the WWE house show. So the fact that they haven't caught WWE in the same market on the same night for a pay-per-view, This is direct competition. Dose and I talked the other night. Like, this is in the same market. You're competing for the consumer's money. The whole point of running a wrestling show is to generate revenue and entertain the fans. Fans are choosing to go somewhere else. I will say 6,700 is pretty in line with what I have been projecting. My initial projection when they were at like 4,500 was that they would do over 6,000. I think I had 6,400 and they got to that. I know you mentioned it earlier, but it looks like a recent update is 6,700, which I had pegged at a pretty high percent. AEW forecast is getting very, very tight in the models, and it's going to make for an interesting 2025 when AEW Rev Tracker goes live.
A little piling on here.
Yeah.
And I know it feels like I'm on a team, and I sort of am, but it's a reality.
Are you on a team with Giannis and Tatakampu?
I don't know who those people are, but yes.
Sorry, Dose. Anyways, go ahead. I got to get the joke in somewhere.
It was funny. It was a good one. The WWE product right now that they're selling is doubly diluted. It's one, diluted because it's the holiday times, and a lot of the talent has time off, especially some of their top tier talent. And two, there's another house show in Baltimore, so the rosters are split as well. So it's less. There's less of a talent pool there. And by the way, the show in Baltimore, the Holiday House Tour house show, also sold over 8,000 tickets. And last I saw, it was about 8,400 tickets to the Orlando show, and it was like 6,711. And both is distributed. I said sold for WWE. It's distributed for them as well. I mean, so I may suspect that AEW distributes more for free or strong discounts, but I don't know that for certain.
Yeah. Well, you're making the show a few times here, WrestleGraphs. Yeah. So here was this is Garcia and Fletcher.
Oh God.
Fighting. This is on Dynamite or Rampage or Collision, whatever show. They had a bunch from the Hammerstein, and just watch this, man. And like, this is pretty sweet if this was like a WrestleMania moment or something, but this is crazy to just do. And this shit isn't going to get over doing this stuff to Garcia boys. I just don't know what to tell you. I'm going to tell you forever, for years now. Anyways, let's look at this. Look at and I'm going to leave it small. I don't want to get Don Stevens. Sorry, that Observer guys thing. Let's just play it again. Watch how this fool ends. Like,
Jesus.
And he's rocked for sure. And that's cool, but I mean, look at Ospreay and everyone saying they got to slow down. You look at Ibushi saying his legs are going to fall off. Kenny's falling apart. It's like, at what point do you just realize it's not going to get you over doing that shit?
By the way, Daniel Garcia has had a broken neck from a car accident.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was I was just thinking, like, wasn't he the one who broke his neck? Was what I was gonna say. So you confirmed it. Thank you. I thought that's what it was.
And that's what I mean, man. Why allow a guy to do that to you? Unless, like, I get putting it all on the line for, let's say, a WrestleMania moment or something like that. But just at a random fucking Rampage or whatever, like a show that's going off the air or whatever that was, it's not worth it, Garcia. And it's not going to get you over. It's not going to get you more over.
No.
Yeah,
WWE is selling pile drivers. One pile driver takes out Randy Orton for a time. And
it's just worth more money. Like they got to learn, like, you'll make more money in the long run that way too. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, if they don't sell, what are we supposed to buy? Like, it doesn't make any sense, like that's.
So the fans once again throw fucking toilet paper at Ricochet. So we gotta. I don't know if you guys have been chronicling this. We have another Ricochet meltdown on fucking social media as well that we're going to talk about in just a moment. Dose and MJ, have you guys seen the toilet paper ring of Ricochet that's been going on? I assume you have. It's been all over socials.
Yes.
I watched Collision live. Well, no, not live, on slight delay, but I watched Collision on Saturday and thought it was fantastic. Like, I thought the environment and the presentation was great. It was energy, and I thought the toilet paper was, like, very funny. Now,
yeah,
I don't know how that. I don't know how. And by the way, like, shout out to the fans. I wouldn't put it past me if it was planted, although that would actually be creative. I just don't know how this plays when they start touring into, like, bigger venues or different places, not Hammerstein, where it's pretty controlled, because it can get very dangerous very quickly.
Yeah, especially people throwing shit. But people are throwing more rolls at the dude on Dynamite. And then he's catching them, throwing them back.
Any popularity contest here.
And this was still in Hammerstein, right?
Yes, it is. But it's like as soon as that's a battery or something glass, like that's a fucking
bottle.
problem.
And I mean, they take away the caps of bottles at stadiums to prevent this. And now I think this is going to be something AEW tries to lean into because they think it's cool, but like it was cool for that night or that stretch.
You're goddamn right, it's cool. In fact, it's so cool. We put up a warning sign when fans come in and tell them if any shit hits you, it's your fucking fault, okay? I'm tired of being sued.
That's what made me think it was a plant, to be honest. You just brought that up. That's
if you get hit by a fucking doorknob, it's your fault. Just to enjoy wrestling, please. Please, I'm begging you. They're going to kick me off the network. It's great. Okay. Speaking of off the network, according to fans in attendance at today's AEW Dynamite, Tony Khan announced that next week's edition of Rampage will be the last for the foreseeable future, aka forever. And so it's donezo. We know for sure the last Rampage aired or whatever. Here was the last 5 minutes of Rampage, which if this was the last one or the second last one, the penultimate, whatever. I think this is fan footage, so I'll just fucking play it. What's up, Don Stevens? So let's just I don't know. They're just killing the show off. The idea is the Bumba Clock Club just explodes everything, ends Rampage forever, and then everyone just brawls. And then the show ends. So I don't know. And I mean, they did have a good house. Like, it was full. Thank God they went somewhere that holds less people. All they got to do is more of this, and try and be innovative. Don't copy WWE's aesthetic with the ring. Don't copy their fucking drone shots. Or like copy them for now because it's cool, some of them, but like now get innovative, right? Like, while I've said this a billion times for the last couple of years, while Kevin Dunn was still fucking around in WWE, AEW could have been the ones doing drone entrance shots and all that shit like that, but they didn't. They were just copying old shit they already saw that was bad old shit, not good old shit. And so, now they're playing catch up again. And that was a way that AEW could have been innovative. Them using the white ropes and trying to trick people who are surfing channels and shit into thinking this is WWE. They need to get away from that. Just make your shit look different. That's why TNA works. You turn it on, it looks like TNA. Right? You turn on fucking, to me, when I turn on AEW, to me, it looks like they're trying to look like WWE. And that's what I don't want. So, that's just my opinion. But, they just destroyed the show. Everyone brawled. They came up with at least a little creative kayfabe way to do it. But it was kind of senseless because it was like the Whitepool Combat Club were fighting, and then everyone came out to brawl them, like AEW versus the Bumba Clock Club. And then all of a sudden the AEW people just started fighting with each other too. And it was like, all right. So it was kind of stupid, but at least there's an effort there. And Tony Khan is saying 2025 will be a new beginning or whatever for AEW again, which he's got to watch when he says this, because he said 2024 is going to be the new 2021 for AEW or whatever. But 2024 is kind of like 2021, but 2021 is kind of like 2020, but it's more like 2022. But now it's 2025. Time cop. But I don't know. We'll see. The crowd was into it, and I don't know, more brawls and more anything can happen element, and I'm in. Wardlow, though, he'll be making his return to the Indies because he was not in the brawl, speaking of people brawling. And him, just like Ricky Starks in that, he's getting booked on fucking Indies before he's being used on AEW television. They got Orange Cassidy in the main event tonight. That could easily just be Wardlow. Especially if people are going to be in it that just don't make sense. Why not someone that people buy into? We have Ospreay bleeding like a stuffed pig. But Wardlow, I think in 2025, he's going to catch heat for some shit as well, like Ricky Starks. And we're going to have everyone burying him the way the fucking sickos turned on Ricky Starks. But at least someone's booking him, no?
By the way, if you wanted to make Wardlow a star tonight, he has history with this whole MJF Adam Cole feud. If he were to come out and powerbomb them into oblivion and end this entire storyline, year-long saga, the crowd would go nuts for him because no one wants to see this feud, and he would be the one to kill it. And like instead, he's doing the house always wins, which I thought was Alistair. I thought this was like the House of Black's saying.
Yeah, dude, if Wardlow powerbombed both of those motherfuckers, like the way Stone Cold would just stunner two motherfuckers,
Just
Wardlow comes in.
repeatedly.
Yeah,
like,
just
repeatedly.
Yeah, powerbombs
In fairness to the
MJF.
phrase, that's the show's name for the indie promotion. Wardlow has nothing to do with the house always wins other than he's on the card.
No, I just thought it was noteworthy that they were using the House of Black's like thing.
Well, it's in Las Vegas is where he is.
I want to see Wardlow. I want to see Wardlow. I want to see Wardlow come back, fucking powerbomb MJF, powerbomb, and then Adam Cole's like, yeah, man, and then he powerbombs Adam Cole, and then he picks up MJF, powerbombs him, goes back to Adam Cole, powerbombs him,
hits them both at the same time.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
each
hot.
on one arm. Yeah,
it'd be like the crowd would be literally "Thank you, Wardlow" chanting because this.
And then Roderick Strong runs out. Wardlow power bombs him.
Yeah.
Fucking
The other two guys too. Bring them all out.
I will tell you what,
Taven gets power bombed out of his little gloves.
I'm going to raise you all on this. Forget Adam Cole and MJF and all that stuff because what next? He's just feuding with the same six guys in typical AEW fashion. What he should do is they should end this stupid Death Riders Whitepool Combat Club thing, and Wardlow, they're killing everybody, and Wardlow comes out and kills all four of them by himself. The end. Yeah. That's the end of the Whitepool Combat Club. It really is a new era.
No, put Wardlow and Hobbs together, and then you have, they bring it all together for peace.
Well,
going into 2025.
I hate getting into like fantasy booking because it can go in so many different directions. But Wardlow was somebody that was organically like super over.
Yeah.
And he also is the kind of guy that if you listen to what Moxley says in his promos, like if he were to destroy that ridiculous storyline with all these power bombs, like he could then be anointed as like, hey, you actually represent AEW by Moxley. And
he's
storyline
an
could
OG,
progress. It could
he's
progress.
An OG. He's a real guy that nobody knew about. Like, oh yeah, I saw him on MLW. Sure, I know people knew about him, but what I'm trying to say is on the fucking mainstream and what AEW was at the beginning, no one knew Wardlow. We know him as an AEW original. And that they buried him with the whole devil thing, though. I've fucking beat it to death on this show, but yeah, I would love to see him just return, powerbomb everyone,
Cassidy, and just powerbomb all these small guys, and let Moxley put him over and be like, "Hey, this is what we're talking about."
Yeah, because then you made it with MJF in any way, shape, or form. He looks good, and then he disappears. No, I'm going. I like my idea, and clearly you guys all like my idea because you've improved upon it. Are in fantasy booking genius.
Well,
right. We should give ourselves an X-Files.
Be more entertaining than anything they'll actually do.
Damn right.
Pete in Texas for $2 says, restore the feeling every 3 months, bruv. Restore the feeling in the arms, bruv.
It's like Botox.
Yeah. You got to just take that shit every couple months, man. Restart anew. Moose is a part of the chat now. We need to acknowledge him. Jamie Earhart for $10. Well, I'm going to fucking... Oh, come on.
Come on now, Eric.
Come on now, Jamie Earhart. That's not very fair. You deserve acknowledgement as well.
Acknowledge me.
Dude, thank you for the $10. And where's Moose Knuckle, dude? Wardlow and Elboo world champs. There you go. What's up, Moose Knuckle? How you doing, bro? I don't want to acknowledge him, dog. He's just going to ask me for feet pics. Okay, why'd you got to stooge? Why got to blow up my spot, Jamie? No, I love you, dude. Thank you so much for the fucking super chat. And there you go. We acknowledged Moose Knuckle. And yeah, Osprey is bleeding like a stuffed pig, George. I see you in chat too. Like he's bleeding everywhere. And Fletcher's doing the thing where he's wearing white. So it's like, my boots are bloody, bruv. And then Osprey's like, I can't feel my arms, bruv. I can't feel my face, bruv.
Was anyone ever a fan of New Japan, like when New Japan was kind of in vogue?
I was, dude. I was, yeah, for sure.
I always admired how New Japan had the ability to stretch out like feuds across the years. Like guys would match up, and then it'd be like they haven't matched up in a year and a half, and this is what happened last time. Didn't we just get this match as like a 6-star classic, like 2 pay-per-views ago?
Pay-per-view?
Last pay-per-view.
I think it was the last one. Yeah.
So AEW going to its inception, was always in this mode of like, we don't do rematches, we don't run back things like so. It is exactly like what WWE used to be, where they are just doing the same matches pay-per-view after pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
Now these guys are fucking. We got Osprey
too.
It's all timeless and time cop.
Yeah.
People remember Okada
Brainless.
and Omega because it happened like.
Well, they're
half
super
a year
wrestlers.
ago.
Back in New Japan. Actually, the best guys, Tony Khan.
But it was every 6 months you got an installment, so it was memorable. Like these all blur together. Osprey and Ricochet is remembered fondly, and they're just going to do like 4 versions of it in a matter of 4 weeks, 5 weeks, and it's like, okay, who cares?
Well, speaking of fucking versions, we got a new version of Dave Meltzer. This isn't an official dumb moment of the week. He just updates us on Bandito, who came back and concussed himself after they gave him all of these TV spots with his vignettes there. Meltzer says, we are told Bandito did suffer a concussion Friday night from the landing on the back of his head doing a missile drop kick after the Chris Jericho win over Matt Cardona. Run on sentence just because I can. Tony Khan. So yeah, dude, he suffered a concussion, so he like KO'd himself. We watched it on the show. Terrible stuff. I hope he does better, does well health wise, etc. I love Bandito, but my whole thing is like they played the vignettes on Dynamite over and over and not even like alluding to that it could be tied to Jericho, and then he returns on fucking Ring of Honor Final Battle, and it just.
And then he's not going to show up on AEW. Like he's not going to show up on Dynamite to pay off the vignettes that we saw for weeks.
And like this is how they think they're going to get the TV deal for Ring of Honor or whatever bullshit they're talking about. Speaking of TV deal and television in general, the AEW Dynamite ratings grinched. So NXT did 723K viewers, 1,000 fucking viewers. You guys know what I'm saying? To AEW's 572,000 viewers. Now, different days, different excuses, blah, blah, blah. We all know. But I don't know. I want your guys' thoughts on this. And I don't know what the key demo was. I know Meltzer likes to skirt the conversation to that. So I try to break it down and dissect why whatever he's saying is bullshit, even though I don't give a fuck is the thing, because we know what Dave really truly thinks, because he said it before. The overall viewership matters. Now that he can't get away with saying that for AEW, now he talks about the key demo. So I don't care for people who want to come in the fucking chat and go, why do you guys care about this? Well, I don't, but Dave Meltzer is trying to gaslight motherfuckers, so I got to explain to you. Now I got to care about it. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, whatever. Either way, 723,000. Someone can let me know the key demo on that, to 572. That's an ass whooping. Okay. And I don't know what the key demo was on that either. Sorry, Dose, you go ahead on that, man. What's your thoughts on all that?
Well, it's 150,000 viewership difference, and the key demo difference, NXT did a 0.14 to AEW's 0.18. So the difference is 0.04. So Dave, of course, will tell you that then they won, but I mean these points correspond to numbers as some sort of percentage of overall viewership. So I don't know what the exact correspondence is, but whatever the difference is between 573 or 572 and 733 or whatever it was of 0.04, you actually got more people in the 723 watching in the demo than the number. So
okay, so pause button. And I love you so much. We got a fucking, so what you're saying here, who AEW won with, if you want to use the key demo, by a 0.04 is the argument Meltzer would make, right? Is what?
Right.
Okay. And then what you're saying though is that actually, so first off, let me ask you this. Who the fuck invented that 18 to 49 is the key demo for pro wrestling? Where does that come from?
I mean,
advertising.
It's on advertising, but honestly, I mean, I have actually heard that 25 to 49 is the key demo, that 18 to 24, people, they generally think that, you just buy the cheapest shit possible. 25 to 49 is when you're adults, young professionals, young families, and you're young enough that you can be convinced to buy different products or try different products. That's the theory. That's all it is. So, I mean, it's overhyped. It's just one column in a spreadsheet, and it often is the first column, which gives you the impression that it's the most important column. But I mean, if you've viewed it and if you've ever looked at any spreadsheets, there's different columns that are of equal importance or greater importance, and it's not necessarily the first. It's oftentimes the last column. In any event, whatever it is, the number that this corresponds to is under 5,000 people for the 0.04 difference. So in that 150,000 larger viewership number, there's definitely more than less than 5,000 people or more than 5,000 people that are in that key demo. So they won. It's not that it's the number of people 18 to 49 or 24 to 20 to 49 or 25 to 49 that they covet. The number is just a clue. And I do feel like I want to back up this. People are like, you're making this shit up, bro. You don't know. And I didn't know, but I do now. And it's by happenstance, more or less. And because somebody accused me of saying that I was a TV media buyer earlier. I've never said I'm a TV media buyer. Let me be very clear that a former partner in my law firm who's no longer there, he was actually in the running for WWE counsel. He's not with them. He's somewhere else. And anyway, one of his clients was a broadcast media buying trade group for the East Coast. And their conference happened to be in Baltimore. And he knew I was interested in this stuff from wrestling. Everyone in the office knows that because it's weird. There's not a lot of people in a law firm who are wrestling fans and let people know that.
Right.
So he's like, hey, there's a meet and greet at this bar, in where Baltimore meets Baltimore County. I thought of you. Do you want to come? I can bring someone. I'm like, sure. Can I bring my wife? He's like, sure. So we went, met him there, and he immediately, went off to, glad hand his clients. So I mixed and mingled. And who am I mixing and mingled with? Broadcast media buyers. And they represented from, I think, as far north as the Boston area to as far south as Jacksonville. And so I spoke to people in different groups. We talked about, and it was right in the heart of the Wednesday night wars, not even the Tuesday Wednesday night wars. It was still Wednesday night war.
The Tuesday Wednesday night wars.
Right. And they all told me, they're like, yeah, the demo is important, but with numbers that low, it really doesn't matter. Once you're talking about differences of more than 100,000, it starts to matter. It starts to matter less and less.
Yeah. And that's what Dave hitches I just to tie this to Dave. That's what he hitches his fucking thing to. Like, well, if it's a high 0.15, like he's literally breaking it down like that. And you're saying motherfuckers will say that's where it matters less and less. Dave is taking that as like subtle W's for AEW or AWE rather. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. He's being disingenuous. But the truth is that there might be advertisers out there that value that more. And those would be advertisers that maybe they would rather advertise on Cartoon Network or Adult Swim than on CNN or a Warner Bros. Discovery Channel after 10. They may value that more, but not. Right. It's not a monolith. But if you've ever watched the commercials during an AEW show and the reruns before or the movies that they run during preemptions, they're identical. If you watch the commercials during the TNT, NBA on TNT or NHL on TNT, they're half identical. The other half are entirely different. They're like Lexus and Audi and they're, in the jewelry stores and things like that. It automatically goes up to higher price levels.
So MJ, anything to add to that?
No,
what are your thoughts on this rating?
What was the tougher night, Christmas Eve or Christmas?
I don't know. I still drew pretty well on YouTube on Christmas Day, so I can only speak on behalf of myself. I was pretty good on Christmas Day. I'm not gonna lie.
I know a lot of people that do stuff like Christmas Eve, dinner, mass, like all that kind of stuff. By Christmas night, I mean a lot of people got to wake up and go to work the next day, so they're home. And so I would have thought that Christmas night would have been the easier night to draw. And then, there's just a lot of conjecture about which network is stronger or which station is stronger, TBS or the CW. And, I'm partial to saying that I think TBS is more recognizable. The CW is trying to reestablish itself. has a very different audience outside of the wrestling fan on most given days and nights. So, you know, the arrows in terms of like where the tailwinds are all facing AEW, and they're not coming close.
Yeah.
And this wasn't such a bad rating for them. Like, this is in line with their trend. Later tonight, I'm hoping to finish up the year-end monthly averages, and I'm going to try to do a inception to date, kind of the historical trend and support line. Maybe you'll have me back and we can kind of walk through that at some point.
Yeah.
But if you look at where they've been trending all of 2024 and then historically, they were destined to be in the 500,000s by the end of the year. Dose knows that I was kind of early to modeling that out, and did it at a time when they were still getting 800,000s. And then if you go further, like, this is just a natural progression. So Christmas or not, high 500s is probably a new normal, 600s. And it will trend lower. And I don't think people should be shocked. I think, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, they're saying in chat there was lots of games on Christmas Day, etc. Pete in Texas for $5 says 25 to 54 in a lot of countries is the key demo. 0.04 is like 1 billion viewers on cable compared to network. Meltzer math.
There were basketball games on Christmas Day. There were football games. I think the football games were largely done by 8 o'clock.
They were.
And there was the basketball game, which, I mean, they go against NBA all the time.
0.04.
700s and 800s against the NBA. So, like,
0.04 is like 1 billion viewers on cable.
Stupid idiot.
It's true. He's right.
That's funny. Thank you so much, Pete in Texas. Okay, I got to review the last match. I'm 0-1 for my picks. Will Ospreay was wearing a crimson mask. He hit too many finishers. He ended up winning with like a roll up or something when I glanced over. I honestly like missed the finish.
I got that right.
But
Wait,
he was
what the
bleeding.
first match result?
He was bleeding like a fucking stuffed pig. They went to the limit, and it's like, what else is there to do on this pay-per-view now? Why didn't they even save that for the finals of the Continental Classic? Like, you're gonna bleed and do all that. Now Ricochet and Okada gotta go out here and do what? The same thing you guys just did? It's crazy. But the crowd is hot for Ospreay and Okada. And I'll keep an eye on this match as we trudge through the news here.
Ricochet and Okada.
Ricochet. Yeah.
So
I mean, you'll probably get Ospreay and Okada in about 2 hours.
Oh, did I say Ospreay and Okada? My bad. I mean Ricochet and Okada. Yeah.
So Fletcher is like this new up and coming, you know, the next guy.
Yep.
We've heard Sicko say that. He beats Will Ospreay, and they immediately give the win back to Will Ospreay.
Right.
Yeah. Now they're 1-1, dude. 50-50. Only Vince 50-50 books. Didn't you know?
Do a third match, at which point you can't really bury Ospreay because he's obviously being positioned for a run at the title. We've seen that with Darby and that kind of stuff. So, or a run at more main event level talent like Moxley, at least, if not for the title. So they're just gonna, you know, he's gonna lose the feud 2-1, and they squandered another guy.
Well, I don't know, man. Speaking of AEW talent,
in that, I think they squandered Ospreay. He's recoverable, but I mean, they brought him in as their franchise player, as one of like 32 franchise players that they've brought in the past, and immediately had him start taking big premier losses to people like Kyle Fletcher, which I guess would have been fine in someone's opinion if they kept it up, but they have him lose now in the most important part. So no, it was for nothing. You just should have had Ospreay be an unbeatable juggernaut. So I mean, I think what AEW does best is book their stars to become ordinary.
Yeah, they do best is fumble opportunities, man. They've fumbled more shit than they've gotten right.
Yeah.
I brought up the height of New Japan before, and one of the things I loved most, one of the storylines I loved that they did, was this idea that Sonata could not beat Okada. And I know Sonata never amounted to being like that guy, although he did have a decent enough run. But this idea that he could not beat Okada for years, and then finally does. Like, Dose, to your point, Fletcher beats Ospreay, made Ospreay look weak. Now they're trying to rehab him, and Fletcher's not going to get anything out of this feud. Then why not just have it be a storyline that we've seen proven to work in the past, where you can have a guy lose for years to one guy?
Well, because I like obscure storylines from ECW.
It's 50-50.
In case you didn't know, I like Joshi promotions and their storylines. That's why Daniel Garcia wiggles his dick. It's like when the Joshi start, just break out a dance in the middle of a match. It's great. Speaking of greats, we got Anthony Mackie, who speaks highly, and this is via Variety. And he worked with Samoa Joe on the Twisted Metal television show. And here's Anthony Mackie's thoughts on working with our boy Samoa Joe here.
It was, how does you're working with one actor, but then you can't? Is Will there? Like, how does that work?
He's not, and it's a testament to Samoa Joe. Like, I was blown away by this dude from the first moment he stepped on set.
Wow.
I mean, first of all, he's a larger than life human being.
Yeah.
But he was doing everything with that mask on. He was saying he was acting his ass off. It was amazing because he and Will worked out this idea of what the character was going to be, and he was just doing like some circus type performance because it was all body work.
Right, it was all body work.
It was literally like he was doing vaudevilles type shit, knowing that he was going to be voiced over, but he.
So Joe was voiced over on the thing, but he was doing his thing while he was acting with Anthony Mackie. That's pretty cool. Let's continue along.
A way that I don't think this is his first time acting. I don't think a veteran actor could have done what he did.
Nah, dude, it's not his first time acting, bro. He's acting fucking in front of a live crowd all the time,
Hold on, this is his first time acting.
We thought he was just going to come in and, Will would.
But shout him out for putting him over so strong, because this is going to lead to Joe getting even more opportunities as an actor down the line. And that's fucking tight. Hopefully we see him in the MCU or in the fucking DCU or something like that.
And then he would do the movements and I would react to that.
Right.
That's when I was like, that's sweet too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a heavy-handed mother, but he owned it, dude. He really.
That's fucking awesome. I love Samoa Joe, one of my all-time favorites ever of all the times.
He was the reason to watch TNA.
Alt Jake, if you had to cast Samoa Joe as someone in the MCU or DCU, who the fuck would it be?
Oh, that's a tough question now, because who's left?
Yeah. Or even if you have to reboot, even if it's a reboot, even if it's like, no, you'll be the Juggernaut.
Yeah, that's where I immediately went. That was my immediate thought was Juggernaut. That'd be more fun.
What about you?
I mean, because of his body type, it's sort of limited. If you were in a CGI, I think anything. But how about the Thing or the Rhino? I mean, one of those guys, the Abomination.
I like Rhino. Yeah. Especially, have y'all seen Craven? The one in Craven.
No, nobody saw Craven, and nobody's going to see Craven.
Yeah. I just saw a clip of the Rhino from that movie, and I went, yeah, I'm not going to see this. MJ, are you a Marvel DC fan? Who would you cast Samoa Joe as in either Marvel or DC if you were like a director or some shit?
I am not one that follows the MCU. And if I was, well, let me say it this way. Pay Samoa Joe to get back to AEW.
Yeah, how about that?
As fast as possible. Because Samoa Joe is a proven commodity. Always has been, always will be. I mentioned before, big fan of TNA back in the day. He's the last great champion they had, and the last time they did real numbers was when Samoa Joe was around.
So we got a question here from Shadow Bat Ash for $5. Thank you so goddamn much. I'm going to give you a Price is Right.
This is great.
So how soon in 2025 do you see Will Ospreay becoming AEW heavyweight champion? Your boy Phil will answer first. So how soon in 2025 do I see him becoming the world champion? Not soon, believe it or not. I think it'll be within the first 6 months, but like late into it, like in the 6th month or whatever. I think they're doing something with this. I know Husey came on and was like, there's no plan for this Death Rider stuff. That's what Disco said publicly on K100 is what he heard apparently. So you guys can take that and do with that what you will. But apparently,
What
there's
was the
legit
timeframe?
no fucking story or anything planned for the Death Riders. It's sort of just Mox doing whatever he wants. So
It's week to
with
week
no
booking.
ending in sight. Sorry.
It's week to week booking.
Yeah. So
That's what the
how
Mark said. He
soon?
said
I
the
would
same thing as
say.
Tuesday.
I would say in the first 6-7 months. MJ, what say you if you had to predict Ospreay becoming world heavyweight champion in AEW? Like when in 2025 do you think?
Towards the back end, I would speculate that Darby Allin will win the championship off of Moxley, and that they are doing a mutual respect friendship between Darby and Will Ospreay starting now, in order to set up that as a match where Ospreay should quickly dethrone Darby Allin, because he cannot hold the title for a very long time.
No, he can't. You're right. Jake, what say you, buddy?
I don't think he's. I mean, if they want to make him the champ, I guess they could, but I feel like he's just one of the guys at this point. I mean, maybe that's what they're doing tonight, is showing that he's going to go through war because he was bleeding a bunch, and now he's going to win the second match too and get all the stars.
They have not had a champion that you actually believe is the main event in a very long time. And Moxley is a main eventer, but they've done the first match with, well, so in and Danielson too, right? They did the match with Jack Perry, then they did Moxley, which I guess felt like a real main event. Moxley wins. Yeah. They do one with Orange Cassidy, which doesn't feel like a real thing. And now they're doing this four-way that doesn't feel like a real thing. And nothing Swerve did ever felt like the main event.
No,
in fact,
no.
He wasn't even in the main event.
No, yeah.
So, Will Ospreay was the only reason Swerve had a pay-per-view main event. And I think Will Ospreay is a main event wrestler. So, I don't know. You just burned through all these programs, though. Sorry to go long on this, but
no, it's the truth, though.
Will Ospreay versus Okada, Will Ospreay versus Ricochet, Will Ospreay versus Kyle Fletcher, Kyle Fletcher, who has one up on Will Ospreay, Will Ospreay versus Omega, Will Ospreay versus all. You can run back all the greatest hits, but you've burned through them already before he's even been champion.
Yeah,
and we've seen all these guys beat him, so it's not like there's a chase. So what? I don't know. It's just an anointment, kind of like the Danielson thing was. Like, it's just odd to me. But yeah, there's potential there. And I think back end of 2025.
Back end. Dose, what say you? Yeah, if we see, I agree too. Like, it might not even happen yet, to be honest. Yeah. But Dose, what about you if you had to pick a time in 2025?
All right, let's remind people I haven't watched AEW television or pay-per-views in 37 weeks.
You should say 37 years because it's funnier, and I thought you almost slipped and said it before, but
Well, I'm not that funny. Everyone knows that. I'm told every day on X. Anyway, I would have done it last April, but okay, given the cluster F that is with AEW and how many people are sort of at or near the top, plus all of the politicking, which keeps people at or near the top that have no business being there, I think that it is too easy to overlook him, especially if he does win this Continental Classic and has that stupid title, which means nothing, but they pretend it does. But I'm going to say fall. Before this time next year, he will be the AEW champion because he should be. They have to rally around someone, and it may as well be him.
Yeah. Jamie Earhart for $5 says, I would cast Joe as Killer Croc. But wait a minute. Isn't that what he was cast as in the video game, though?
You fucking mark!
No, just kidding. I love you, Jamie Earhart. But I swear that's who he voiced in like a Suicide Squad video game already or something. So that's cheating. God damn it. No cheating.
He was the shark in one of the things.
Oh, he's the shark. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Killer Croc in IRL.
Yeah.
That works then. I like that. All right. We'll give you points then. Never mind. Take back every mean thing I said, Jamie. Samoa Joe is Nightcrawler.
Closer to a land animal.
Samoa Joe is Nightcrawler.
He's got to do the accent, though.
Spider-Man.
I'm Kurt Wagner from the Munich.
Yeah, exactly.
The news AEW fans were waiting for. We talked about it earlier in the show. And, of course, you guys all know that the best guy
is Tony Khan.
But, yeah, Tony Khan will remain AEW head of creative in 2025.
That deserves some music.
Where did this quote come from?
Well, here's the thing. This ringside roster thing might be not real, but then I saw it quoted in multiple other people were fucking quoting this, putting this out. And then I had seen, which I have a bunch bookmarked, of Tony's like little one-line quotes that came from this media scrum or this media call he did. John Alba was tweeting out all of these fucking quotes from Tony Khan. So this may just be a fake one in the slew of real ones that did come out. I don't know.
He said it
but
yesterday during the scrum, during the media.
He said it.
call.
There you go. So he will remain the AEW head of creative in 2025. Yeah, I saw it enough times where I was like, it's got to be fucking real if all these other quotes are coming out too. So yeah, he's going to stay head of creative. That's fine. But I mean, Jesus Christ, how long until they hear this music and not Mark Calloway fucking funeral home calling from the fucking television network? So I don't know, man. All I gotta say is like good luck and good riddance. Because if Orange Cassidy walks away with the belt, they threw toilet paper at Ricochet. By the way, they just threw toilet paper at him in the fucking ring.
Yeah, like this is what you want, right?
And now Swerve's coming out.
Encourage behavior.
An unexpected development here. Sorry, guys, we're breaking news, but Swerve's coming out to confront Ricochet. Why? We just don't like each other. Like, this is dynamite shit.
Because of a backstage segment that probably only aired on Twitter.
When he walked up and went, aha!
Despite the fact that they're all promoting Blue Sky.
God damn it.
See, going back to this Tony thing, I'm just shocked that he would say this because there are people who are openly discussing that they're not interested in AEW because of his creative. So by saying this, you're like confirming to those people, it's like confirmation bias. It's like, yep, nope, I'm staying ahead of creative. And all those people are like, well, I'm not going to watch your show anymore. And I don't know why he would choose to put that out there unless he feels very, very threatened. And it's kind of like a subliminal subtweet at maybe Warner Brothers.
Yeah, or he said it maybe in jest, like tongue, or like someone asked, and he's just like, of course, it's mine, I'll do it. But I just think he can do whatever he wants because he can put his money into it. WBD. Well, the fuck, I was talking about it with the mole a little publicly, but I was just fucking joking. Me and Husey have talked about it a lot as well. It's like the whole deal with them is like he can overspend whatever. He's putting his own money into this somehow. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, there's no like fucking.
He can fund it forever.
Yes,
but I've pointed this out, and like I don't think people understand how easy it would be for WBD to just write off like whatever loss they have to take on this.
That's what I'm saying.
Like WBD is their distribution. If they were pulled for whatever reason, because WBD decides they need to preserve cash flow, or because they decide that hey, we're not going to move forward with pay-per-views on Max. So therefore, this kind of doesn't work for us anymore. And that could be a decision because of technical reasons. They don't want to invest in doing it. There's a reason it's not launching like early next year. It's going to happen later next year. What if it doesn't happen at all? And WBD is like, you know what? We were in this for the pay-per-view revenue. Now we're out. We're going to write this off.
I just think that they are I've said it a billion times. They're scraping a little off the top of everything. They're wheezing the juice a little bit off the top of everything with AEW. Yeah, we get, the people who sign up for Max, we get a cut of that because they're signing up for AEW. And then the people who ought to pay the little extra for the pay-per-view, we get a little percentage of that. And we get a little, I don't know, I'm not going to say off the houses, but like we get a little off of the pay-per-views or whatever. We know for a long time, they're like, we want the pay-per-view, that sort of thing. And they've already, like, Rampage is gone, so they're already cutting back on some of the shit. I just think to them, it's WBD. If you guys get out of the wrestling bubble and just follow Zaslav and what's going on in their movies, comic book, everything, they're in shambles and they're fucked. So
to wrap my thought on that, Phil, if AEW loses its distribution, I'm glad Tony can fund it forever. But can I curse on this?
Have you been listening to me talk? It's like a fucking sailor ship out here, but
I just want to, I want to do things the right way. Ask for consent first.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Hey,
so
where the fuck are people going to watch this? Like, where the fuck are people going to watch this?
YouTube.
Dude, he'll buy some fucking net. He'll buy like I think Dose said it. He'll buy like Spike TV, what that used to be, and then he'll just AEW channel, and he'll just air his shit and Ring of Honor stuff on there, and whatever indie he works or whatever. He'll just start airing stuff himself. Like if TNA could exactly where are people going to watch it, the narrative is, well, the TV ratings don't matter except for they do in the only the ways we say they do, but then they don't matter, and now they're going to streaming where Meltzer's going to just fucking have a field day with lies, you know.
That's great, but even if he buys a network, he's not generating revenue. How is he paying for all of this talent? How is he paying for any investment in the company?
Just lifetime wealth.
He's not gonna blow hundreds of millions of dollars so that this can happen for as long as the industry needs it to happen.
I think
he'd be a good thing.
I think he will. I think $100 million to Tony Khan is ass wipe kitty litter money, dude.
No, hundreds of millions. Like if he doesn't have distribution, he loses hundreds of millions of dollars, which he has to replace. So is he going to pay? Is he going to spend $500 million over a course of 3 years so that people can maybe watch this on Roku?
Yes, I think he will. That's my on. Yeah, you're like 500 million.
I'm like, you'll want to perform there. I guess he'll have to pay them even more money. Which,
bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think he'll spend $1 billion. I think he was like, I will spend $1 billion. I think he went into this going, I'll fucking lose $1 billion of our dollars on this shit. I truly think that. I think this is like his.
This is his ultimate dream. I wish I had his dad that never cut.
That's what I mean. And his dad like invented the bumper.
Insane.
There's endless money. Like every time we're like, oh, Tony loses $100 million, their family brings $100 million in somewhere. I'm sure they're invested in shit. They own teams. They fucking
they get paid by the government. I mean,
that's what I mean, bro. Like $100 million to them. Let's say Tony loses $100 million, $150 million a year. I bet he does not give a fuck. He doesn't lose a wink of sleep over that shit. That's like, whatever the fuck. Like, we got this $100 million. We're projected to do this over here. We're invested in this. My dad invented the bumper. He gets a fucking $2 for every bumper ever put on a car ever, or whatever. You know, it's like he's fucking fine. They're fine. You know, so I just think he's willing to spend it all. He's willing to lose himself in the music on this one, baby.
I mean, they've spent it on the Jaguars and Fulham that don't win anything. So
they're not winning at shit, and they still are
at
spending
least
money.
those are properties with real value attached to it. Like they can flip those for liquid cash like tomorrow for $1 billion.
Those are cooperatives. You don't need to win. Every time the NFL makes $1, the team owners get 1/32 of it, and his family gets 1/32, and he gets some portion of it. The city of Jacksonville or state of Florida or whoever just agreed to build Jacksonville new $800 million stadium.
Oh yeah,
the Jacksonville
they
Jaguars
gave DeSantis that
overnight they got value by another $1 billion conservatively.
I love the people who don't realize that the cons are so deep with the city of Jacksonville and the state of Florida that the city of Jacksonville gives them money to build hotels.
When
meanwhile they use
signed the
AEW to write
NFL
off
for
tax
2
licenses.
Christmas games, the cons get some of that. When FIFA does its next, or whatever league they're in, does its next TV rights renewal or partial rights, they get part of that. So he doesn't need to do anything to increase his wealth. If he puts everything else he has into a money market account that does 4%, he's still going to make $100 million a year. And that. So do I know whether he'll spend forever or there's an unlimited amount of money to some amount of loss that's too much, that's a tripwire for him or his family? I have no idea. But he can fund this forever in the current trajectory of the economic climate, especially with their holdings. And I've said this a million times, so I don't know why I'm saying it again.
Well, if speaking of fucking climate, Will Ospreay heated up and he grabbed the mic with a bleeding face, bleeding all over the mic, and he's like, "Let's fucking get it, bruv." And then he dropped the F-bomb on the pay-per-view, which was, I don't know, it was a cool moment. That shit doesn't really trigger me too much. When they do it all the time, it's like whatever. But yeah, Ospreay was like bleeding. He cut this Terry Funk-esque promo. Oh, let's do it, bruv. And I just triggered chat probably by relating it to fucking Terry Funk there, but that's what popped in my mind. And honestly, I'm going to say this: Okada and Ricochet had a pretty goddamn good match. I'm not going to lie. If you're into the physicality of it all, and that was better than the Ospreay match there. So, anyways, moving along. Dustin Rhodes put this out right before Christmas, so he just dashed all of our dreams.
Yeah.
Made Phil Marks look so stupid talking all that shit. But Undertaker was talking the same shit, so was Conrad Thompson. And then they stopped, and I kept harping on it because I wanted to will it into existence, but we were wrong. So Dustin Rhodes says, today I've signed a new multi-year contract with AEW. Look at this shit, man. He goes, I want to thank my boss, Tony Khan, for every opportunity he has given me since coming here and being an original since inception. I've truly had the time of my life. Everybody knows my story and how much I've been through in all my years. Lost my passion and found it again here in AEW at the first Double or Nothing. Did not expect this one last ride to last as long as it has, and man, what a run I have had. I will finish my career at AEW as I feel it is home to me. I've never felt respected and wanted like I have here. This makes me want to do my very best for Tony and push myself harder than I ever have. I feel loved and wanted here. I love all of our roster deeply. I want to thank the fans for all of our support. I want to thank the men and women in the locker rooms we shared, etc. I love it here in AEW. I can't wait to see where the next few years take me. Thank you. Thank you all for your constant love and support, and thank you to AEW. And last but not least, I want to thank my family for their support. They are the true rock stars. I'm once again all elite. So basically, in my humble opinion, I'm sure the whole Hart or the Rhodes wrestling, whichever one that fucking Dustin started. He started his own wrestling league, and we know that like the Nightmare Factory in Atlanta or whatever is WWE ID. But my prediction is WWE, he probably talked to them about his Fed becoming WWE ID and all that, and he probably talked to them about what he could go do. Or maybe he didn't, but maybe they offered him something, and then he could go back to Tony and go, look, they offered me this much. I'll fucking sign with you for this much. Who knows? I was hoping to God we would see Dustin Rhodes get a Hall of Fame induction in the WWE. Probably will likely never happen now, which fucking sucks, unless maybe one day in the future Triple H is like, fuck it, we'll do it, fuck AEW, like if they're running out of high school gyms or whatever, and they really don't care about it, then maybe it'll happen. But for the time being, as Dose and MJ stated earlier, they are competition. They're running the same night, the same market, the same night, neck and neck tickets sold and all of that. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy for fucking Dustin. This rah-rah speech thing is what it is. He probably once again got more money than he'd ever fathom in his life to just stay with AEW in whatever way they use him. And they'd be using him the same way in WWE. He'd maybe pop up and do a match or two, and he'd probably be working in NXT and just being a producer, rarely appearing anyways. So I'm glad he got pretty sure the most money probably he's ever got to do that. So I'm happy for him. However, I am, as a fan, as a fickle Phil Marks, I am selfishly upset that we will not see him in the Hall of Fame. However, we will give him his due and his round of applause. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like the last deal probably ever going to sign anywhere. Your guys' thoughts on fucking Dustin Rhodes riding off in the sunset in AEW? Just whoever wants to go.
Did Tony Khan pay him by the word for that tweet? Jesus. That was long. Sorry. That's all I got.
Do you think he won't get a Hall of Fame induction?
Not for a while now. It'll be postponed for a long time now because
I can see it being worked out where he agreed to stay in AEW under the premise that, like, when called, he'll do it.
Okay, hey, I'm down with that too. I don't mean to be all Debbie Downer, so maybe you're being a little more optimistic than me on that one. I think Tony's very like, no, I'll pay you more to never show. Like, he wouldn't even let Dustin go in the fucking ring for the Cody Rhodes WrestleMania thing, but Brody Lee Jr. was in the ring for Cody's WrestleMania thing, So I think Tony's being I think Tony values Dustin more because of what Cody's doing over there in WWE. And I think he's like, oh, no, we need you. So I think it'll be postponed for a while now. or if that deal is in place. But I do like that idea. I'm
He
sure
does
that could be worked into it. Why wouldn't it be? And it just gives AEW the rub as well.
Yeah, right. Like, and also that would be an interesting one for Tony. Like, are you going to let Dustin Rhodes, who decided to stay with you, do the Hall of Fame, which is an honor and like truly something deserving, or are you going to be, a shrewd businessman that doesn't allow for that?
We'll do it, but we want Nathan Frazier in exchange for one match.
I don't think WWE is going to offer it to him until his contract is up. I think we're talking like 7 to 10 years, but he'll be in the Hall of Fame. Clearly, Tony valued having him more on AEW in whatever role as a player coach, as part of it, as having a Rhodes on his roster, and not because I think that Dustin rightly saw himself in the Cody story near the top of the card, and I think the WWE rightly agreed, but maybe for 3/4 of a year, and then he'd be more the coach jobber kind of guy, and Dustin probably didn't want that. And
I don't think WWE wanted him to wrestle, and I think he wants to wrestle.
No,
Like,
if he's there, they would definitely want him to have Cody's back on something, but ultimately be the weak link until he has to avenge him. I mean, but anyway, it's all speculation. What do I think of this? I think it's fine, and he's keeping stepping. So whatever. Who cares?
Hey,
Keeping stepping.
On a different note, you mentioned -1. Did anyone catch the clip of, I think it's -1, Bray's son and somebody else doing the
Strowman
doing
the ring?
Oh,
yeah, I
that's
got
such
it
a
in
feel-good-
I got it in WWE news.
Sorry to jump the gun, but that was such a feel-good moment. Like,
yeah.
-1 is still marrying Poppy Rhodes, Brandy and Cody's kid.
I thought you were talking about Gringo Poppy for a second, Brendan Schaub. I was like,
I didn't know where that was
Chili.
going.
No. 626 for $2 says, look up the Jags accounting theft scandal. Wild.
Oh, that is wild.
Yeah, that's like a whole other thing, that needs to be.
dude,
I'm gonna
scam like
do
20 million.
I'm gonna do a PWT run-in about that or something,
We
it's
should do a collab show where we go into all the different things that and I've posted, so if people want to like go look at this stuff, it's somewhere up there. I've posted a bunch about the stuff going on with the Jags, how the general counsel was the same for both companies, and it just is like wild.
Well, we
that
should
is an MJ Deep Dive magazine piece.
Yeah, well, we'll do that. I'll come do a deep dive. I'll just react to all the smart shit you guys say. How about that? Jamie Earhart for $2 says in chat 150 likes and I'll gift 10 subscriptions to this channel. You guys have been goddamn challenged.
Well, all of you on PW Clips, come over to PW Times and just re-like, and we'll be there.
Boom, exactly. And
vice versa.
There you
guys
go.
on Clips, you suck.
And like some haters can get some memberships. Some fucking fans who don't have one can get one. Listeners, I don't like the words fans.
Well,
That's
all
gross.
Jake, who's quiet most of the time, just said the smartest thing. He's like, it works the same way if the opposite occurs.
Yeah,
it's the exact same math.
That's kind of my move.
That was a good move. I got to say respect.
That's what I do.
Jews are smart.
Exactly.
Much smarter than I. So here we go. Someone tweets this out. Speaking of people who aren't fucking smart. So AEW's graphic department take another L here.
This
so
fucking PR team.
This JJ Alexander tweets out, look at this dumb fuckery. They didn't even try to do a decent Photoshop. It's like they noticed afterwards they were wearing their WWE Hall of Fame rings, and some dude just used the screenshot editor on his phone to put random black dots over them. And there's multiple versions of the graphics of this. Like there's multiple versions of different graphics that the Rock and Roll Express are featured on with their rings blacked out like that. Do you want my opinion? I think they know about it and they are like, no, it like alludes to WWE. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I could see people going, well, if they think it's WWE Hall of Famers without us actually saying it, and then they just black out the WWE logo. I could see them being fully aware of it. And this isn't like a botch, or if it's a botch, what a terrible botch. Either way, like what a bunch of stupid idiots is all I'll say.
Idiot. This is precisely what I was saying before.
This is exactly the same as AWE in Australia. 2, I just figured that they joined the Green Lantern Corps. And 3, You can literally run into the Rock and Roll Express at your grocery store. I mean, they're everywhere. This is not something to advertise around.
Yeah,
Sorry, MJ, go ahead. MJ, go ahead.
No, this is precisely what we were saying before. Like, they just keep walking into these own goals where it's like, why do you keep putting out like memeable, joke-ready content? The other thing is, and why is this the picture they're using where the guys are wearing the rings? Are there no other pictures?
It's insane. There's thumbtacks now. Speaking of it, I told y'all it's going to be too gory. Yeah, this match is whatever. Ricochet and Okada cook more. But yeah, there's thumbtacks involved. These pretty ladies don't need to be doing this, but AEW gonna AEW. You ain't hyped for $2. Says if we get to 150 likes, I'll throw in 10 more memberships. Let's fucking go, chat. So 20 memberships are come on down. You guys are gonna get by here, dude.
That's great.
So fucking get to 150 likes, and there will be 20 memberships gifted out there to people who aren't members. So
If we get to 150 likes, that'll be 150 likes more than I've ever received being on WrestleNomics.
Ah, there you fucking go. Shots fired. There you go. Thurston. There you go. Pollock. It's Pollock, right? Yeah. I grew up with
Okada beat Ricochet. Is that right?
Yeah, he did, and then they threw toilet
got
paper
that
at
one
him.
right too.
Okay. Or Chad will correct me. I don't fucking know. Okay, Mariah May stole some like old dude with a canes. Oh, look, Conrad Thompson's in the front row. Just like a Blue Chew again. I'm joking, by the way, Chad. If you guys aren't watching, you won't get the joke. But so moving along, though. Oh, sorry, though. The Rock and Roll Express. What do y'all make of them like coming back? They're just doing an appearance. Good for them. Get the money. They're
Get that
legends.
payday.
Yeah. So earlier, Toni Storm, she opened the pre-show for this pay-per-view, and she's also in Ring of Honor the other day, Boxing Day Brawl. So, one of the people everyone loves more than anything in AEW is just relegated to ROH and Rampage, and where even Brian Alvarez was appalled, and she's opening the fucking pre-show. And I don't know.
You get the reason, don't you?
Well, yes, I broke it down earlier, but here's the thing. You can fucking do this on Dynamite, bro, and Collision. You don't need to fucking do this. People want to watch your shit. No one's going to fucking go watch Ring of Honor. True. I try to explain this to people. Hey, if everyone was going to watch Ring of Honor, guess what? They would have just went and watched it already when it was the thing. You know what I mean? But they fucking didn't. So just because you do Ring of Honor and put AEW people in it, it's not going to make people go watch Ring of Honor. Okay, you got to rebrand it as your fucking NXT and not put that shit, not even just put it on YouTube. Like, don't just run indie shows with it and develop talent and shit. But instead, they're fixated on, like, we're going to try and get a TV deal. No, like Ring of Honor died already. It's like when WWE resurrected ECW. If people were going to watch ECW again, they would have fucking watched it then. And they would have watched it in its purest form, not this shell of what it once was or whatever. Same with Ring of Honor. It's a shell. It's Tony Khan's interpretation of what ROH could be. No one wants to fucking watch that, period. I'm so sorry. I loved Ring of Honor, old Ring of Honor, but I understand. I'm a fucking Uber mark, and that's why I liked it. I'm a degenerate that watches all wrestling. That's why I like
it. PJ Black, duh. But you're right.
Yeah.
Didn't
so John Albert. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Didn't somebody just name her 2024 Women's Wrestler of the Year? It's not even the end of the year, and that's already aged like milk. Jesus.
Yeah, dude. So moving along here, speaking of Jesus, we got John Alba here talking about Tony Khan, the sickos Jesus, Tony Khan. And there's a bunch of these quotes, so this will just sort of be a through line as we scroll through some of these headlines. But Tony Khan says that he cannot comment on this time on Jamie Hahn's allegations towards AEW. MJ, can you break down the Jamie Hahn situation for me as best you can? If you're there. No? Dose. What about you? You break down the Jamie Hahn thing here as best you can for me.
Ooh, I'm not that well versed in it.
Okay.
But I mean, I believe that it involves BJ Whitmer, who was fired recently for being abusive, maybe to Jamie Hahn. I'm not sure. I will say that it's part of the public record that his ex-wife Kelly Klein accused him of the same thing, and then it's in the lawsuit that she filed against Ring of Honor, among others, that ultimately got lost in arbitration, like most wrestling lawsuits end up living. So I believe that she was that she left because of that. She was given a payout, signed a non-disclosure agreement, a global release settlement agreement, which is fine and normal, but it was leaked and made public. And what AEW's response was, oh, we were subpoenaed. We were subpoenaed by either the prosecutor or BJ Whitmer's defense attorney to assist with the defense or assist with the case. And she's like, you weren't subpoenaed, you volunteered it. So I don't know if they were or weren't, but I think they could produce a subpoena right away. And if they weren't subpoenaed, they can't assume that they eventually would have been. And you do have to wait for the subpoena. And usually, so in non-disclosures, in confidentiality sections, there's usually about 4 recognized exceptions. And one of them is court order or subpoena. But typically in that, there is also part of that usual clause. It says something to the effect that in the event that there is a subpoena or other request under legal proceedings, like a deposition request or there are depositions requesting just documents, not testimony. It's called ducus tecum. I might be pronouncing it incorrectly. Latin is one of those things that people pronounce different ways.
Right.
In any event, but in that you can say, in the event that happens, we will notify the other party, in this case, Jamie Huan, and she would have an opportunity to file a protective order, whatever the appropriate mechanism is, to get that sealed or not have that released. So usually, even if there is a court order, there is a procedure where the involved party has an opportunity to try to fight that from going public. But in any event, she's saying there was no subpoena, so either they jumped the gun or they're just making it up. What the facts are, I don't know, but that's right. What I understand to be the situation.
And apparently, like AEW allegedly, or apparently whatever, had some sort of had NDAs in place or something, or he worked for AEW at the time. Like, what am I missing? How that connects to Tony Khan and AEW?
Well, she left with an NDA. I mean, because she was the alleged victim of the abuse from BJ Whitmer, who I think was arrested over maybe this or something related to it. He was let go. He probably also got a payout and probably also signed an NDA.
I think he was a producer.
There's
for
nothing
AEW.
unusual about. I mean, if you're going to settle a case with anyone, you're going to have an NDA as part of it. I mean, it's legal malpractice not to put that in there. So it's not the NDA that's the issue. I know people hate NDAs when
I know that's what I'm saying. Like, that's if you just go in the IWC, that's what everyone's stuck on. Like, Tony made him sign NDAs and all this shit. So I don't know. That's what I thought too, is that you have to sign NDAs and all that. However, though, like, of course, like, I don't know, fuck BJ Whitmer, I guess, if that's real or what. I don't know.
Yeah,
enough
he was a
about
coach from AEW from 2019 to 2023.
Also, a big guy.
And so she was like a wrestler, like training to wrestle, or
I think she was in the office.
Okay. Anyways, yeah. So see, I don't know what the fuck. So report, Matt Cardona tells people he isn't signing with AEW. Speaking of AEW and signings, I'm not surprised here. I don't think Cardona and Tony McCann really mesh too well.
No.
Shout out Matt Cardona though, and shout out GCW, even though he had no problem fucking them. Tony, just kidding. It didn't. I don't know if it fucked them, but Tony Khan reportedly believes that airing the Jack Perry CM Punk video was a key to getting AEW's TV renewal. Do you guys hear this?
Tony Khan.
Okay. Tony Khan believes that airing this Punk Perry shit was key. He admits this shit was key to getting his TV renewal, even though it was the biggest, dumbest fucking thing they've ever done, ever. And also, he's just admitting that like airing Punk footage was key to him. CM Punk was fucking key to him getting his goddamn TV deal still, even with him not being in the company. Are you guys following me?
Yeah.
Like, these people can't help themselves but put WWE over as the superior number one. and while trying to be like, we're number 2 though, and this is humiliating. And he admits this, dude. Why wouldn't he just, even if he's lying and gonna carny, why wouldn't he be like, no, I believe MJF what is the reason we got a TV deal, or Will Ospreay or whatever. Instead, he's like, yeah, airing that shit was key to us getting this TV deal. Some shit we can never reproduce again that made us look like unprofessional fucking clowns with a guy that doesn't wrestle here but wrestles in another company that's far more popular than us right now. What the fuck is going on here, dude?
Well, Psych 101 tells you that when you're sort of narcissistic or delusional, you take your biggest flop and you pretend it was a big win. So that, I mean, you know, that's probably that. I mean, I will say that I agree with him. I think it was key. It's key that to delaying it from signing in August into signing until October or November. So yeah, it was key in making it much more difficult to get to the finish line. I mean, he was on that 1 yard line for a long time.
So who do you guys think will win the MJF Adam Cole Dynamite Diamond Ring match? I put a poll in the chat there on the Clips channel. Make sure you all vote in that and let me know what you think. Should be in there. Come on, poll, where are you?
I just told everyone to leave the Clips channel and come to the regular channel.
Well, it makes no goddamn it makes no difference to me.
And nobody listens to me anyway.
On this Tony Khan, like, this is why we got a TV deal.
Yeah.
Who's telling him he has to say this stuff?
Nobody. I make my own decisions. Head of creative,
Nobody ever
CEO.
told him anything. That's the whole fucking problem.
I mean, there are people on the interwebs that profess to be like some kind of thought leaders in the IWC or whatever. Like, and they think this guy's a good, smart, like, businessman. And nobody is forcing him to put his foot in his mouth.
Every time he talks.
It's unparalleled.
It's failing upwards, dude. I dropped a video about that today. They just they don't know how not to fail upwards, it seems. So moving along here, AEW and ITV have agreed to an extension of their existing UK rights deal. AEW Dynamite every Friday and AEW Collision every Wednesday on ITV. Is this a W or nah?
It's a W in the sense that they didn't get dropped.
Yeah,
but
there it is.
If you recall, that was like a big feather in Tony's cap. One of the many hats he wears. That was a big feather in it.
Sometimes it's furry. Sometimes it's like Antonio Inoki's scarf. I tie it around my head like a do-rag. Pretend I'm Gohan.
He was so proud of, like, we're on a bigger network or bigger station than WWE. Again, where he's comparing himself to WWE. This all started with him. But so he ITV is a bigger carrier. Well, now WWE's on Netflix, so where's that rhetoric?
No, yeah. Okay, moving along here. So John Alba says that Tony Khan believes having the Continental Classic semifinals and finals on World's End adds to the pay-per-view by adding adversity to whoever wins to overcome. So obviously it's Will Ospreay because he's bleeding and hurt right now. So that's the adversity. Way to fucking stooge your own shit, Tony Khan. But anyways, he goes, believes having the wrestlers face the runner-ups in the other league adds to the tourney too. All right.
Sure.
So obscure Tony stuff. Here's the mole who responds to this guy who says, please tell me this is a fake story. And this is in response to Tony Khan believing that airing, the footage was a good idea. And the mole says it's because the real answer would make him have to face up to reality. There's a reason we got a deal, and it's not because of that. Yes, you created a moment, but a universally badly received one, and that takes some doing. Also chased off many fans. And I responded and said the real answer is the Khans are putting up their own money for this deal, and it's a better deal for WBD rather than it is AEW. And then Mole says, let's say I was a movie director and a studio hired me to make a movie. They give me a $6 million budget, which I blow through really quickly. Then I use my personal wealth to finish it. Having spent $200 million equals a happy studio, big budget Hollywood blockbuster for cheap. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Exactly. And I joked with them. I was like, this is why people think I'm you. Because that's exactly how you break that down. But yes, it's imagine like for them it's a W because Tony is willing to go over whatever the fuck WBD's not. I think WBD probably owns a small chunk of it too. They have to, and he's got friends in high places. And even though people are like, well, his friends in WBD are gone, I don't believe that. I think he's knows people and
Money makes friends.
Yeah, dude. And if he's willing to spend his money to make other people money, they don't care how much he's willing to spend. And they'll even spend a little too on paper because we know WBD does fuddy-duddy stuff with the paper, with their paperwork all the time anyways. Like next year,
everybody in the NFL, everyone in whatever sports league the soccer is, FIFA, whatever it is, they all have a pool and they all gave it to WBD, and they're like, we are paying you this as extortion money to keep that idiot away from our leagues.
It's the English Premier League, is what it is.
Premier League. Well, they gave him some English Premier quid pro quo.
I'm so happy Adam Cole is lightly bleeding when fucking Ospreay was just bleeding like a stuffed pig in the first match of the night. I'm so happy.
Is he yellow?
Yeah. Match?
Who won the women's match? I mean, Mariah May, obviously, right?
Is it yellow? Yeah, Mariah May did.
Yeah, I think I'm undefeated so far in my predictions, by the way, not watching AEW for basically the full term of a pregnancy.
He's bleeding ketchup. Regarding AEW Rampage going dark, Tony Khan says part of the WBD media deal is that AEW would focus on the 4 hours of TV between AEW Dynamite and AEW Collision.
Can I
so
talk
not
about
that?
this?
Oh, we're getting rid of Rampage.
Shockwave.
It's not that, yeah, and it's not Shockwave. It's like, no, we'll focus on the 4 hours. I think the 4 hours are pretty sweet. They're great.
That extra 1 hour at the end of Dynamite was the thing that's holding them back. Ring of Honor has nothing to do with it. The 23 pay-per-views a year have nothing to do with it. Getting rid of that 60 minutes, that is going to allow him to focus properly on the other 4 hours. This makes so much sense in no world whatsoever. Maybe Meltzer can make it sense.
This dude in the second row looks like he could beat the shit out of fucking Cole and MJF at the same time.
I have a thought on that 4 hour thing.
Yeah.
From a business standpoint. One of the reasons that I kind of think the Shockwave news was pretty much bullshit.
Yeah.
In hot air and very conflated with the fact that they were getting a thing with Mexico in Fox with Mexico.
Liar!
Warner Brothers doesn't want the AEW product diluted with a 5th hour with Rampage. Do you think they want another show of AEW on another network after they just paid a boatload of money for another 3 years? I think there's no chance AEW is even allowed under the Warner Brother deal to go shop another show. I think there's more likely Warner Brothers would shop Collision for them.
That's what I was going to say.
But like, if in fact AEW goes and gets another show elsewhere, I think that deal with Warner Brothers becomes for much less money.
Yeah.
And that's why there's some like weirdness about how much the deal is for upwards of, because upwards of means we'll pay you to not go do something stupid elsewhere.
Yeah.
And I just think that there's a lot of sense to why would they want another show on another station diluting it when the current shows are turning off viewers at the rate they are?
I would think this though, and this is again my peeling off the top theory here. I don't know if this is real or not, but it's what I harp on all the time. Let's say WBD's like, yeah, go shop this show elsewhere. We get a fucking cut of it though, whatever they decide to give you. They're just trying to get green up.
They pay less than they promised they would pay them under the current deal. Instead of 180, we'll give you 130. Go get your 50 from somebody else if you can.
Yeah.
No sweat off our back. We'll pay you less money.
Yeah, I just think they're willing to work that way as long as they can just peel a little off the top of AEW wherever they can. I think they just look at it because it's a unique thing. Pro wrestling's a unique like live entertainment thing, that fucking it's episodic, it's pay-per-views, it's live show, it's performance, all that shit. So I think and wrestling is hot everywhere right now. Wrestling in general is hot, and then WWE's like super hot and mainstream again. And like getting there, it's like tipping that line of being like fully fucking mainstream again if it isn't already. And so AEW, for them to just be the opposite, and for like them to just be the opposite of that right now, Like there's value in a fucking AEW, but I just think with the people running it, to them, WBD's like, well, we'll just take a little off the top. And Tony's like, I just want to do whatever I want. And as long as those two things exist, we will never see a fucking improvement or growth, or we'll be always scratching our head asking why, because it's as simple as like, you know, WBD's just like, we're just, fuck them, but we're just peeling a little off the top and like, oh yeah, we know Tony, you know, he gave me tickets to a fucking Springsteen concert or whatever. You know, he got me tickets to Oasis or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's billionaire shit, you know.
Careful. Dose and I are both Springsteen fans.
I'm not hating. Hey, I'm not hating.
By the way,
both my parents are from New Jersey. I'm obviously a Springsteen fan.
I'm more of a Joe Piscopo fan. No.
It is embarrassing as the biggest Springsteen fan in all of the pro wrestling space.
Wow.
It is embarrassing that Tony Khan is in the entertainment business and has not seen a Bruce Springsteen concert, because all he does is entertain, get a crowd engaged, and Tony could learn a few things.
Yeah, dude.
I will say one thing about these other TV deals. I'm pretty sure that it's not as much. I'm not ruling out the WBD takes a cut of everything. I mean that's commercial landlord 101, is that you get everything for additional rent, including a cut of gross receipts calculated on a monthly basis. But I am sure that there's something in the contract that says that you can sell Rampage and Ring of Honor and any other shows you want, and either we have a right of first refusal, or that it has to be for the same proportional dollar value per hour that we're giving you, or our cost to you goes down in there. This is just a tinfoil cap going on, but it seems to me that if they wanted full exclusivity, they would have bought everything. But if they wanted it just badly enough to stop it, they could keep someone else from paying for that third hour. I mean, Tony's still these shows are still gonna go for 4 or 5 hours. He's still taping the Rampage time. He's still taping Ring of Honor. So he's still doing this. So I'm sure if he could sell them for $5 million a year to another network or Tubi or whatever, he would. So, and that would dilute and make WBD look stupid. And whether you think they look stupid or not right now is sort of irrelevant at the moment. But I would think that they would have something that says, if you want to sell another hour of TV, then it better be proportionate to what we're paying you for 1 hour of Collision. If you're going to sell another 2 hours of Ring of Honor, then it's got to be proportionate to what we're paying you for Collision, or maybe the aggregate of Collision and Dynamite, or something like that that protects them.
So 626 for $5 says, not just being money mark for wrestlers, Tony is now a mark for entertainment biz. With bought friends like this, who needs enemies? Is AEW a Ponzi scheme? I don't know if it's like a Ponzi scheme, but I mean,
it's not what a Ponzi scheme is.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Yeah, exactly. But
somebody makes money in a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah. It's just, I don't want to even be like it's laundry, whatever. It's just friends helping friends, and
it's a billionaire's private business.
Yeah, dude, exactly.
That, right? So
there's kookier shit. Exactly. Yeah, if you peel it back, there's billionaires out there doing kookier shit than Tony Khan. They're just not carny TV whores who want to be on TV doing creative. They're doing way kookier shit in these billions and billions of dollar deal, vanity, hundreds of millions of dollars. Just you don't hear about them because it's not in the entertainment biz. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's why it's so kooky.
I would reject wholeheartedly AEW is not a Ponzi scheme. That is a terrible thing to say AEW is. However, I would point to a company called FTX. Look it up on your own time. And I would say that FTX's biggest flaw was that its founder, and it's the JP Morgan of crypto, as he was called by those industry experts on bad media channels, altruism in business doesn't work. So therefore, what Tony's doing to be altruistic in pro wrestling by creating so many jobs and paying everyone so much money and
that's great.
Savior of pro wrestling, like that has a history of collapsing in very, very bad ways. And
but Inoki gave me a scarf. Ichi Nisanda.
he probably paid Inoki like $1 million for that scarf.
I fucking know, dude. That's what I think. I think he paid their family to do that shit. X-Files, I don't actually know for sure. Sorry, go ahead.
I echo that X-Files.
Purely speculation, but I'm just saying. George Capture for $5 says, MJ, I saw Bruce in Buffalo, New York in 1983.
Look, Bruce Springsteen's an entertainer. And there's a reason I said what I said about being the biggest Bruce Springsteen fan.
Explain it.
The man of many outlets, somebody you have cited already on this show, also is a big Bruce Springsteen fan. And there he is. There he is.
John Elba.
Big Bruce Springsteen fan, but I'm not the kind of fan that records myself singing the same song at a lot of shows. I like to enjoy the shows, not there for my audience to see that I'm there.
Yeah, anybody records themselves. Look, as somebody who got married at a music festival, if you record yourself at a show, you're an asshole.
Well, if you do it at the same point of the same song every time, like it made for a cute video, but like. Why don't you just thank your subscribers for paying for tickets?
Unless it's my wife doing it, and then she's super hot.
I have real beef with John Alba. I wish that guy had the chutzpah to debate or to discuss what we disagreed upon.
Oh, he's a piece of shit.
Oh man, damn! You guys.
I hear you. More time now.
But he's not a piece of shit, but he's so full of his own shit that it's not surprising he has a hard time.
Pompous, dude. He is pompous.
Successful in the media industry.
Yeah. That's the best word I use.
Yeah, he says he got laid off. No, you got fired, dude. Laid off.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to get. I covered that on the show, but yeah, that was so ironic. But whatever. I'm not. It's Christmas, folks. It's 2020. So John Alba though goes. Tony Khan says one of the biggest metrics for AEW success is the opportunity they have ahead with moving to streaming. Noted how wrestling is heading in that direction.
Not a metric of success. That's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't even contain that one. It's so laughable.
I know.
Terrible.
It's like, dude, yeah, my metric. Hey, I have the fucking potential to be a billionaire. I'm successful. I'm billion. Like, it's the same thing, right? Like, yeah, the metric of AEW success is the opportunity, but that's not a metric of your goddamn success. Is this opportunity? But yeah, they have ahead with moving to streaming. Noted how wrestling is heading in that direction, and they are there. Also, very happy about the strong Collision rating this week. So it's the direction wrestling's heading in.
He's very tired about the strong Collision rating. It was a football game that led in with 8.4 million people, and sports bars, hotel lounges, and restaurants waited 5, 10, 15 minutes before the customers got the bartender's attention to change the channel until they got to the manager and figured out how to use the 17 remote controls to change the channels. It dropped to 235,000 by the last quarter.
Yeah. Similar to Dose, like when people know you're a wrestling fan, they just always like anything wrestling, they hit you up. And I've been out at places in Manhattan where that has happened, that like whatever it is, Rampage comes on after a basketball game, and people are like, "Oh, look, MJ, Rampage is on. Like wrestling, look, wrestling." And I'm just like, "Yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, boom, remote click." It's
yeah.
awesome.
Or I'm the asshole who's like, "Can you put SmackDown on, please?"
I will say there were some girls who thought Hook was really good looking and were disappointed when they turned him off. But that's just.
I thought you were going to say they were disappointed when they gave him a mic.
No, I mean it's just it was early in the Send Hook days, and then they abandoned Send Hook.
I demand less me and more Alt J.
Real quick,
he was.
I'm
so
the funny Chew. That's Mel Brooks is my all-time hero. That's who I am as a person.
Yeah, I love Mel Brooks.
Hook was so perfect for the TikTok like boom.
Yes,
they did nothing with it.
Yeah.
I remember getting laughed at by certain podcasters from Canada for like suggesting that they should go all the way with Hook, get him onto magazines. Like this dude looks like a TikTok star.
Hey now, I never laughed at you. No, I'm just.
Remember when people were comparing Hook and Dom? like at the time when at that point, and people were like, "No, Hook's going to be better. Hook's going to be a bigger star." Look at them now.
When? Like when will he be? When they push him in 2032?
Like never.
Like what are we doing?
Yeah, it's terrible.
So speaking of what are we doing? The baby faces, the Undisputed Era from WWE are back together, and they put on the diamond ring and then fucking knocked out MJF with it, and now the crowd's booing them, and they're supposed to be the baby faces because
But
MJF
who won the match?
MJF he cheated to win. He leaves with the ring, so then they jump Cole, they beat him, or pardon me, MJF. Cole punches him with the diamond ring, and then the fucking crowd boos the Undisputed Era as they're all hugging in the ring. And
By the way, still undefeated.
Is this a gimmick now where MJF wins his pay-per-view matches but gets beat up afterwards so that you're supposed to forget he won 5 minutes later?
Yeah, man, I think so. And like, I just can't get over that they got fucking booed and they're all hugging, like, yeah, we're back together, the band's back together, type shit they're trying to do with Undisputed Era, and fucking they're getting booed because Adam Cole hit him, and Adam Cole's hurt again. He's limping for real. It looks like he's for real. Oh my god.
Undisputed Era,
Jesus
Hurt
Christ.
Business. How many of these stables are? I know AEW loves its stables, but I didn't know they loved them enough to just rip off WWE stuff.
Oh my god. He's really limping to the back. Is Adam Cole hurt again, guys? Oh my god. I can't believe
I'm not watching, but I'm going to go with yes.
Oh my
god. It would not funny.
Oh my god. He's for real limping, and he's trying to play it off like he's not hurt. And if he's selling, bravo. He's doing a great job, but that looks he looks like he's trying not to look like he's limping. Do you know what I mean?
Why would he sell a limp? That wasn't part of the story.
Oh my god! If he's hurt again, and they were talking to him as he was getting out of the ring, like and he looked back and he's like, "No, I'm okay." If you guys go back and watch it, like Bennett was asking him, like, "Do you need help or something?" or Taven or whatever, as Cole was getting out of the ring because he dropped to the ground and rolled out, and then he's like, "No, I'm okay." He was looking back, saying something. Then he limped all the way up to the tunnel. They tried to help carry him, type shit, like under his arms, and he was like, "Nah." And he kept kind of walking. So if he's working, fantastic job. But it looked like he was trying not to limp the same way it looked when he shattered his foot and was trying not to limp. It looks the same way, dude.
This time I said this whole devil thing is snake bit. Just end it, pull the Band-Aid off and be done with it and never look back. Instead they decided to replay it, and here we go. The snake is bit again.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just Adam Cole is snake bit. Like, I'm not rooting for an injury, but like no one is protecting Adam Cole from Adam Cole between this serious concussion stuff and this ankle. Like, when is somebody going to protect him from himself?
Dude, someone just said, Juan Salazar said he should just retire if he's hurt again, which is vicious. I hope he's okay. Fuck, man, why? Why do they keep doing this?
He'd be a great manager.
I am passionate about this topic because I don't necessarily enjoy watching AEW when I feel like I'm watching guys who are risking actual health. And you can go through the list of Danielson, Shibata, Christian, Edge, like who else? Paige, or what's her name? Saraya when she came back. Like, you can go through the list of people we know have been seriously injured, and I really don't want to watch them have matches where I'm like, oh, are they actually really hurt again? Like, that should not be going through my head as a consumer and a fan of pro wrestling.
Well, speaking of really hurt, let's all hurt our brains by watching this throwback to Tony Khan hitting Stone Cold Stunners.
This is ugly.
And then Aubrey galloping. Trotting. Whatever she's doing, right? And look at her, like, doing the trot, like hurdling. She seems to be like hurdling, like maybe a jockey was like, hurdle. And I don't know. Anyways, Seabiscuit. Go, moving along. I'm an asshole. I know. Aubrey saw a fucking rabbit or something. I don't know. Yeah, there you go, folks.
Remember when people didn't hate him in the crowd?
Yep. That's a legendary clip. I got to hang on to that one. So Vince Russo has leaked private information about which top AEW wrestlers have shared. Okay, which top AEW wrestlers have shared with him about Tony Khan. So Russo says, bro, I've heard enough from guys on top of AEW where, bro, let me tell you, bro, behind these marks, bro, let me tell you, I've heard from guys on top of AEW, bro, where with Tony Khan in brackets, bro, it's basically just go out there and do whatever you want. You got to have some kind of control, and in order to put out the type of product that you want, bro. So you really got to find that happy medium, bro. Russo said via Wrestling Outlaws. So I don't know. Nothing we didn't know before.
Right? Thanks for that breaking news.
Yeah.
Vince.
More or less. We have Takeshita taking on Hobbs here, so this should be decent. Speaking of the Dynamite ring, though, AEW is selling a replica of the AEW Dynamite Diamond ring that we just saw MJF retain and Adam Cole bounce off of his head, and the current price is $150 for this fucking ring.
Great.
Would any of y'all pay $150 for this ring?
Why is Dynamite upside down on the top? Look at Dynamite at the top of it. Dynamite's upside down. What is terrible?
Are you serious?
Yeah, look at it. Diamond is on the bottom. Yeah, Dynamite on the top. Yeah, that's definitely an E at the start.
Oh my God, dude, the Dynamite's upside down. Is that is that standard for rings?
Well, I don't know that it's upside down because, I mean, when you look at it from either side, it's right side up.
No, because listen,
every championship ring I've ever seen. I don't know. Every championship ring I've ever seen goes.
No. Dosey, I got to challenge you on that because if you look at it from the other way, the All Elite Wrestling logo's upside down.
And so
if you look at Dynamite, the right side up. It's supposed to say Dynamite Diamond. They wrote the Dynamite upside down on the fucking replica ring. Is that how the real one looks?
I'm sure that's just
if you wore it in a picture like the Rock and Roll Express, it's upside down.
It's okay. Wait. It's okay. I'll use my new iPhone and we'll just put a black dot over that part.
I would pay $149.99 for a Fiend championship belt.
Oh man, yeah. I wonder if it's gold plated or something. Why is it that expensive? Looks like some shit you'd get at Spirit Halloween for a princess costume. No,
Justin could do better.
All right, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for AEW news. That was our AEW news segment.
Always funny.
Hey, I'm gonna bail on you guys and go enjoy the rest of this pay-per-view, eat a little bit of dinner. But thanks for having me, Pro Wrestling Times.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. You're welcome
MJ,
anytime.
we love you, buddy.
Long time listener, first time participant. It's been a blast.
Awesome. Well, you're welcome back anytime, and I'll come chat you guys up on your spaces sometime. Ladies and gentlemen, you can follow MJ over. Spit your twit, whatever you want to plug. Plug some shit before you go.
Some X_era is kind of my loose thoughts, and I am doing this project of WrestleGraphs, which is kind of more data and analysis, and I put up the data and analysis I mentioned earlier. AEW Rev Tracker coming in 2025. We're going to track what we estimate to be the revenue of AEW live events. So every live event, what we think the revenue is, and we'll have a running tally. Also, Accu AEW Forecast, which is just a hashtag, but you can always search for it that way, where I make projections. So again, like called the 6,400 plus number when full World's End was at like 4,500, getting pretty good with some of the modeling there. So this is all just a project and kind of stuff that's fun and related to the economics and to the business of pro wrestling. I do some other stuff, WWE and New Japan. I did their events recently, but check it out.
And you do great work on X. Everyone, Mazel Tov, round of applause for MJ. And let's
thank you.
Thank you, man, for coming on. Thank you for coming on.
Bye.
Yeah, yes. Take it easy, bud. God damn it. It was so great having him on finally. And yeah, you'll hear more from MJ from NJ there. And we'll get him to tell some like WrestleNomics stories and that. Okay, so we have some WWE hot news. Dose and Jake, are you guys with me or what? Chad, are you guys with me or what?
With you.
Okay, so NXT not only destroyed Dynamite, but outdrew the ROH pay-per-view as well. So I guess NXT's TV show 1800, right? And it outdrew the Hammerstein 1400, which is ROH final. But I mean, is that really a win? We already knew that ROH would get outdrawn by WWE. Mustafa Ali says he has good relations with WWE with multiple paths to a potential return to the company. He says, I think there's multiple paths. Yeah. And the thing is, there's good relations there. The thing with them moving to Netflix is very, very interesting because it just opens things. I don't know how much the show is going to do. The show is going to change as far as dynamic, as far as rating, as far as what they're okay with. So I don't know. I love Mustafa Ali. I'd love for him to come back to WWE at some point. But again, the roster's kind of bloated, but there's all this extra TV. There's rumblings that they're bringing back a fucking cruiserweight division. Thank God. I've been harping on it forever. It's like, God damn it. We need, but yeah. So what are your guys' thoughts on Ali? And do you want to see him back in WWE?
My thoughts are, I mean, I think it's interesting that the guy who started hashtag Free Ali not once but twice is now talking about going back. So, so you know, I wish fans would learn this lesson, but they never do. That the grass is not always greener on the other side, and usually it isn't. As far as Ali himself, I don't like him, but I don't dislike him. I don't see any need for him in WWE. Even with the cruiserweight, they already have cruiserweights who are doing basically nothing. Santos Escobar, you're going to have Axiom and Nathan Frazier coming up. Wes Lee. I mean, you have Dragon Lee and the two guys from Legado now LWO. You have Ray. I mean, you have Finn Balor, JD McDonough, Pete Dunne, and what's his name, Tyler Bate, if he ever gets back again, Ilya Dragunov. I mean, they have no shortage. Carmelo Hayes. I mean, you have people that are there that you need to do something with, that you've invested in, as opposed to Ali, who's sort of a professional malcontent. I mean, glad he's being political about it now, but he's not happy with whatever it is he's doing. And he was supposed to go to AEW, and then he saw what was going on there, and seems like he has cold feet. But you know what, Free Ali? I hope you go to AEW, and they'll feature you for 3 weeks. You won't be on Rampage, because there is no Rampage, but you'll be on that third hour of Dynamite, so you'll be nowhere. Or on AEW Dark, and Dark Elevation will come back, despite Warner Brothers having them focus on 4 hours of TV. I guess it'll just be exhibition matches. There'll be no TV scripting for it. But I'm a little bit agnostic on him. It's sort of like he's reaping what he sowed, and I think he should pay the price for it. And I don't think there's anything special. I mean, if he's insinuating that because of Netflix, there's going to be more global reach in Asia Minor, and you know, and that he's going to be an attraction there because he's Indian and Pakistani, bullshit. WWE did a tour there, and they had Jinder as the champion to do that, and people were cheering for Triple H. They want stars. They don't want to see miniatures, especially in these other markets. In these other markets, we can already see mini wrestlers.
Come on now, Dose. That's not very fair to call him a miniature.
He's a miniature.
He's decently
He's 187 pounds. That's a miniature in wrestling. I don't care what you modern wrestling fans think of. If you're under 225, you really don't belong in wrestling. Sorry.
So does Ali quantify as a vanilla midget?
Yes. Absolutely. He's got a little bit of a person. You know what? He'd be a good manager too. I mean, he's the kid for gab. And every now and then he gets physical, and every now and then he gets into a match. And then you want him to lose because he's a shitty heel manager, or you want him to win because somebody's been bullying him, and that would be fine. I'm all for all of that. But I mean, but the foreign markets, they're not interested in seeing their hometown heroes per se. They want to see stars. If their hometown hero is a star, see Rhea Ripley for reference. They're going to flock to see her and cheer her. But if it's Buddy Matthews that's being featured, or Kyle Fletcher, nobody gives a shit. See Brisbane for reference.
Someone in chat says I have Warhammer figures that are bigger than that.
Yeah, ask Ben Sore how the hometown thing worked out for him.
Yeah, like
that. Jake, what about you, man? You trying to see Ali back in WWE or no?
I mean, where's he going to fit in?
Yeah.
You know, he's got so many stars right now. He's best off in somewhere like TNA. He can actually, do something there, I guess.
So WWE quietly cancels Tribute to the Troops this year, and I think it'll come back in some form or fashion. I just think you got to tape in advance or do something to where it's live. But I don't know. Maybe they could go back to, I don't know. Where's the I don't want to make any insensitive war ass jokes.
Like they could do it at like a place like a boot camp or something, or
there
like
you
a
go.
or
Yeah,
or
I
like
was gonna
an
be like,
Air
they could
Force
go to the
base or something.
Ukraine now, or what?
Yeah,
Like, what are they
trying to help you.
I don't want to be like a prick.
Keep it in the
They
States.
could go to
you know?
like Fort Bragg or something like
Yeah.
somewhere like that, or an Air Force base or a naval base somewhere.
Right,
Probably
right.
even go to Guantanamo.
But just like doing it on Christmas, you got to give people time off for Christmas. Is the point I'm getting at? Okay,
Yeah.
Jokes aside and all that, but yeah, it's
and they've done really well.
You got to give them time off for Christmas. So, and then obviously it's about giving to them for Christmas as well. So they'll figure out a way they can bring it back. Apparently, it's not dead for good. But yeah, they didn't do it this year, and I'm not shocked by that. Like Cody Rhodes got to go home, man. You know, he's got a family.
I mean, they did give people time off, but they're also running dual house shows. There's 2 today. We talked about it already. I mean, to be cynical, this is the TKO endeavor, maximize every dollar. They're not making any money on that, and they're spending a lot of money on it. I think that the excuses we gave people off, but I think this is just not something where they don't get a site fee, they don't get a subsidy from the Department of Defense, they don't sell any tickets, they may write it off as a charitable contribution, but guess what, guys, for corporations, that's not dollar for dollar, and it's hardly worth it. So I cynically think it's because there's no money in it.
Damn. Speaking of no money, Janelle Grant's lawsuit goes to
Jesus.
Ouch.
Sorry, guys. It's been it's a long one here.
Hey,
So,
comedy, man. That was funny. It's just sometimes it's a little blow, you know.
Better you than me. That's all I got to say.
Janelle Grant's lawsuit to arbitration. It's been moved, or there's a new motion to have it moved by WWE and Vince McMahon. So WWE agreeing, I guess. I don't know. Dose, break this down. What does this mean? Because
this is actually nothing new. This is just they're resubmitting motions that were basically dismissed when the case got put on a pause by the Department of Justice. That ended December 11th. Take what you will from there being no action since then by the Department of Justice. So this is just the case proceeding along, and and so they're just resubmitting the motions for arbitration. Laurinaitis also joined. He has a secondary defense where he's saying, no matter what, I should be dismissed because I was an agent of a disclosed principal. I was a full-time employee.
Right.
I mean, that worked. I just did a body slam brief for Wrestling Soup where I talk about this way too long. But if you are doing something within the scope of your employment, you should not be individually sued if you did nothing wrong other than what you're supposed to do during your job. I don't think being the boss's wing man, text buddy, sharing gangbanging with girls, tag teaming women, believe as many of these allegations as you want. Even the most benign ones are not part of the scope of his employment. They're the scope of being his bro, not an employee of the company. So that part is going nowhere. But they all agree on arbitration, which is in the NDAs, which people don't like. By the way, AEW is using the same defense against the Tates and Kevin Kelly, and they will win too. Ring of Honor used it against Joey Mercury and Kelly Klein, and they won in the state court in Prince George's County and the federal court in Maryland. So arbitration clauses will be upheld, because there's not an arbitrator that can't deal with this, and there's not a judge in the world that they wouldn't rather kick this out of their courtroom when they have a perfectly good reason to do so. And I predict this way back when.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, of course.
So that's all. It's nothing new. It's just refiling motions that were dismissed temporarily without prejudice, which means you can file them again because there was a stay on the case.
So we'll talk about the Meltzer Corderas stuff and the later in the show in the Meltzer moment. We'll also break down the Meltzer Lee Fitting situation. Speaking of L's, Lee Fitting apparently had some shit come out about him at ESPN, or I don't think he was fired from ESPN because of anything, at least not to my knowledge, but in any case, there's, I guess, like allegations against him, whatever. Meltzer comes out and says that Lee Fitting is pulled off of the end graphics, or he just said some bold shit. And he was wrong about it on NXT, and then people were looked out for it on SmackDown as well, because they were like, listen, NXT, like the news, it was just a day later, whatever. But then on NXT, it said Paul Levesque and Lee Fitting as executive producers as well for that. So, yeah, Meltzer took an L, speaking of L's, on that one again, and Lee Fitting's still there. Now, I'm not saying Lee Fitting didn't do any shit. However, like, I wasn't in the goddamn room, right? Like, I can't judge everyone based on what people say. You can only judge based on what you see. I think as far as like judgment goes, you can have opinions based on like data you accumulate and things like that. I don't have enough information on the whole Lee Fitting thing to be able to say he's guilty or innocent in that. But I will say this: Meltzer took an L, boldly stating shit that did not come true once again. So
just
I don't
guessing.
know. It's funny. Yeah, just him guessing. So Omos is going and is in Japan. I think a couple clips of it, but Omos is in fucking Pro Wrestle Noah. He's going there to have matches in Pro Wrestle Noah, and they're taking videos of him. And it reminds me of the old, like early 2000s Pride, like late 90s, or like, you'd see pro wrestlers like Bob Sapp in the Pride FC fucking videos. He'd be like walking around in Japan, and you'd see all the girls walking up to him because he's like this giant 7-foot freak, and he's just walking around the streets. And there's videos of that with Omos, and I love it because it just reminds me of that old school fucking, like old school fight field, that old even in pro wrestling it was like that. You'd see Hulk Hogan over there, and he just towers over everyone, and everyone's running up to him. And
that's why like Brody got big over there, and Stan Hansen, because they're massive dudes. It makes sense.
Yeah, and so I think we have a couple clips. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Dose.
It's sorry, I just came back from my little old man break. One of the things I like about it, and this is going to sound petty, but it's okay. I'm a little petty because for years people have been telling me how famous Kenny Omega and Okada were in Japan and whatever, and I've never once seen a video like this before. Omos walking around. I mean, granted, he's 7'3", so he's a physical, he's a physical specimen. But people flocking to him like that, and seeing that video, it's like, I've seen people flock to Muhammad Ali. I've seen people flock to Tiger Woods. I've seen people flock to Michael Jordan. I've never seen anyone flock to Kenny Omega, or Okada. I mean, Hulk Hogan in the day. But to see Omos, who really hasn't been featured at all, I'm not really sure why, because there's things you can do with him despite him not being a great wrestler. He doesn't need to be. But I just thought these videos are so much fun, and he's got to be having so much fun doing it. And
dude, he's here picking up. He's sorry, Dose, but he's here picking up like little Asian chicks, and like this just reminds me of fucking old, like when Bob Sapp went to Japan for Pride. That's the best thing I can relate it to, because he was there doing this. He's like, he has like one girl in each arm, and he picks them both, and it's like, this reminds me of that. It gives the big fight feel thing to whatever match he's having in Noah. I don't know who the fuck he's wrestling. Amazing. Who? Sorry,
Nakamura. He's facing Nakamura.
Is that who Nakamura's opponent is?
Yeah.
What the fuck? I thought they were both wrestling. Dude, we could just get this on Raw. They're like, here, you guys get a free WWE match on your Noah card. That's amazing. And it's Omos versus Nakamura. They're building this dude up like the big giant, and then Nakamura's going to topple him, the fucking United States Japanese hero and fucking Noah of WWE. This is amazing, dude. What a time to be alive. And just I had no idea it was Nakamura versus Omos. I swear. I just thought it was Omos versus someone and then Nakamura versus someone. This is incredible, dude. I love this so much. And yeah, just look at this. Like, if this was in the 70s, or like the late 90s.
Correct there. They know that people, are people, and she's cute as fuck.
Oh yeah, dude. Here we go though. Let's scroll down. So speaking of Nakamura, here's Nakamura. No. Look, dude. See? I fucking told you. Omos is taking on someone else. Look at Nakamura's taking on Yu Sasaki.
That's a girl.
No, Dose, that is not the girl from the previous video that Omos was picking up. That's his opponent. So it's Nakamura versus this guy, and then Omos is taking on another guy. God damn it. Okay.
all right.
Yeah, you botched a rare Dose botch, but
I'd
either way,
probably botch more than you think.
here, let's see Nakamura. He's just talking in
持ってこない理由は
he's talking
ご
in
ざいません。
Japanese, so it's just cool to see. You know what I mean? That this is going down. I want to see more of this. They did the Japanese style press conference, and then here, I'm not sure what this is actually. Let's play with the volume on, but
選手とタッグ講座も取ったこ
oh,
と
they're just announcing that Omos is gonna be there, and you know they pop for stuff like that. I'm all for it. I want to see more of it. And God, it's such a W to send Omos over there. Like, what is he being used for? Send him to Japan and make these videos and pop Uber marks like me. This is how you cater to the sickos and the casuals. Because if you're a casual at WWE, you're like, who gives a fuck? Or you might go, dude, I'm gonna watch Nakamura fight this guy in Noah for the first time ever, and then you might become a fan, or you're like, not for me, but I'm a WWE fan, so I'm gonna follow them around. Or you're just like, who gives a shit? But then Uber marks like me are like, yeah, I'm gonna watch Noah for the first time in forever because fucking, you know, I want to see what happens here. So it's just a W all around.
Flood.
Noah since the flood, you old son of a bitch.
Damn
no,
right.
So speaking of a flood, Bert Kreischer just loves to flood the alcohols, and it's funny because he linked up with CM Punk, who's straight edge as fuck. So you have like the drunkest guy on the internet, Bert Kreischer, linking up with CM Punk. And this to me is hilarious, but more of this. I want to see more of celebrities, and like Bert Kreischer clearly has an interest in pro wrestling. That's fucking cool. Netflix is tagged in it because Bert Kreischer's fucking comedy specials go on there. WWE's on Netflix. They're linked up. They're at the game. Let's watch some social medias, and you gotta love this. But it is hilarious seeing literally a guy who's a super drunk comedian known for being a drunk guy who takes his shirt off, and then you have a guy who's known for being a super overly serious straight edge guy who takes his shirt off, and it's pretty funny.
I mean, you're the best promo guy out there. I feel like we should have you do
It's
it.
a rumor. It's a rumor, but we're going to make it fact. Just like there's a fact that this man has a Netflix special that you can watch.
Yeah, someone in chat is like, Bert Kreischer's insufferable. Listen, I agree. Okay. I fucking agree.
Oh, hold on a second. The Machine was not a great movie, but it had great parts in it. For instance, the line where the guy goes, "You're going to fight me?" He goes, "I grew up in Florida. All we did was fight, fuck, and drink alcohol, and I can't fuck worth shit."
It's a good line.
That is a good line. But let's be honest, some fucking talented writer who will never get recognition came up with that shit, and not Bert Kreischer. No, I'm just joking. I'm being a hater. Just don't ever, if you like Bert Kreischer, don't ever watch his fucking podcast. You will hate him immediately.
Right now. Go to Netflix. And then January 6th, you can go to Netflix. You can see me, and you can see this beautiful human being.
My Special Lucky is streaming on Netflix March 18th. Check it out. It is a pleasure to be with you guys.
That's a long time, March.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's a little early to cut a promo, but you know, listen, I'm not a pro, okay?
All right, we'll revisit this sometime in March, April, March. April.
Like late February.
2027. Come out.
I mean, you're the best pro.
That's funny.
These guys are like
yeah.
us.
So moving along here, WWE is indeed considering making certain pay-per-views into two-night events, with the next option being the Royal Rumble. As such, the two-night format is on table for the 2026 Royal Rumble. In addition, Money in the Bank could also be heading to a multiple-night event by 2027 via Wrestle votes. Notice I'm saying the word properly, not Westel votes, like Meltzer gets worked by Backstage Pass. Who knows how accurate this is? I believe this is true, though. And I know people are like, oh, come on, why are they do two nights? I don't know, man. I'm going to give you a fucking real hot take here. And I say good, man, especially for fucking events that are Royal Rumbles. Listen, when you have a men's Rumble and a women's Rumble on the same night, God damn, that's a lot. like if you have two nights, and especially the Money in the Bank, some people are probably like, why Money in the Bank? Well, because you have the women's Money in the Bank and the men's Money in the Bank. You have those both on different nights. And I know it's a little like they might be hot shot booking, but like wrestling's getting bigger and bigger right now. At least WWE's business is. Maybe I won't blanket say wrestling, but WWE is just blowing up. And listen, in a perfect world, do I want there to be 2-night events? No, but like we can't go back to the way women are featured in wrestling now alone means that's like double the screen time for everything now, because they're legit stars, they're legit draws, they main event, they're cutting good promos, they're doing good segments and shit. Now I know it might need some work, like there's not as much depth as the men yet. However, it's like up there, it's at the highest level it's ever been. And it almost doubles the TV time. They added 2 new women's titles. Like you're doubling the fucking time you need just for wrestling alone, not just for the men, just the fact that women are being featured seriously now as opposed to years in the past. So I'm okay with breaking it up so that one of the Money in the Bank, but if they start going like Backlash is 2 nights, no, fuck that. Survive, even like War Games, if there's got to be a women's War Games and a men War Game, okay, break those up 2 different nights. I'm okay with it. Especially with the rosters being sort of bloated. People like to say they're bloated, overloaded and all that. I get that, but this is a way to remedy that, and you give more high profile matches. And people are like, oh, they could be hotshot booking, but when you realistically could do a fucking WrestleMania, like think about the hot match. Like if you put Roman in a singles match against someone, Cody against someone, Punk against someone, you have like a long list of guys that could fill up these fucking buildings on one night with compelling enough shit on the undercard. Like we're talking Charlotte Flair ain't even back, Becky Lynch ain't even back, and they're fucking doing huge business right now. To me, it's just like, yes, you might as well try it, and you can always go back to one night. It's not like they can't ever go back if, oh fuck, it looks like our ticket sales are dwindling. It's not like they can't ever do that. That being said, this ride won't last forever for WWE, but maybe it does. Maybe this is the new norm, and then it goes a little.
The cities are going to pay for it too when they go to these places for 2 nights. Like they're already going to make money from the cities they go to, and then they'll make more of those. Like they'll make it more of an event to go there. So yeah, the weekend is the show, but the Friday before is SmackDown in the NBA arena. That's 2 miles away or as close as it is. Like depends on where they are. Like it's financially it makes a lot of sense. And if they can get 75% of an NFL stadium full with how nice these stadiums are and how they can make them work, like it just makes sense financially, especially right now. And yeah, you said if you sell like shit, you can always go back. Makes sense.
People are but like the argument though too is that like it's too much wrestling. Like goddamn, I have to put 2 nights aside to watch Money in the Bank, and that I don't fucking buy into that. I think right now it's working until they show me that doesn't work, and that having 2, especially when it's on a streaming fucking service, it's just a 2-night event. It's the same as if you go NXT New Year's Evil 2-night TV event where they do that sometimes. Halloween Havoc's like the one Tuesday, then the next Tuesday, they're both called Halloween Havoc. They do that sometimes. It's almost the same thing, especially on streaming. It's like, fuck it, man. You're
not paying $30 or $50 per show. Like it's
like you get it for fucking free. So
it's
what
part of the package with Peacock or Netflix or whatever you're paying for? It's yeah, I don't see any problem with it. You don't have to watch the whole thing too. They can give you can watch the matches you want to, or watch whatever you like. Watch the main event.
And if this means less
video package, if you miss it, you're fine.
If this means less like side PLEs as well too, like if they're like, okay, we're not doing, I don't know, what's one of the fucking side ones? Yeah, like we're not doing that this year. Like fuck that, we're getting rid of that. But there's more. There's more like 2-night events. I'm all game for that too, and I think that would. And then all you do is
longer stories between the shows.
You still do Payback, but it's just a fucking TV special or whatever. Or it's like they already have Saturday Night Main Event. Just get rid of that shit. Some of those B-level PLEs, if it means they're gone and I get 2 nights of Money in the Bank, and that means I get to enjoy one Money in the Bank match for the girls one night and then the men the next night, and then you can spread it out and then you can tell more stories and then more talent are featured, I'm all for it, because we got 2 new women's belts already. Right? It's like we got to we need more TV time. And SmackDown's going to 3 hours. Raw, there's no set time. I was ahead of the curve on that. I called it when no one else was saying that shit. No dirt sheets were saying that shit. Your boy Phil was saying, hey, on Netflix, there's no set time. Now Meltzer's reporting that. Give me fucking $7.99 Boxing Day special, $14.99, please. But yeah, I don't know, man. I like it. Dose, what do you think about two-night events? We know financially it's a good idea, but like you as a wrestling fan, are you like, oh, it's just too much, or do you kind of see where I'm coming from?
Well, I do see where you're coming from, and I agree with you, especially on those feature matches where there's a men's and a women's elimination chamber, Survivor Series, Royal Rumble, Money in the Bank, and of course SummerSlam and WrestleMania already there. I feel sort of the same way about you about the secondary PLEs. I don't think there'll be less of them, but they can be one day, the crown jewels or whatever. But at the same time, I mean, the market will determine. As far as there being too much wrestling, I agree. That's why I stopped watching AEW. Now there's not too much wrestling. Now it's just right. I mean, so everyone dropped AEW. It's crap. But I mean, the market will decide. And listen, I used to think it was crazy that they be in a town for 2 nights. Now they can have a 6-day event in the city. The city pays for it. And now there's the additional, I mean, you could have an NXT show. UFC, if they want, they can have a card also. They have these fan fests. They have all these different events. It basically becomes 5 or 6 day events, including Raw and SmackDown, maybe NXT too, like a regular NXT broadcast and then like an NXT PLE. I mean, you could make it a whole week-long event easily and have people fly in. This is part of their, it's like a wrestling vacation. And you do it in destination cities. And now that you have international markets competing, you're not limited to the United States or, parts of Canada. It's like now Japan's in the mix. Now India's in the mix. Now cities in Europe are in the mix. Wherever as long as Netflix grows and there's fandoms, I mean, Singapore could be in the mix for all we know. And of course, the crown jewel of them all, that's not crown jewel, China. Endeavor has a relationship with China. And, China is your next big growth area. I have concerns. I believe that every market pops, including this one, but it's a hot hand now, and you ride it now. You ride the hot times, you pull back in the slow times, and you hope for another hot time to come by. But even during the slow times, they were still doing these 4 or 5 day WrestleMania events and doing fine. It was like their Christmas, for retailers. So I have concerns, but give it a shot, see what happens. Like you said, you can always pull back.
Yep, exactly. So speaking of pulling back, Dave Meltzer showed some restraint and didn't jump on this one, and he pulled back a bit by not letting his chicken lips mumble this one out. Backlash in Mexico City at Arena CDMX. Yeah, I mean, amazing. It's not in the Tokyo Dome like Meltzer fucking jumped all over. However, we're in Mexico City for Backlash. That shit will be lit as fuck. And I can't wait for that. I think it'll have those Puerto Rico Chambea fucking vibes. Speaking of vibes, here is CM Punk at the MSG house show, who came out with just a towel on to help Damian Priest. And there's a lot of AEW sicko fans, not sicko fans, but sicko fans, who are fucking like mad at this. They're like, sports entertainment, dumb shit. Like, why is this okay, but Canadian destroyers aren't? And I don't know. They just can't afford to go to house shows or something. They don't get it. Like,
or they don't have house shows.
Yeah, this is what house shows have been. There's always dumb shit like this.
Yeah.
One time at a house show, it was Big Show's birthday, and he fought JBL, and it was for the U.S. title, right? And Big Show had the U.S. title, and he was taking on JBL. And it was Big Show's for real birthday. And in the middle of the match, JBL's like, oh, okay, now Big Show, I know it's your birthday. And this when I was a kid. And he fucking was like, here, I got you something. So he goes to the back and he comes out with like a box of pizza, like pizzas, maybe even multiple boxes of pizza. And he's like, let's have some pizza, drink a beer. And Big Show a big 7-foot monster took a fan's beer and drank like 4 sips of it, right? Like the equivalent to 4 sips of it is one Big Show sip, right? So he takes like one Big Show sip, which is like 4 sips of his beer, and then he was stumbling around like he was drunk for the match. You know what I mean? Like, and he was doing this thing where he's like eating pizza drunk throughout the match from like a sip of beer. You know what I mean? It would take him 4,000 sips of beer. You know what I mean? He's the Big Show, goddammit. And so that's where you do shit like that, is that house show. Sorry to fucking tell everyone that. If you guys
They're not canon. It's just for fun. That's
just
what house shows
bullshit.
have always been. That's why if they ever come to my town for the house show, I'll always go.
Yeah, sometimes they're better.
Oh yeah, it's
than
way
the
more fun.
TV, man. Yeah, so
It's way more fun. The matches are more fun. They do more silly stuff. Our Truth's going to come out at a random point for no reason to make you laugh. It's great.
yeah, so
Go to the house shows.
Let's see, fucking. And I also think, if I'm not mistaken, that Charlotte Flair returned on this or one of these shows or something, like had a match. I might be wrong about that.
I guarantee you that this clip and all the faux outrage on the IWC is what sold an additional 100 tickets tonight in Orlando, so that it went from 7,300 to 8,600 for the house show.
Right. And this is why, and I keep bringing it up, people are like, oh, why did Kevin Owens attack Cody not on the show? Well, because we're already going to watch the show. That wouldn't have like increased the ratings or anything. But when you do stuff like that for the house and then it goes live on social media and we're all on social media like, what the fuck? It makes us go, holy shit, you need to be in the building at these events because anything could happen. Now in AEW, Mercedes Moné just got dropped on her neck. I guess anything could happen that way. Hopefully
And
she's
then
all right.
WWE films it themselves and puts it out too later. They let it go viral with fan footage, and then about an hour later, they put it out themselves and let that go even more viral. It's
And
so
that's
smart.
Yes, and then with the house shows, right? The same thing. Like this happens, and then WWE acknowledges it a little while later and releases their footage because they have cameras filming every house show. They have cameras filming everything. It's so smart. It's how you cater to the casuals and the fucking sickos and to every age demographic. They're trying to tackle every fucking. I get it, the key demo, but they're looking at every fucking.
They have an
demo.
actual PR team, as we've talked
Yes,
about.
dude.
AWC or AWE's PR team. That doesn't
AWE's
do anything.
yeah. So like all wrestling entertainment, but yeah. So to me, I'm saying that these moments like this are what make you go, I have to get to the house show. I have to get to the TV. You never know what's going to happen. And that's why the attendance is up. They keep giving us like, oh, at the last minute, The Rock just shows up and does a neck slit motion. And I know people bury that too. Well, oh, that was pointless. The Rock coming out and doing the counting to 3 with the belt. Okay, bro, you mean you went to that show, you got that whole beautiful fucking PLE and you're like, oh my god, that was amazing, and then you got to see The Rock come out and say 1 2 3 and do a neck slit. I want to see The Rock come out. Like, I want to see that. Who the fuck? You might never see The Rock in WWE again. There might be like 5 times ever that it happens again.
Yeah.
You telling me you don't want to be a person in attendance when John Cena out of nowhere in 2025 is like, yeah, I'm back for a year. I got 42 dates or whatever. You're like, holy shit, I got to be there. You know, he could just show up at any time. What the fuck? Like, you can't tell me that these aren't, and like Punk coming out in a towel and a shower cap. That's some shit no one ever thought had on their 2024 fucking bingo card. This has been one of the craziest years ever in pro wrestling. And Punk decides to end it like this. No one had this in their cards, God damn it, as we wrap up the fucking year. And it's like, this makes you in 2025 go, I need to go to the house shows. I need to go to these events. I know I'm beating it to death, but all these fucking marks who get triggered by this shit, I don't get it. Why they don't get it, you know?
Yes, you do. Because the company they don't like did it.
Yeah. So, well, you're right about that. He's holding the towel. Priest clotheslines Dominic and Ludwig. Ludwig getting his own shine as his own guy without Gunther as well. Love to fucking see it. Yeah, so here's Dominic Mysterio. Someone threw him like a chicken tender during the match at this show. Or one of the shows. So he's wrestling Rollins and he's eating a fucking chicken tender during the match that someone threw at him or something like.
I just had one of the worst
And all the boos are piped in. There's Dominic right there. Like, I know you guys want to fill the show like, oh, you're just an E-drone. No, I just am reality drone. I just love reality. So this is reality right here. Listen to the boo.
He shits on the MSG to contenders. So smart.
It's genius,
This kid
man.
is just brilliant, dude.
And there's so many guys like, I love these fucking tenders, you know? You got Mercedes Monet doing the worst frog splash I've maybe ever seen ever. Updated as of 12/26 here. Yeah, so we talked about this, and MJ was on, and the Holiday Tour and the World's End ticket sales there. Holiday Tour was edging them. Bray Wyatt and Brody Lee's children had a moment in the middle of the ring after SmackDown went off the air. You love to see it. R.I.P. Brody Lee, R.I.P. Bray Wyatt. Here's their kids having a moment in the ring with Braun Strowman, Jey Uso, and Sami Zayn. That's very that's sweet that they got that moment. And fuck, man,
One is
kids,
such a traitor.
oh, come on. No, I don't want to. No, we're not going to. I don't want to go down that road.
Picture me as AEW neckbeards right now, trader.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, can I get a yeet though for fucking? Let's give a yeet to Brody Lee and Bray Wyatt there, Chad.
Well, that wasn't. Yeah, yeet, absolutely for Brody Lee and Bray Wyatt, 100%.
So again, Shawn Michaels, Chef Michaels, 723 to the 574. We covered that earlier. NXT developmental beating them. So here's what a WWE staff guy, Nick Dowser, he's a WWE producer. He takes us behind the scenes on what it's like to be underneath the ring before a show. So I guess this guy's under the ring every show.
Yep. Okay.
So here we go. He's climbing under the ring.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty dark under here.
So for everyone who's wondered.
Not a whole lot going on. That's my legendary monitor. Make sure we have my monitor under here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hello? Is that?
And a heater? Is that a heater?
Hornswoggle?
That's his server. That's his computer and the router.
Yeah. Oh, that is the router for it. Yeah. Hornswoggle.
Maybe he's not under here.
There's a broom and shit. Yeah. Everything you need, dude.
he's not.
Tables, ladders, chairs, a fucking sledgehammer, dude. Everything. Hornswoggle.
Tatum Paxley.
Yeah.
Titus O'Neil is still
he
there.
fucking wishes, dude. So Fadeaway Media tweets out, "Hey yo, they changed the like button to the WWE Undisputed Championship, US
Nice.
only. Look at that, man. That's fucking awesome,
Cool,
dude." And here in Canada, it's like they're already posting things for. They're like, oh, the back catalog, there won't be much. They're already like Payback 2013. They're already promoting a bunch of back catalog shit. I'm not saying they're gonna have every fucking Nitro on there, but they're already like key events. They're already going, yeah, these will be here on fucking Wednesday and stuff. And in Canada on Netflix, there's
but they're not going to have Continental Championship Wrestling 1987 to 1989, and you're not going to see.
Well, what about Chris Benoit? Chris Benoit won't be on there.
There's no Mid South.
Yeah. So, and then also in Canada, they have like, it's not just like raw coming graphics. It's like, there's a sweet NXT one. There's a SmackDown one. I should film them if someone else hasn't already posted them on X. I'll look on
I've
X.
seen the still shots, like the end of them.
Where's if someone else posts them? You're Phil Marks, not them. They're nobody.
Yeah. Oh, come on now, Dose. That's not very fair. Everybody's somebody.
I am going to take a bag of salt like Mr. Fuji and throw it in their eyes.
Everybody's got a first. Well, everybody's got a first name.
Everybody, Frank. You know his name's Frank. So yeah, that's amazing though. I'm excited, and hopefully we get that WWE title thing too. WWE is issuing New Year's cards to all their legends. So legends are getting these New Year's cards that say to the legends that paved the way, Happy New Year from your family at WWE.
Trevor Lee got one also, so it's not only to legends.
Okay, so alumni, alum.
But it's nice.
Yeah, it is nice. That was WWE news, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for WWE news, please and thank you. Yeah. So, goddamn, this Mercedes Moné and Statlander match is still going, huh? Huh, chat? There's still maybe a poll I forgot in the chat, maybe not. I don't know, but either way,
I picked Monet.
So chat has to let me know. Do you guys want Sickos or Musty Meltzer first? What do you guys? And Sickos is much more fun and light, and it's very. Yeah, it's not as disappointing.
It's not as disappointing.
One
I don't know. The
just
last time we did that, my brain hurt after a while.
sicko. The others are just random sickos. It's the same. It's the same segment.
Rhea twerking in the Orlando house show. Send a vid.
Julian Weeks reposted it. I just
That's
saw
worth
it.
the 1,400 tickets right there.
Someone tag me in the vid. No, I'm just joking.
Have fun.
So I fucking every girl, and not that like I'm mad at it, but every goddamn female wrestler twerks now. It's like a little, and I'm not mad at it. I'm not hating. I'm like, stop doing it. But when the whole point of wrestling is you got to try and figure out how do you stand out, like what makes you different. I feel like, the people who get over, there's something unique about them that you sort of can't replicate, and everyone doing the same goddamn thing in wrestling, it does irk me a bit as a fucking, but you got to let people be free. That's how you're going to get people. Yeah, exactly. But you got to let people also get over in their own way. I think that's how you get the most over people. Like you got to let Stone Cold be Stone Cold. You got to let Rocky be Rocky. Or you come up with a genius character like Undertaker, but then he makes it his own thing. And yeah, I don't know. We just saw a sit-out tombstone on the apron from Monet, who hopefully didn't hurt Statlander. But yeah, do we want Sickos or Musty Meltzer? The Sicko Wackos. I'm on the Sicko train.
You're on a train. Keep it rolling.
Sickos. Yeah, let's go with Sickos. Let's hit the goddamn Sicko music. It is time for our Sicko segment. No. Oh. So let's see here. Let's scroll all the way down. Yeah, Jose the assistant was talking earlier too. He's like, he took like a shot at Meltzer, and he's like, I bet this is gonna be in your bookmarks or whatever. I was like, dude, you know it. So Meltzer said what is on to Hangman's ass, no Diddy. And he goes, the storyline that caused the biggest wrestling boom and drew the biggest crowds in a quarter of a century is shit. Elbow. Again, this self-falating oxygen to the brain-deprived dipshit. Holy shit. Meltzer said what usually doesn't go this hard on people. He goes, again, this self-falating oxygen to the brain-deprived dipshit who they pick to review WWE. I've proved my point enough. Into the abyss you go. Yeah, Meltzer said what? He's DM me. He's like, man, Elbow fucking just irks me. And it's pretty funny. So let's read what Elbow's saying here. So he's like, pleading for WWE Twitter to get off Gunther the Meat. Y'all were not talking about Roman like this during the numerous extreme quality dips during the title reign. And then this guy's like, it's absolutely hilarious how high the standards bloodline stands have for guys like Gunther and Cody when Roman was putting on these super average matches full of BS outside interferences during the peak of his tribal chief run. Yeah, so you guys like moves. So instead of telling everyone they're fucking stupid because you guys are so stupid that you like moves and you can't just go, I like moves, bro. Right? So instead of just fucking being able to having the self-awareness to understand that and admit that, accept that, you just call everyone else stupid when you're the dumbest ones who can't just go, we like moves. And that's all. Like, okay, you think wrestling is doing fucking moves. It could be in front of your cousins in a backyard on a tarp. It could be in front of 10 million people. As long as they're doing cool moves, you like the cool moves. right? So that's all it fucking is. But the reason Roman can do less, average match. What makes it an average match? Okay, he didn't flip or do his physically athletic, whatever the fuck. Okay, but when Brock Lesnar flipped that crane, he took the crane and flipped the ring, and that's like shit people will never forget for the rest of their fucking lives. And that required like something else that made it a good match. Let's say, I'm not saying that's the greatest match ever either, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like, there's certain elements that make a good wrestling match. Not all of them are the physical thing, and the majority of people understand that, but you all don't. But you think everyone else is dumb. Fucking crazy, man. It's insane. And this is why this motherfucker, right? Oh my God, do I have to read all this shit? Holy fuck. Elbu goes, numerous actively terrible pay-per-view main events. He would have had a bad and predictable title defense with multiple ref bumps retained and then fuck off for months. And these morons scream cinema. But ask them about Cody and Gunther and they act like they're having Jinder Mahal title runs. Enough. But like, who are you talking about? This is such a niche little bubble of fucking... Here's the thing, right? You sickos all sound like this and all do this crazy fucking mental gymnastics dumb fuckery, right? Whereas, are you talking about like a very niche group of wackos who are saying that Gunther and Cody aren't having good fucking title runs or matches? Because I'm enjoying all of Cody's and Gunther's fucking title matches. I look forward to them every time. There's maybe one Gunther match where I'm like, all right, he's going to retain recently, but Cody's like, why everyone's going to these shows? Like, who are you talking about? Like a very niche fucking subsection of wacko WWE fans who want to shit on Cody and Gunther. I guess they are saying the bloodline stands. So they're singling it down and they're like, to them, but they're saying it's cinema. But like, no, dude, the bloodline itself is why like a bunch of like all of the WWE, it elevated a bunch of the stories and everything else around it. So like what you're, basically, the blood, if you're a fan of the bloodline shit, you're a fan of WWE right now. If you're not a fan of bloodline shit, I don't know how the fuck you're watching WWE the last like 3 years, you know? I don't know how Cody was able to lose some aspects of it.
The bloodline is how Cody was able to lose at 39 and make 40 so important to everyone. What is that?
Right, man. So I just don't know like why like they're like, oh man, they're gonna defend Roman and shit. And then maybe there are people, yes, if there's an individual, like a few morons out there, but if that's enough that makes Elbu write this whole thing, and this is the guy who's supposed to be reviewing WWE, and he's like going off on fucking how bloodline people are stupid, and bloodline is the biggest fucking thing in the industry. The wrestling industry would not be what it is right now. The WWE global fucking industry wouldn't be what it is right now if it wasn't for that. So that Cody could come in and carry it after that. It's just crazy to me, man. To me, it's like finding ways to shit on WWE in long rants that don't really mean nothing. You know, it's like Coke to me.
Guy who dresses up like Roman and does all the live streams. That's who he's talking about. That's
really?
That's it. He's like Dave. He gets the opinion from one person, and that's everybody.
Yeah. Roman's in-ring effort of the majority of the second half of his Tribal Chief run has been non-existent. He gets away with it because the crowds are hot. Oh, man, and they always do this. He gets away with it because the crowds are hot. Elbu, why are the crowds hot? Why were they hot for Hogan? It's not getting away with it. That's what the art, that's literally what pro wrestling is. Bro, we need to draw these crowds and not actually hurt each other. How do we do that? That's what it's about, man. It's what it's always been about, okay? Roman's not putting in sloppy shot matches. They always have story. A couple of these bloodline ones have gotten a little scrambly at the end, okay? But his role isn't to do flips like fucking Axiom. Roman's role is to do a match that tells doing very little while telling a lot of story with physicality and facials and the other things going on. That's like his role. Everyone has a different role. So, okay, you want him to have an Axiom Nathan Frazier match? That's an NXT. But Elbu will cry and say that he can book NXT better than Shawn Michaels. He literally says that. And so how are we supposed to take any of your assessment on the bloodline seriously when you don't even understand, oh, he doesn't need to work hard because the crowds are hot. Why are they hot? Why does he not need to do that? Because of the shit he's done. Because it's just so crazy to me. You have to explain this. Like, you have the people in the building because the stories are so hot. The thing that you're saying is so shitty is the reason why he doesn't have to break his fucking neck doing a back suplex on Rampage that's going out of business like fucking Daniel Garcia. That's why. Okay. God damn it. Anyways,
These are the same people who bitch about like a 20-minute talking segment that everybody raves about, but they I want wrestling on my wrestling show. You got it. It's a promo. That's part of the deal.
He gets away with it.
Guy. If you disagree with Elbu every single time, you will be right or less wrong upwards of 95% of the time.
No, it's
I'll
true.
I'll raise that to a full 100. I'll raise that to a full. He was like WWE being good again is bad for wrestling. Like that's the ultimate tweet. He said the stuff about that he could book it better than Sean, and that's terrible too. But to say WWE getting hot is bad for wrestling is the worst take ever.
The number one ballerina in the world is super talented. Every backup dancer at the Beyonce halftime show does the exact same moves as Beyonce, but people pay to see Beyonce, not the ballet dancer. The ballet dancer gets money from tax-exempt donations and foundations.
So he says he gets away with it because the crowds are hot, but an otherwise completely unacceptable level output. An otherwise completely unacceptable level of output. It to who, bro? So was Andre the Giant giving you an unacceptable level of output? You fucking mark. This shit is the dumbest shit. I can't believe this guy's grifted his way into being anything involved in wrestling.
He's such a soft bottom. I can't take it. Just please.
So he goes, he gets no smoke from the same fans that scrutinize the best wrestlers in the fucking promotion. Sammy Hogan. Cody's title reign is mid. Let's have a conversation about Gunther. Who, bro? What sicko fucking weirdos got you this triggered where you're writing this essay about this? I just don't get it. How about let's have the conversation about why The Rock came back to pro wrestling and quickly became far more enamored with Cody Rhodes as a performer. So much so that he's the main focus and target match. How about that? Okay, we did talk about that, bro. That's the thing. And you were all coping and crying and talking about how The Rock's going into business for himself and how you all, like, you were all coping and crying, Elbu. Because you're like, oh no, WWE's hot again. Like Jake,
he was pointing out how Will Ospreay and Mercedes Moné were great investments paying off for AEW. Listen, I have 3 points with regards to Elbu, and then I'm done. And they are as follows: 1, fuck; 2, this; 3, guy.
Yeah. $2. Mike Saucely says PWT wackos. Come on, 11 likes for 20 free memberships.
Come on, people, hit that like button.
We still haven't got.
We're giving you gold today,
idiot. Jesus Christ,
we're giving you gold.
Someone throw me a bone here.
Throw me a freaking bone here.
Goddamn likes though. 20 free memberships, dude. Anyways, though, how about let's have the conversation? Yeah, dude. Also, Cody. He wasn't trying to work with Cody, and he wasn't enamored. That's why he decided to go back, Elbu, or go against Cody, rather. That's not it. It's because the crowd and everything and the way it, like, people had to fight backstage. There's rumors Cody went into business for himself when he pointed at fucking Roman and all that stuff. So believe what you will, but I just think it's more the business made sense, Elbu. And he goes, go on YouTube and watch. And it's like, why he was so enamored with Cody Rhodes. Yeah, Cody, bro. Like, it's always this fucking, oh, I love. These people are still like emotionally attached to shit. And yes, you're supposed to be that in characters and television and stuff. But it's too personal. Like, bro, it made more of a business sense. And that's not what you ever think about.
Right.
You know, you're just freaking out of a.
If WrestleMania was a failure, if they sold 2/3 of the building out both nights and everybody hated it and wasn't raving about it, this would have made sense. He's writing this 9 months or however long after the most successful WrestleMania of all time that people are still excited about, and somehow this bloodline story with a B-level bloodline, the 40% of them are injured. And it's still the hottest story in wrestling. And he's writing this complaint piece now. I repeat my earlier 3 points: 1, fuck; 2, this; 3, guy.
Yeah, Dose, I thought you only had 3 things to say about him. Jesus. Why don't you piss on the ashes while you're over there?
Please do.
Videla annoy me more than any 2 people in the IWC.
So he goes, he says, go on YouTube and watch 24-hour Bloodline comps and leave the rest of the wrestling fans the fuck alone. No, dude, I like people standing who they stand. Stop being a pussy.
Yeah.
He goes, they don't know shit about wrestling, don't like good wrestling, and would be content seeing an endless stream of Polynesian men run in every few months to stare at each other, pose at each other, and fight each other in a never-ending circle jerk storyline to no end. How many innings does this game have? Go away. Oh my God, it's just
I feel
so
the same
funny.
way as him. Elbow, go away.
Yeah, dude, and it's like, bro, they don't know good wrestling. Okay, so what's good wrestling? He can't.
We're great.
Yeah, he can't quantify that. Like, I could debate anyone on this thing because it's either a subjective matter of taste, to which your matter of taste is less popular than everyone else's. Period. Or we quantify it and we go objectively what makes good wrestling. Now,
Sure.
what are the factors that we factor in? A draw, how many people are there? No, we don't want to factor those. Okay, let's go. Let's go on just on the physicality. So selling, is that more important than flips? Right? You can quantify these fucking things and figure out, like, if you want to figure out what's better wrestling. I think better wrestling, is personally, I like the athletic flippy shit from time to time. I like it being mixed in there. And I also like when people save big moments for WrestleManias and PLEs and shit like that. And I like storytelling. And I like when guys like Jericho and Triple H have to go out there. And I know, like, Triple H and Jericho are always like, oh, WrestleMania 18, we had to follow Hogan Rock and go out there and have an actual match. But as a kid, man, I always admired that. And I was always like, dude, these guys had a good match. You know, this is WrestleMania. Like, fuck, man. You know, I like Hurricane flying around, losing the hardcore title. And then you have a cruiserweight title match. And then you have the two guys like The Rock and Hogan who can just do a pose off. And that's a real mix of wrestling. In AEW, when you get the same cookie cutter, they're going to trade chops. Then he's going to flip, and then they're going to bleed, and then he's going to flip, and then he's going to power up and show his fighting spirit, and then flip. Like, it's just the same shit. Everyone's doing the same goddamn thing, right? So we can argue that either way. Now, you could say that's subjective, or we could quantify my way and go, well, look at what's selling the most. Look at what's the most popular. Look at who are mainstream. Look at what's working and what isn't. Look at the careers that are longer, the longevity of careers. We could go on and on about this. However, just for him to be like, everyone's fucking stupid who doesn't agree with this thing that most people don't agree with me on. It's
Listen,
like, you're just...
I mean, yes, there's subjectivity to this, and everyone's entitled to their own taste and opinion. But he says it authoritatively. But there are objective measurements that you can do, and in every one of them, whether it's ticket sales, attendance, social media engagement, TV ratings, TV money, competition for TV shows, in every metrics, merchandise, WWE, there's not even a close number two. So you can measure it. And then all of these people who say, well, that's because it's like McDonald's. No, the McDonald's analogy only works
if so stupid.
If you're like La Bernardine or the French Country or the French Kitchen, and you're like $3,000 a meal. No, AEW is cheaper than WWE. So the analogy only works if the price point is the same. So in this case, AEW is the McDonald's price. Now, WWE isn't necessarily the Palm, but it's somewhere between Outback and the Palm as far as price-wise. So even by that analogy, it's not good. So if you want to go, well, some of the greatest art is free. Well, that's called a tax-exempt, not-for-profit organization, which is what Tony Khan actually should do, is make a 501c3 for the betterment of wrestling and the wrestling community. And it can be his foundation, and he can take donations for it. And then nobody cares if they make a profit because they're not supposed to.
God damn, you're dropping bombs. So Elbu as well, to say this on December 21st, 2024, before our Lord's fucking day of birth. Okay.
Not our Lord.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, El Chaim to our Jews
He's on the handyman for us.
Yeah. But anyways, though, he goes, you want random...
Fill my deck in New Jerusalem.
Jesus Christ.
Good God.
Good God almighty. Listen. Okay,
so many Jews. That's great.
Elbu goes, you want random camera cuts and zooms and BWOMs? Go watch Fast and Furious or a Michael Bay film. Enough of this shit. It's ruining the medium I love. It's an infection. fuck off. So who are you saying this to, right? Because AEW's literally copying WWE's camera cuts and the drone shots and all that. There is no zooms and camera cuts anymore. They got rid of that shit. So to say that like a few days ago is crazy. You don't watch WWE. This is the guy they have reviewing fucking Raw, which is insane. And it's funny because this is what the sickos, they like Fast and Furious, Michael Bay film. What about John Wick? That's what people say about AEW. Oh yeah, what about movies that are just action front to back? So it's funny that he's using that analogy for like camera cuts for like WWE. I don't know. They don't do that shit anymore. So it's just weird to say that now. It just seems like you don't really actually watch it and you're just looking for reasons to hate WWE. And that's why
I think
Elbu
AEW is like the Fast and the Furious. It's the same goddamn match all the time. It's the same sequences. It's
that's what I'm trying to say. These guys use that analogy because I'm like, bro, I've said that to people. Like, no action movie is just start to finish action. And then someone said to me, "What? Oh yeah, like John Wick, right?" And first off, it's like, well, the exception doesn't make the rule, A. And B, really, no. In John Wick 1, there's a bunch of fucking storytelling. And then in John Wick 2, 3, and 4, it's just fucking ass kicking because you're already invested in the character. You know what I mean? So even the first Fast and Furious movie, it's like a street level.
Is really good.
The first Fast and Furious movie is all like drama and people making out and I'm a cop. Are you a cop? No, I'm not. It's all about that. And it's the least amount of shit in there is racing, although it is prominent in the film. And then the rest of the movies, after you're invested in all the characters, they're just like, okay, the team's back. Let's just blow shit up. So it's like, no, that actually doesn't work. Like you got to establish people. And then that's why I say like, okay, if you establish the Undertaker to me at WrestleMania and he's trying to protect his undefeated streak, it makes sense that he's going to dive over the top rope, some shit he doesn't normally do or whatever. You know, like I believe that. It makes sense.
A jumping tombstone. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense that Ospreay would do a fucking 740 through 2 tables and a exploding super kick or whatever, because this is
he does it on Collision.
Yeah, exactly. But if you're just doing the same shit on Collision, it's like, who cares then? So I don't know. It's just the simplest thing that everybody, it seems like it shouldn't have to be explained, but all these sickos need this aspect of things explained. Anyways, though, for $7, STG212 says, I don't like every match to be flippy shit all the time. Exactly. It just doesn't work in America. So maybe that shit works in Mexico or whatever. I don't know.
So Takeshita and Monet did win, so I'm pretty sure I'm still undefeated. Haven't watched this goddamn product in 37 weeks.
Yeah. That's amazing. That's how predictable and bad the creative is. So we have this is hilarious to me because this AEW fans Latino America account is just a crazy toxic psycho who just goes after everyone. And so much so that AEW wrestlers themselves have quote tweeted this guy and been like, dude, fuck off. Like you literally make things worse. And they don't say that to all these accounts. Okay. But I'm telling you, a lot of these wrestlers fucking hate some of these accounts, like these AR Golds and shit. They hate them. I'm telling you. This guy right here, wrestlers hate this Latino America guy, but it's funny because he's going off on AEW now. He's like turned his back. Right? So like Matt Hardy's been like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like you're not a real AEW fan. People have other wrestlers too. Right? And now this dude is like turning his back on AEW because just, I don't know, man. You're starting to see it. The sickos are starting to turn, or else they're bots and they're just going with trends. I don't know. But this guy's like, so he should give Billy another chance to make her lose again. What kind of decisions are those? That's why the audience doesn't grow, because that idiot doesn't understand that is not what he wants, but what the fan wants. He doesn't understand that. He's calling Tony Khan an idiot. Okay. And this is a guy who's gone after wrestlers for leaving the company and been like, you're a fucking traitor and stuff. And so this guy's like, he's shocked viewership and attendance is so bad. And AEW fans Latino America goes, absolutely. One of the things I criticized AEW for was why they gave titles to new people who had just arrived. But then I understood that WWE needs to do that to please its public and not because they want to do it as a company. And I realize that now. What the fuck? And then, so he's even going at Tony Khan, dude. And he's like, Khan's like justified this is awesome chance for Ring of Honor Women's World Championship, whatever. AEW fans Latino America says, now I understand why the company doesn't grow an audience with this type of terrible booking. So he's really mad that Athena retained her title. And he's like, until when are you going to have Athena as champion? Don't you realize that you are ending your own talents? Athena should go to the AEW roster. Stupid. Why are you so stubborn? And it's true. Like, why wouldn't you have Athena drop the belt, let Billy reign with the belt? And if you're paying attention to Ring of Honor, I pay attention to it more than most people I know. I don't watch every show, but I do tune in for their pay-per-views and shit. And so, yeah, it's like this is her big rematch. Athena beat Billy last time, but then Billy's like fought her way back and is over. Like, she's trying, you know? She's over to that small amount of, if you pay attention to them on social media like I do, right? Athena's over as well. In my opinion, that's the stuff that's working in Ring of Honor. It's really carrying Ring of Honor. And so Athena should have just went to the main roster. Billy Stark should just be the new AEW Ring of Honor, Women's World Champion. And I agree with that, but I'm not like having a psycho meltdown like this guy. But anyways, he's like, Athena should go to the AEW roster. Stupid. Why are you so stubborn? And he's like, I'm about to stop watching the shows because this piece of shit cocaine doesn't think about the fans. He called him a piece of shit cocaine, dude.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
That's fucking crazy. Doesn't think about the fans. Everything good that he builds himself then destroys. Athena has been stuck in ROH for a while and should be on the main roster. He gives Billy a rematch only to make her lose. What the fuck? I'm on the verge of giving up also. So you shouldn't have blocked Phil Marks. PWT's been right this whole time. I just called it out before you idiots saw it happen. I tried to prevent this by being critical. I tried to prevent this. I tried to warn people and get my voice out in the Twitter sphere so that fucking Tony Khan would be like, dude, would be like, oh my God, maybe this guy's right, or maybe some fans would wake up and go, yeah, dude, we should ask for change because Tony really cares about the fans, right? Nope. And now all you
Nope.
who hate me and hate all these other accounts for just calling this shit out. Are we assholes now? Are we wrong? Should you guys have hated us?
Of course, we were always wrong.
Yeah, dude. When it's like, no, like I just said this before you did, and I saw this coming. I knew that's what Tony was doing when he stuck her on fucking Dark and Dark Elevation, and she was getting over. And I was like, why is Tony doing this? And then he stuck her in Ring of Honor. They never got a TV. And I was optimistic then too. And then what did he do? Nothing with Ring of Honor. He shit all over it. And I went, okay, so what's Athena doing? Nothing. She's been there for 2 years as their longest reigning champion, trying to make something work. And I just called it out 2 years ago, and you guys are fucking mad at me. And that's how it goes, man. Now you guys turn around and what? Now we're all friends. We're going to sing Kumbaya, and you're going to fucking send me apology letters. You're just going to still be dicks.
Dicks.
Speaking of dicks, here's Elbow.
Nice.
And let's hear this clip.
Solid transition.
People absolutely shitted on all of these guys for this. I never listened to this until this moment. But before we get to it, You Ain't Hype and Jamie Earhart both
we hit 150.
gifted motherfucking 10 memberships a piece. This is incredible.
Do I get one?
I cannot believe it. Dose, if you're in the chat, if Dose is in the chat, I'll give him a wrench, though, because I trust you as a moderator in my channel. But anyways, Jamie Earhart and You Ain't Hype gifting 20 total. Oh, my God. I hope our biggest haters got them. I hope the people who wanted one for Christmas and never had one got them. Thank you so much. And we acknowledge you.
Acknowledge me.
Incredible from You Ain't Hype and Jamie Earhart. Merry Christmas to whoever got those from them. Anyways, this had people furious at Elbow here.
You know who I compare Roman's right now?
now.
John Wick. It's a badass. Roman's a badass. You understand? And he
Did they just say John Wick after I just dissected the John Wick thing? Who would have fucking thunk
doesn't
it?
speak. He hasn't been speaking much lately, but when he speaks, it's aura, and you're just like, okay. I don't know if I should say this, but you know how there's obviously a certain his name is Hitler, yeah? No, hold on.
What
hold
the fuck? Whoa.
Okay, did they just now I have two Jewish panelists here. We had a third earlier.
Hey.
Did this guy, who did he just compare Hitler to? Who did he just compare to Hitler?
I'm gonna have to hear that again.
Yeah,
I thought he said Roman.
He's talking about Roman Reigns.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You know who I compare Roman Reigns right now to?
Roman Reigns. I compare him to Hitler. Not even
Holy
Gunther,
shit.
not even the giant Austrian guy who makes everyone strike a pose.
He's an actor on a professional wrestling show, for God's sake.
But he's talking about Roman. Roman reminds him of Hitler.
I mean,
Now, it's just crazy. They always say crazy shit like this now. I'm not like triggered by words like, oh, you can't do that. But let's hear his rationale behind this. What the fuck? Why are these people always caught up saying dumb shit?
Okay, his name is Hitler, yeah? No, hold on.
What
hold
the fuck? Before we see where's this going? Where is this going?
It's just like someone asked him the question, who has aura? He said Hitler. Now listen, when you say that name, everyone's like, no, I don't want nothing to do with that or then or whatever, innit? Fuck Hitler, by the way. I'm just saying. But like,
You mean
I shouldn't use that.
Like it's evil. Yeah, thanks for making your stance on Hitler.
So
said that?
Hitler
What's the
had
aura?
aura.
Who
They're
said
saying
that?
they're saying
No one
Hitler
said
had
that.
They're saying Hitler had aura or some shit.
I don't, like, in fairness, I don't know who was speaking. I'm
Yeah,
not sure
I
the
don't
image
either. This is
mixed up with
crazy.
the voices, and there was definitely some checking it. Let's not give people passes on what they say, what they think is.
Yeah, I don't get
private
triggered
or
by it, but it's
thing.
just silly. It's silly to like.
I
I don't know.
mean, if you say Roman Reigns reminds you of Tony Soprano, he's supposed to. If you want to say John Gotti and be edgy, that's fair enough. But I mean, Hitler, come on, man.
Right?
Yeah,
That's a
let's
big
listen to
jump.
this.
Yeah, thank you. I want to get
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I think we all agree Hitler bad, but why
Hitler bad.
going on?
Like, here's the deal.
Are you trying to say he has evil aura?
No.
Oh, no.
Roman Reigns' aura is completely different. Like, it's on a different level compared to. Like, here's the thing. Everyone says this wrestler has aura. No, they don't, bro. The only wrestler who has aura is Roman Reigns, bro. Like, bro, his feet hits, bro. Like, bro, his feet hits.
I get what you're saying right now. I do, but what the fuck does Hitler have to do
Bro,
with
why
that?
did you bring up Hitler?
What?
Bro, this is a weird. They want to be in their own little fucking bubble. Let them. It's just a weird corner of the IWC where I'm like,
Yeah, but it sounds like most of the voices there were checking him. So listen,
which is
I'm
good.
I'm
Yeah, you're
satisfied
right.
with what I'm hearing.
Durj 93 became a new member. Let's fucking go. Round of applause for. Yeah, I don't know. Let's move. Moose Knuckle. Hitler's not even black.
Move elbow to the.
It's true.
Oh my god, what an idiot! No,
yeah.
dude, Moose
These are the
Knuckle, I
people that
love
don't
you.
chat
You're
with
fucking-
elbow. There you go.
Not really a friend of the black people either.
No. Not so
Oh
much.
my god, dude, it's so funny. So look at so somebody said to back up Hangman for some reason. Elboo, they go get out our community. Right. So obviously I'm assuming the internet wrestling community, however, like, I don't know. People are just so then someone made this Photoshop of WWE people. It's so fucking people are way too savage, bro. Yeah, it's so stupid, man. Oh my god.
They just want to hate so bad. They just
He
have it-
clearly meant the IWC too. Like he didn't
Right.
mean that in any ways either. So I don't know. That's funny. But MJ from NJ goes, Punk's point of joining was revenge for Paul. He immediately comes out and gets physical. These are some of the worst takes you'll see on Survivor Series all day. So Elboo's like, this was genuinely the tone setter that told me the main event would be okay. And then this guy goes, this was great, but whoever booked and produced it is too cute for me. Just let them have their damn match. Doesn't have to be Cleaver. Make it intense. That's one thing Punk still does. Yeah, I don't fucking know. Just a bunch of dummies, dude. Somebody, and that's because they call everyone dummies, so they're fucking dummies. Yeah. So
No,
John Draper says somebody really needs to talk to their doctor about the damage CTE does long term to your brain. So Joey Janela came out there and said, if you put Roman Reigns and the Boom Crew in the middle of Washington Square Park unexpectedly and told normal civilians that they could only take a picture with one, 70% would choose the Costco guys. Now, I don't know what kind of fucking science or Joey Janela is doing, right? But yeah, I don't know about that. We'd have to. I'm genuinely curious, and I think we need to see this play out. And they just had Okada beat Will Ospreay.
Oh no!
Who just beat Fletcher?
Oh no!
Come on now, Eric.
Oh my
no.
God! Oh
I'm
my!
not sure if I got that one right or not. I might have gotten that one wrong.
No.
Dude.
This is why I don't think Ospreay is going to win the title anytime
And
soon.
this is
He
what I
just
mean.
doesn't
How the
make any
fuck do you?
sense.
How the fuck do you put so much into Fletcher, right? And then you fucking
Forgot about
have
Fletcher.
Ospreay beat him, and then Okada just beats Ospreay.
Because this is a comedy.
It's
Tony Khan actually is a genius.
insane, bro.
He's doing a He's doing a
And
comedy.
Okada's
and
done
pretending
nothing
it's
this
serious.
year. Okada's done nothing this year, Dose. I'm sorry to interrupt you. He's done nothing this year. Nothing, like nothing of note. It's crazy,
He
man.
said bitch 300
people meme his
times.
fucking matches, and you're gonna put all of that TV time and effort into Fletcher and Ospreay, and then you have Ospreay beat Fletcher already, and then you have Ospreay lose to Okada.
I'd
think
already
it's
forgotten
fantastic.
about Fletcher.
It's they do everything wrong. and we know why, because Okada's in the elite. There you go. At the end. The
And
end
he's
of the
paying
story.
him just millions and millions and millions.
Damn it.
Oh my God. That's so bad.
I
That's
just don't
literally
get the
worst
booking.
decision.
It just buries everyone. Like, it's good Okada fucking got some wins and like wins this tournament and can be like, I'm
Why- why
two-time.
Did he already
C2.
have this title? Isn't he the defending champion? of this title?
Yes,
So
but
it's
like
not-
they're sort of establishing, I guess, in their company, like Okada's the tournament, he's the C2 god type thing. Whatever. Listen, all I'm saying is this. It's good for him, like to keep him not entirely buried as well, because he's done shit all. So if he lost, like a loss here hurts Okada pretty bad, I'd say. But like Will Ospreay losing hurts all of AEW and everything they're seemingly building towards. It's like, Jesus Christ. So Joey Janela continues along and says
Chat's
that
losing their mind over this.
yeah, it's like, come on, man. I can't believe
It's
this
so
shit.
bad. It's so bad. Wow.
Yeah. So this guy goes, we are not all dummies at GCW. Meltzer acknowledges the big dog Roman Reigns as the man. So the GCW world champion acknowledges that Roman Reigns is the man in response to Joey Janela, who's saying, like, I guarantee you that right now, if the Costco guys and Rizzler were standing in Times Square next to anyone besides Cena and The Rock, more people would approach them for pictures. So do you guys agree with that? Like, do you think more people would recognize the Costco guys and the Rizzler than fucking Roman Reigns in Times Square? Especially, that's like a weird place to choose as well. Times Square is like,
people
I don't know
overall,
about that.
no. There might be some
I have
young people
insight
that'll,
on
TikTok, but no, people overall, if you're getting like, grandmas and like people from like the Midwest coming over, no, they're going to know who Roman Reigns is. Or Cody
I
Rhodes.
actually have intensive data done on the Lippman family on this in this very arena, because my parents do not know who Roman Reigns is. My parents are Costco shoppers. They love Costco. Whatever that store brand is that makes everything. The cashmere is just as good as you get from Barney's or Neiman Marcus.
Kirkland vodka.
Kirkland, that's
whatever
the
it
brand.
is, they love Costco. I asked them, they don't know who the Costco guys are. So they're
Right.
Costco people. My kids do not know who the Costco guys are either. But my kids, who are not wrestling fans, absolutely know who Roman Reigns is.
There you go.
And someone says,
Statistics.
props to Mance for speaking on the obvious. Yeah, I fucking love Mance Warner and Steph DeLander, his girl. But I fucking love Mance Warner, dude. I think he's great. And Kenny Omega's here. I told you guys, we're getting Kenny Omega back.
Oh,
Call me
goody.
Mystic Phil. I predict these things. But yeah, we got Kenny Omega back because what Tony Khan's big dream is to have Okada versus Omega. He just wants to recreate this
The best
shit.
guys, Tony Khan.
And he's wanted to for a long time, just like he wanted to recreate Ricochet Ospreay. It'll be a throwaway nothing match. And yeah, it's what, and maybe Omega will get that Continental title off of Okada. I'm down. But I just don't like it because they're not going to have the matches that they had in the past. Why? Shit, it's like making a sequel to Time Cop. Like the first one's good. Like they had their trilogy or their 5 bouts and they were really good. Why fucking shit on that by trying to do another one in AEW just cuz? It's stupid. If anything, I'd use this match to have on like a big Dynamite and you just give it away as like, hey, it happened somewhere else. It's not going to be as good, but here it is on a fucking Dynamite, and it'll blow the roof off the place in that way, or something, right? Or you build up.
See the last 3 Star Wars movies. Just stop. Enough with
Yeah.
sequels.
Yeah, just chill the fuck out, man. It was better before. So, like, I would never, it's funny how the fucking prequel trilogy were like memes before there were memes. And then the sequel trilogy was so bad that the fucking prequel trilogy is like watching heaven, Star Wars. It's crazy. So, anyways, though, I'm pumped that Omega's back. I think his first match announced back, though, is in New Japan. Like, these guys aren't throwing down right away.
Yeah, like next week or
And
something.
I just don't think anyone wants to fucking see. I don't know. They're chanting holy shit, and I just don't know if anyone wants to see them have a watered-down version of their previous matches in New Japan.
Well, there's 2 other aspects to this, and that is that it's supposed to build towards the elite standing up to the Whitepool Combat Club. Meanwhile, you have 2 guys from the elite fighting each other, which is a needless distraction from your story. So, like, erase one of those stories, like steer away from one of them. And the other thing is that a story broke today that New Japan wanted a bunch of wrestlers for the Dynasty show next week, but Tony Khan said no, they're already booked for Collision. So again, the vassal promotion gets the leftovers.
One of my predictions of the year for 2025 on the PWT holiday special, I predicted that New Japan in 2025, by the end of it, will say that they won't be like, we're not working with AEW, but they're gonna say some shit like, we're open to working with WWE and shit, like we're open to working with other companies, and they're not gonna bury AEW.
Said that a little bit.
I know, but I think they're gonna really like book a WWE guy for one of their shows. They need that rub, and they know it. You need that heat, you know. So anyways, though, shout out Meltzer as well, keeping it real. So clowns of the IWC. Oh yeah, we covered that way before. So this guy took Timbo goes, here are some designs for a possible future HBO Max championship.
Oh god.
Fantastic.
For who? A fucking tag team? Like, Jesus Christ, why? And those are all terrible. Please God, don't make those any fucking
make all of them.
Dude, you have shitty takes. You have
I want the
shitty
whole
takes.
set.
You have shitty takes to Timbo, and you're bad at AI. What the fuck?
I want to buy those as a coaster set.
Yeah. So speaking of it, Grim, leader of Belt Federation, says seems like Janela might be right. More people recognize the Costco guys than they do Roman Reigns. I'll do more interviews and post them in this thread to be sure, though. Now, I don't believe this. If you went to like a big city like Chicago or New York or some shit, Toronto, and you ask more people who are the Costco guys or Roman Reigns, and you ask 100 people, I don't know, but this made me curious. My quote tweet to this, though, you will see well, let's watch the video, and then I'll tell you what my quote tweet was.
What's up, everybody? It's Grim, and we're going to play a game of Recognize a Celebrity. So I'm going to show both of you guys 2 celebrities, and we want to see if you can recognize them. Okay, you ready? This is the first celebrity. John Cena. John Cena. And the second celebrity is? The Costco kids. You got the Costco kids right, and you got
Nobody,
the guys.
Yeah, exactly. So what I quote tweeted and said, listen, calling Roman Reigns John Cena is in the same ballpark as calling the Costco guys the Costco kids, but far less egregious of an offense. It's in the same ballpark. It's in the same library, but it is. I don't know.
I like how he has one group that he did that with. He probably had like 50 other ones that knew both of them, or at least Roman.
I mean, shout out to AEW neckbeards for going public like this with his image.
Oh shit. So Elbu goes, give Dijak and Grimes their jobs back, and then bring back the leakers, says Elbu. And I don't know if Grimes leaked anything, but Dijak, here's the thing, again, because motherfuckers want to call me up for that. The Dijak thing, I have a screen grab that someone sent to me. Okay, so it's a screen grab of their conversation with this dirt sheet, and this dirt sheet's bragging about talking with Dijak, and then they sent a screen grab as well, and I see the whole conversation. It's back when he was T-Bar, and it's not Fightful. Okay, I said that then, and I say it now, but yeah, so he did leak, at least when he was T-Bar and shit, he was telling people stuff, and so I don't know about Grimes if he was doing that, but I don't know. Maybe they both got nice New Year's Eve holiday cards there for WWE.
Whatever it is, neither one of them necessarily deserves their job back. I mean, Dijak, they already have people that play the exact same role and the exact same character. And Grimes was great in NXT. On the main roster, nobody cared. And I'm sorry, but that's the job. It's the job of the wrestler to get themselves over. It's not the job of management to try. Do they do that with some people? Yes, they do. Is there favoritism? Yes, there is. Same as your job. But you know that's just life. And you know what? If they reinvent themselves and do great on the independents and whatnot, they'll get a chance to come back, a la Drew McIntyre, a la Cody Rhodes, a la so
Right?
many.
Get yourself
Yeah,
over.
man.
They'll put you over.
So, Powerful King JJ says there's a reason why Tony named his fan base the Sickos. Welcome to AEW, Ricochet. And this guy's like, not on his cock, OMG. And then this guy's like, and then Ricochet responds and goes, this person should never be permitted to enter an AEW event ever again. And it's like, yeah, they're fucking sickos, bro. What do you expect? So MJ from NJ goes at it with Paul Walter Hauser, aka Stingray from fucking Cobra Kai. So ref MJ from NJ goes, in other news, the sky's blue, water is wet, and the sun rises in the east. I was also today years old when I learned who Paul Walter Hauser is. Never heard of him before, just taking shots. I wish he was here. This is like kind of older stuff, but I don't think we talked about it. And basically they were going back and forth. I might have more of it somewhere in here, but either way, Paul Walter Hauser just goes, are you okay? So I don't know, dude. He was arguing with fucking Stingray. You better look out, dude. He might Cobra Kai your ass, And MJ says the internet tells me this is some Hollywood actor. Never heard of him. He asked if I was okay. I'm great. Yeah, he is a good actor. Oh man, I forget what they were arguing about. It was a while ago.
He's also an active member of the MLW roster.
Yes. And so more about the Ricochet toilet paper stuff. He goes, I don't want to see anyone switching it up. If you didn't like me before, you missed your chance. No jumping on the bandwagon now. Cheese curlers. And then this guy goes, you're cool. Just think your promo skills equate to two cats fisting each other in a bird cage. And then Ricochet goes, shut up. That's why you had to work on Christmas, broke boy.
Wait,
oh, man. Bro, how you going to hate on a motherfucker who had to work on Christmas, dude?
Didn't Ricochet wrestle on the Christmas show?
Yeah, dude, you have to work on fucking Christmas too, dude. Fuck you for
Yeah,
hating on it, dude.
yeah, that's a cell phone, isn't it?
Yeah, right. I'm like, wait a minute. He was
God,
on that
what a
Christmas
dummy,
show.
man. Dude, a blue collar guy who works to come to your fucking to come to your shows.
Arena's response, he cooked them.
Yeah. Well, there is responses. Let me pull it up here because I think there is more. I
said you work once a week and you still come up with you still can't cut a promo on it on Twitter.
Yeah, so he goes, you work once a week, which gives you 6 days to work on your promos, and you still can't cut one on X. And then Ricochet goes back to broke boy. It's like, is that all you got, bro? That shit is ridiculous. It was broke boy also isn't very innovative. Here, Marie Shadows was posting the show. I got to retweet that. I should do a pod with her this week coming up. I'm gonna hit her up. Same old shit. Nothing original inside his broke ass head. Haha. Okay, but you're the one who reported broke boy twice. And then he goes, instead of toilet paper, they should have thrown your ass some cue cards. At least it would dispel the illiterate rumors. Oh shit! I think there was more too.
There is.
But goddamn, he just
good.
Baked
He
it.
cooks it. He cooks him a couple of times.
Oh my god, let's see if there's more. No, not there. Oh my god, that is fucking hilarious. Marie Shadow says Ricochet got to stop and know this isn't developing a character, being cocky or nerdy or a dork. Our character traits, personalities, not a character. Exactly. Character has motivations, faults, likes, dislikes, failures, human emotion, and connection with the audience, reason, things like that. Fucking yeah, it's nail on the head there. That's hilarious, dude. Cooked his ass though. Bro murdered Ricochet.
murdered.
So Ricochet goes, I don't want to see any whatever. You were yeah. Okay, we read that. There's got to be more. I thought there was more. You go, suck my dick. Oh yeah, why does Samantha refuse to do it? That was before. Dude, he just went from like a cool wrestler to just being a fucking geek going and getting baked on Twitter by guys, man.
He's so
and
bad.
yeah, so that's why you have to work on Christmas, you broke boy. Yeah, so I think we covered it all, bro. He pretty much got owned by this dude. And yeah, what do you expect when you're being an asshole? Like, that's no one's gonna get behind that. And he got fucking ratioed, as the kids say. So epic fail on Ricochet's end. I got nothing to add, but how you gonna hate on a dude who works on Christmas? Jamie Earhart for $5 says, for the record, I'm currently lit. Right on, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's go, dude. We'll just get off. You know, since you're lit, you need air horns. We're always lit here at fucking PWT. Thank you so much for the super duper chat. Rico shit. Someone says, oh, come on now, chat. That's not very fair. So MJ from NJ goes, what a sad little copycat. Not original, not creative, just a copycat engagement industry. And to think you followed me not long ago, so when I got on lock, you can keep stealing from my brain. So is this AIR Gold stealing MJ shit or what?
Could be. A lot of people steal his shit.
I was gonna say, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unoriginal.
Tickets for All In go on sale today, and only 30 people in AEW bothered to post. Oh, so he just went and like screen grabbed like MJ shit after MJ brings it up.
Yeah.
Right. He does this graft and then graft. Shout out Brendan Schubb. I can't help myself sometimes. So Revolution. Yeah, so he's just doing his shit verbatim. Yeah, he's a fucking hack, bro. MJ's like, I shouldn't actually. I'm not gonna stooge that, but we were DMing some shit, and I don't know. It's this AR Gold guy. Like, he's just a hack who needs clicks, bro. That's all it fucking is. I wouldn't even sweat that guy. So here's MJ going at SRS here. So Sap is like, LOL, why stop at 3 or 4 weeks? I say this group should stop tweeting about us using our news. I think we covered this before, right? And we talked about how if like everyone's in their bubbles. So the bubble paradox, as we call it, right? As I call it. Even though I don't know why it's a paradox, I just call it that. But basically what it is, like, it wouldn't affect them if me and Dose and everyone stopped talking about Sap or Meltzer, these guys tomorrow. It really wouldn't affect them any. Their business is what it is. They block out anyone who fucking hates on them anyways. So that's what they actually want. You know, it's a bad business practice.
This group? Who does he think this group is?
Well, I don't know. I think MJ was in a group with like Awful and on a Spaces with like a handful of people in the IWC. I'm assuming motherfuckers like me and you and Awful and I guess people like that, right? And so the conversation I think MJ and Awful were having was like, yo, if we stop talking, we should experiment on that. Like, if we stop talking about these people, let's see if it actually affects their numbers and everything. And my whole thing is like, no, dude, they want that. They're already blocking people out. Like, they don't care and it wouldn't change. They're already in their bubbles. So like, yes, maybe like 10 people fall off or something. But if you look, like, Social Blade is a thing, man. You can look at what their YouTube numbers are doing, and you can look at what mine are doing, and the way shit's trending, bro. That's all I'll say. So I think it's just doing shit like this is more. It's not about not giving them attention. They're attention seekers, bro. You know. So yeah, it's like it's just. They want to be in their bubbles, so just ignoring them doesn't do fucking shit. And then Voice of the Marks is like, Awful Wrestling and his buddies really try to say that they're the reason why Sap and Dave Meltzer are relevant, which isn't necessarily what they said, but
no one's ever said that. I mean, both of them predate. I mean, I shouldn't speak for them because I'm not really part of that group. I mean, I am cyber friendly with some of them. I am not cyber friendly with others. I was famously on a show for 3 weeks that I haven't been on since.
Yeah.
Together there.
Fair point.
I mean, it's not a coordinated effort. There's no group, and I'll only speak for myself. I don't think I've mentioned Sean Ross Sapp or Fightful in any way, shape, or form.
Or Meltzer. There was like lumped together. Like, basically they were saying like people like Meltzer or Elbu or Sap, like the only reason they're, you know, and of course, like, you know, Sap's going to react to it because he's react to everything. But
that's what he does.
Yeah, he's just, you already know he's, you know, ready to fucking react. But yeah, they basically were lumping them together as well. Like people like Meltzer, basically like people like us who are critical of like the mainstream, I guess. The mainstream is in terms of like what is the wrestling news mainstream and stuff like that. Like, we're critical of it. So I guess he's grouping people like us together. You know what I mean, Dos?
I do, but I mean, it's about as disingenuous of what he's saying that anyone else is doing. I mean,
exactly.
I don't think I've ever posted a video. That's certainly not one that I created because I don't know how to create one. So
I'll help you, Dos. God damn it. No. So Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for $5 says, I want Ricochet to say the same things to the people who have to work on Christmas, like police officers, healthcare workers, and firefighters, dude, nurses,
Yeah, seriously.
fucking
How about the ones
Chinese
who were there
food
protecting
restaurants,
him while he was working.
Chinese food restaurants, you know what I mean? Domino's, fucking your boy
was
Phil Marks
working
was here doing a Christmas show.
He was working at an arena that had a healthcare professional, that had police officers, had people from the fire department there working to keep him and the people in the arena safe. So he could have done it while he was working, calling other people broke ass.
Yeah, dude. Exactly. Thank you so much. And I'll give you a stupid idiot on Ricochet.
Stupid idiot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Feels good.
Thank you very much. Hope you guys like that addition to the soundboard there. So I went at Elbu and I've been doing real good. These holidays, what I extrapolated from the holidays was, oh, dude, I love just posting and ghosting now. I don't give a fuck, you know? And it's not to be like cocky, but like I've built a really great audience, man. I'm still growing. Like the numbers go up even when I take a goddamn day off. It's like, you know, everything's just doing well, and I know it doesn't last forever. So I'm just being present, and I'm like, bro, I just got to post. So I didn't read this shit. When I came on Twitter and saw that this got 12.4K views, I was like, holy shit. Now I know views are just people scrolling by, but obviously, like I got people under here. I looked at my notifications for a millisecond, and I got people under there. Most people laughing at Elbu, but a lot of other people being like, oh, fuck you, like whatever, you know, defending him. It is what it is. I don't care what you think about him. This is what I think about him. I'm allowed to have my fucking opinion. So Hangman goes like, Cena is going to have to be serious, heel leaning, slightly demeaning to Cody, and book dominantly from January to March. Aura restoring levels of booking dominance. And these are the people who ruin terms like aura. Clean wins over pushed guys. He has to feel super Cena level inevitable going against Cody. And it's like, no, he doesn't. Why go into that old fucking rehashed shit we've already seen Cena do? Well, I've already seen him be the comeback guy who gets his ass beat and the comeback guy who is super heroic and can't lose. Why go back to this shit? There's like an old man Logan put me out of my misery type story. So my quote tweet is, this guy sucks and is a hack. Cena doesn't need any of that, right? And that's the other thing. He doesn't need any of that, by the way, bro. They could just have him run out there and team with fucking R-Truth and it'll work for whatever they're doing right now. Yeah, bro, like they don't need any of that. Anyways, like him and Cody could have a match and it's going to work is the point. Because they'll take this shit literally. No, literally, he's not going to go out there with R-Truth. And I'm saying that he could just, him and Cody are going to have a match where it's like a Hogan Rock thing, bro. Like Hogan wasn't this indomitable force that couldn't ever, and The Rock was the most over guy in the WWE. You know what I mean? And it was a moment of like two icon passing of the torch. That's sort of more what it is. They don't need to have him go, okay, have Cena come back and run through the whole roster and then he's gone after a year, you fucking idiot. Like, what are you talking about? Who? Like all the jobbers? Okay, yeah, he can go on a fucking run where he just decimates Otis and Akira Tozawa if you want, and Dominic and shit, but that won't restore the aura of him like what him and Punk did. And you know what I mean? So what are you talking about? Like he's gonna come and just destroy Drew and Jacob and fucking Roman and he's gonna be Punk. Like what is he gonna do to fucking get to that? It's got to be like he's unbeatable level. No, bro, no, that would be so dumb. How do you get there without clearing out the fucking whole roster? Like it's
completely unoriginal. That's all they do.
So unoriginal. It's such like a hacky fucking like.
Yeah.
No, that's what you do in AEW if you were a sixth grader writing this shit and you didn't like. So I was like, Cena doesn't need any of that. There's no restoring the aura. You restore the feeling marks. Got to get a grip. Why try and rehash old shit that's already been done for the 1000th time? There's an Old Man Logan or Dark Knight Returns type of story to be told here with Cena. Different side of him where he doesn't need to be Super Cena anymore. Also, this is assuming all of the dirt sheets that are 0 for life with WWE in 24 are right.
Right.
Yeah. About like him even fighting Cody. So it's like, why even go there if we don't even know we're going there yet, you know? So anyways, Cena should win the speed title. So it says
these are the same people that thought it was going to be Seth instead of CM Punk in the War Games match. These are the exact same people saying that. Yeah. So
yeah, and who are saying that they could book NXT better than HBK or that fucking Roman is you know, is the bloodline marks are fucking all stupid, all that. So yeah, speaking of Social Blade, I mean, MJ from NJ does the job. He looks up Fightful's shit, so I don't know. He's like, they're down in Twitter or whatever. I don't know. We need him back on the show to break down graphs here. No, but now AR Gold is a traitor, and AR Gold's like, can we finally admit that Okada has not been a good signing for AEW? It's like, yeah, we did. It's not about finally. We did a long time ago. So this
the Continental Classic.
Yeah. Heel Uzi says, what in the AEW is this? And so this guy tweets out the vibe I get from you in ring to Brian Cage. And it's
no.
Benoit and Ultimate Warrior.
Oh, no.
Two of the biggest pieces of shit ever.
Oh, God.
And both died young.
Because they took too many steroids.
And then he goes, Brian Cage goes, I like it. Oh my God. It's so funny.
You
dude.
what?
I see, Sickos is way more fun when it's like, yeah, trust me. I figured out what to do.
I mean, I get it. They're iconic wrestlers, but they're also infamous. I mean, one for murder, double murder, and
for
suicide.
like, dude, they're infamous for like the wrong shit. Like one of them's infamous for like exactly like you said, a murder, do or died or whatever. And then you have another, and then the other dude's known for like going off and calling everyone the F word and fucking, you know,
hating everybody,
like going out saying everyone's gay and stuff, you know,
Yeah.
and then like and challenging people to fights and shit,
Yelling
and
at
then,
college kids. He was yelling at college kids. That's what he was doing.
And then he's like, and then both of them for the steroid stuff. And I don't know, it's just funny where he's like, I like it. It's like, come on, just God damn it, no sell that shit. If you like it, fucking hit the like, and like those shits are private now, bro. Elon made that stuff private, you know, you didn't have to tweet that one out. That's pretty funny.
So
oh my goodness, we got some big super chatters here. Scully Vibes for $10 says, what's the vibes? I just want to say the internet wrestling community has taken the first L ever. The trending tags for AEW World's End are AEW World End and AEW World Ends. Oh my God.
You just made the list.
Oh my God, Scully. And this is what I told everyone a long time ago. Go back to the early days of PWT, man, and I said it. Most of these sickos are illegally streaming the shit, and before Tony Khan and the sickos were running with a conspiracy about, hashtags aren't working. It's weird. We got to look into that. And the sickos, like AIR Gold and them, were running with a conspiracy that AEW Dynamite was fucking trending more than Dynamite. And I was like, yeah, you idiots, you're not spelling the word correctly. And a bunch of you fucking idiots weren't spelling Dynamite correctly and got that shit trending. And they're trying to blame bots and the WWE. They tried to blame WWE. Now tonight, here's further proof, man. Is WWE doing this shit too?
Of course. Stupid idiot.
Are they doing it too, guy? The fucking hashtags are AEW World End and AEW World Ends. Oh, this is you guys doing this because the higher educated, actually AEW fans are more educated and they're richer, and these poor poor trailer park trash dumb motherfuckers who like women's wrestling and fucking actual storylines don't get it, and they're broken poor and they're stupid. And meanwhile, the more educated fan base don't know how to spell Dynamite. And here's more proof. They don't know how to spell World's End. They don't even know the fucking name of the pay-per-view because it's not promoted properly.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
This is amazing.
Smartest fans, all college educated and very successful.
Thank you for that super chat. Shadow Bat Ash for 20 goddamn smokers.
These are wealthy fans.
Yeah, stupid fucking pores over here. Hey, stupid fucking poor WWE fans. I mean, thank you so much. Shadow Badass says someone needs to create a pro wrestling dictionary and thesaurus because the majority of people overuse the terms to the point where they lost its original meaning and improperly use the most basic of terms. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Like work rate is invented by Marx. What about fucking aura is just beat to death, man. Aura is like, dude,
buried.
It's just done. It's a done fucking people. Aura's buried, but also some people misuse buried a lot as
Oh,
well.
One loss.
That's why I
Literally
said it.
buried him.
Jobber.
Yeah.
Yeah, jobber. What
Shoot.
else?
Push.
Swerve.
Shoot. Yeah, that one. A push. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many that people just
Over.
overuse.
Yeah, being
Yeah.
over gets thrown around. People even come at me. They're like, "Oh, come on now, Phil. Over means you're like a star."
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, dude. People, we need to start I'm sure there's one out there. I'm sure someone's made one, but we need to create our own. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for the super chat. And we should get you on the case, Shadow Bat Ash. We should, in the Discord, we'll start a thing and then we'll start defining all these wrestling terms and then we'll fucking take it to the public, like Urban Dictionary, but for wrestling. That's
It'll be
actually a
in
good
the
idea.
Pro
We need
Wrestling Times first paper edition.
We need a fucking investor. MJ from NJ, come invest in my website. It's going to be Urban Dictionary. And I just stooged the fucking idea out there. So one of our wealthy listeners here can fucking, go and grab that domain and we'll make it happen. Thank you so much. We got to fucking
Acknowledge me.
And then Wrestling Russ for $10 says that Brian Cage thing was genius. Happy holidays, PWT. Yeah, dude. You know what's funny is that the guy's not off, though. If you combine like Benoit and Ultimate Warrior aesthetically, yeah, I get it. Like in ring, that's sort of the vibes, but it's just kind of funny how he's like, I like it. And we figure out a way to roast it.
Doesn't have the same malice as Benoit, nor does he have the same electricity as the Warrior. So he just sort of looks like them. And he calls them and he used to do the, slit your throat symbol.
And
he called himself the Wolverine, like Benoit was called the Rabid Wolverine. So
yeah, you're right, dude. You are right about that in Wrestling Russ. Thank you so much. Happy holidays to you. Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy Hanukkah. Happy New Year. All that good shit, pal. And thank you for super chatting in. We appreciate you. They're still flying in here, guys. Let's go. Scully Vibes has been a member for 8 months. Never thought I'd say rare John Moxley bleeding. Here's to 8 more months. Cheers with beers in Minecraft. And man, thank you for being And yeah, you're right, dude. Okay, Wrestling Russ again for $5 says WWE live tonight event tonight in Florida outsold World's End by a lot and had 0 matches announced. Yeah, they did. Did they announce any matches? I thought there was like one announced, maybe, but if there wasn't, I mean, dude, what can you say?
I think there were some names announced.
Yeah, we covered it earlier on the show, Russ. And yeah, we had MJ himself, WrestleGraphs, here breaking down his graph and updating us on the tickets there and all that. And yeah, I predict that TNA will do the same in 2025. They will outsell not in the same market, but in just in general. They'll do like a 7K pay-per-view, and then we'll see another like fucking 6.5K pay-per-view from AEW and or whatever. That's my prediction. Thank you so much. It's my name now. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer says. Yeah. So speaking of MJ, he says, I wonder which this account is doing when. So AR Gold says most people don't actually care about Rey Fenix or any of the other wrestlers. They just care about how this makes AEW look bad. No, I disagree with you, fuckface. I actually do care about Rey, and I do really love the Lucha Bros, and I don't care about AEW looking bad. I wish that this didn't happen so they didn't look bad. Okay? AEW not using Rey Fenix is fucking wrong. WWE sells out almost every arena they go to. They're doing the best business they ever have. What the hell does Tony Khan think will happen if the Lucha Bros go there? WWE isn't being hurt by this at all. The only one being affected is Phoenix, and he's the most innocent party in all of this. Oh, what changed there, Gold? You fucking dipshit. Just talking out of your fucking ass. That's what I tried to prove that to you guys on the show.
I mean, there's no promotion that cares less about the health of their wrestlers than AEW. Just the people that they've cleared to wrestle that nobody else would clear, including Japan, which will clear pretty much anyone. They AEW clears. I mean, Doc Samson. The guy at some point must have been. I don't know. He must shake his head every night, and he probably has no mirrors in his house.
Safest company in wrestling. Safest company in wrestling.
Right.
Yeah, Moxley just defended the title. Ed Brown's been a member for 8 months. Thank you very much.
Wait,
and
so
John
Moxley won?
Yeah, he won, dude.
I got that one right. Back on the winning wave.
And he pinned Jay White of all the people, not
course
even
he did.
Cassidy. Fucking idiots, dude. So Walker Stewart, the Velvet Voice WS, Netflix and movies like Superman did this to me. They go at Velvet Voice, whatever you're a fan favorite with an undeniable following, whatever, just like Seth freaking Rollins. Catch him when Raw premieres on Netflix, whatever. So it's like a bot tweet out. I got one for Superman, Netflix doing the shit. Walker Stewart, who I guess is the voice of New Japan, he goes, don't care. So they tweet out like Raw on Netflix. He goes, don't care. Watch New Japan Wrestle Kingdom 19 this week, live in English on New Japan World. And I just quote tweeted, I was like, bro, how fucking cringe could you be? A, you're responding to a bot. B, Netflix, you think anyone gives a fuck about the New Japan thing? And just to be like, don't care. It would have been funny if he was like, watch this. But he's like, don't care. You don't care about the biggest wrestling thing ever that the guy who owns New Japan cares about. I guarantee fucking to you. I don't know.
It's fucking gatekeepers.
It's just gatekeepy, geeky, fucking annoying shit. And yeah, that was our fucking sicko segment. Do you have anything to say to that there, Dose?
Yeah, I'm just reveling in my greatness because I'm pretty sure I'm undefeated with the possible exception of the Continental Classic finals, which I got the participants right, and I'm not sure that I got that one wrong. So I'm waiting for Chris Connor to confirm. So yeah, no, like I'm having a great day. I fought with Trevor Dame.
Here, FTR came out. The lights dropped. Sorry, that's the rated FTR. So Edge is back. So I called it. I said both. You guys can check my Twitter at prowrestletimes. I called it. I said Kenny. It's just going to be Kenny Omega, not Shane McMahon. And then I fucking quote tweeted later, and I said or Edge. So you guys can go fact check me on that.
Yeah, no, you did. I fact checked you. I confirm you because I said those two cheap Canadians can share an Uber zine, like a limousine.
Yeah. I think I saw that, dude. Motherfucker, dude.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty clever. An Uber zine.
Why not save
so
Edge
is back.
Show?
Edge FTR, but it's like rated FTR or whatever they're called.
Yeah, exactly. Like that would have made save him for that. Okay. They save nothing for anything.
So now there, and then I told you guys, what did I tell you guys? Christian will be there. I said it at the top of the show. Christian will be there with the fucking contract, and you'll have a moment where we could see a Christian versus Edge for the world title here sooner than later as well. Seeing if they all mix it up. FTR clears the ring. They're doing dives and shit. Edge is back. Let's see what happens between him and See, they're just standing around waiting for spots. Just fucking brawl it out like men. What the fuck? Let's see what Edge does here.
In the sense of the rated FTR thing happening here, it makes sense for Fight for the Fallen, which is a benefit for Asheville, and all three of them live in the Asheville area.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I'm not mad at them both coming back. AEW, though, they have to do a double comeback for people to care. Kenny coming back was cool. But yeah, I called both of these because I just figured it's the end of the year. They're like, it's a new era and all this shit they're trying to say. And I'm like, dude, how do they end 2025 with a bang? You bring back Edge and Kenny, who are both ready to come back. And yeah, spears him. Moxley gets speared. I mean, if it's me, dude, I'm putting that fucking world title on Edge or Lashley or one of these dudes.
Just another string of ex-WWE stars that have had the title.
So what is Edge doing? He's breaking the fucking metal off the chair, and then he's going to do the... Speaking of Benoit and Canadian crippler crossfaces, folks.
I thought you were going to say he's breaking his fucking leg again. Was what I thought you were going to say.
He's doing a crossface with like the bar from the chair.
Oh, that move. Yeah.
Yeah.
So vicious.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
These pay-per-views
they're chanting you deserve it. So I don't know. Good heat Edge. I don't know. This is good. I mean, I'm interested. It's a bunch of bald white dudes, though. I mean, I don't know how many we can fucking. They played his music. And Edge is speaking into a dead mic.
Of
How
course.
embarrassing. Oh, they play his music, and then he starts speaking into a not even a hot mic.
It's just like
And it's
Sting.
cutting in
I'm
and
getting
out.
cues. I'm getting time cues from Darby and pay-per-view cuts. Jesus, this company.
He's saying, "You look at me when I'm talking to you, kid." He said, "You were growing pubes when I started doing this."
So edgy. That was not a pun.
So you're taking it what? So they're gonna win the trios belts off Claudio and them, and then feud with Mox or something. This is fucking stupid, man. But shout out Edge. I'm glad he's back. I'm glad he's back. 80, like almost 90% of chat aren't watching the show, so I can't put a poll. What would you grade this event? I would grade it like a C+. I'm glad Kenny and Edge are back. That's interesting shit. Edge looks shreddy eddied right now, like super shredded. So
I'm giving it an A+. I
And
think
then
this episode of PWT was amazing.
Yeah, dude. Well, we got a Dave Meltzer
got
dumb
Dave
moment.
still.
We'll talk about the anything from the fucking press conference. You guys know, I'll bring it to the pod tomorrow or something. You know, I'll record one with Jake or something tomorrow, and we'll react to the fucking.
What, I'm not invited tomorrow?
So you can come on tomorrow.
The only
too.
thing I watch is the media scrum.
So listen, the trios match, they already announced it for Fight for the Fallen on Wednesday for Asheville. You fucking called it, Dose, right there as well. They announced it right here on the pay-per-view. That's what they ended with. Trios match and fucking Asheville Fight for the Fallen. So that's why you guys listen to PWT, man.
Cesaro, Pac, and Wheeler Yuta.
And then Beth Phoenix versus Marina Shafir.
Ooh.
It all makes sense.
See, and that's what people were saying before, that she was going to come in, but Edge got hurt.
Yeah.
So then who can take out Marina? She's choking out dudes.
Yeah.
Who's big and bad enough? Beth Phoenix.
Yep.
Or Beth Copeland, they'll call her.
Whatever they want to call her, yeah.
Much fucking sense. You guys heard it here first. I was right about Kenny. I was right about fucking Edge. Dose was just right about the fucking trios match in Asheville Fight for the Fallen. He doesn't even watch the show for goddamn near 1 year. And Jake's going to be right about Beth Phoenix there. That's why you guys tune into PWT, the top motherfucking pod in the pro wrestling motherfucking space.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Let me put myself over there. Shadow Bat Ash for $5 says, who's more likely to end Moxley's reign, Darby, Adam Copeland, or Omega? If it's me, bro, you just put that shit on Edge. Like, fucking try and mix it up. Do something. You got all these WWE guys. Use them. Put the belt on them. To me, when they were like a Yahtzee group, I would say like Lashley and his guys should go over on them. You know, balance things out a little. And then they end with AEW Revolution on March whatever, after they just promoted the Fight for the Fallen thing. Fucking AEW, stop promoting 9 million different things at once. Like, that doesn't work. People are going to get their dates mixed up. Just like in WWE, hear about one thing at a time. It's the Rumble coming up. How do I know? Because it's the Rumble coming up, because they've told me a million times. You guys just told me 4 different fucking events. They're reading off matches that are going to happen on Collision. What the fuck? Anyways, yeah, if I had to guess, I'll say Edge at currently in this standing. What say you, Dose, if you had to predict? Darby, Copeland, or Omega beats Mox, if it's one of those 3.
Oh my God. It's not going to be Copeland, because I think they're going to have Christian and him fighting over nothing, because they think Christian and him is good enough. And frankly, I'm okay with them having 2 50-year-olds fight each other, not another former WWE guy having their title. They should put it on Darby, but you can't trust Darby, but this company isn't rational. So putting it on Darby would actually be the most appropriate 2019 to 2021 AEW thing to do. That would restore the AEW feeling, getting away from Moxley and Jericho and Edge and Christian and all this other shit. So I'm going to go with Darby. I mean, he everyone knows I'm a sizist, but if you're an AEW fan, it should be Darby, and they just embarrassed Jay White again, so it's not even a consideration.
What say you, Jake? What's your prediction of those 3 guys?
It has to be Darby. Otherwise, it just doesn't make any sense. For this company. It doesn't make any sense anyway, because it's Tony's booking, but it has to be Darby.
Well, overall, yeah, I grade that show a fucking C+. Thank you, Shadow Badass, for the super chat. And,
Tony will tell us how great it is.
well, speaking of telling us how good AEW is,
Oh God,
it is time for everyone's favorite segment as we reach the 5-hour mark. I feel like we just started. That was actually just the intro, folks. No, shout out Red Bar stealing his bit there. But yeah, it is time for everyone's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
You could also call this 0 hour.
So let's get some flutes in the chat for Meltzer. And right before the end of the year, Wavy Davy decided he's going to fucking melt down, drop gems, and just absolutely embarrass himself. And I just love it. I love that the year is ending this way. It's awesome. He couldn't even wait a few more days to start 2025 the same, but maybe Dave's going, hey, this is my last time being a dumbass, and in 2025 I'll do better. Or maybe he's just spiraling out of control. Either way, yeah, let's dive into it. So this somehow got into, so WSI Wrestling Shoot Interviews. James here is burying Dave Meltzer with a tweet. So holy shit, AEW on TV, tweet this out. And let's just look at the clip. What was it? It was like Ricochet, I think, and Ospreay doing some shit, doing some moves and stuff. And all of the fucking comments underneath, the majority of them are negative. WSI tweets out, every single comment on AEW's own post is negative. Ricochet, Will Ospreay choreographed no-sell bullshit might have played well on the indies in the mid-2000s, but modern wrestling fans appreciate a bit of storytelling. I blame Dave Meltzer because why not? Yeah, because
Good
that's
answer.
and that's also like a shot at how Meltzer tried to go at Dutch Mantel out of nowhere. So there you go. Like he blames him because why the fuck not? So moving along here, WrestleGraphs post this clip of Alvarez, who does not get a pass from me whatsoever. And WrestleGraph says, this man is a comic book character. He's not a real journalist, nor is he a business analyst. He sold a newsletter before the internet caught up to him, and now he does engagement content to generate hate, so he stays relevant. Sideshow Bob is more legit. And here's Meltzer and Alvarez going at it. We love these clips. These are our favorite clips right here.
Could another version of Rampage or possibly Shockwave be Max exclusive streaming or possibly YouTube Live every week? We don't need it.
I mean, the deal, put it this way. There's not going to be a show.
Put it this way.
Unless you're getting paid for a show. So if YouTube wants to pay them for a show, a lot of money, yes. What? If Max wants.
What the fuck is he talking? Yeah, YouTube TV, that's fucking dead and no one uses. It's like, no, dude, it would be him uploading for the ad revenue like they give everyone else. Jesus.
Wants to pay him a lot of money for another show? Yes. Max is already paying him a lot of money. I don't see him adding a show. I mean, that's part of the deal as far as the nature of the deal here was that they wanted 2 shows. If there's going to be another show, it's going to have to.
And Dave says it like they wanted 2 shows, like it's a positive, but they had to get rid of one to fucking meet that 2 shows, dude, because they only wanted 2. They didn't want fucking Rampage and Battle of the Belt. Yeah,
Ring of Honor.
Yeah, they had to scrap shows and shit. Dave, fuck.
It's going to probably be somewhere out of the WBD family, most likely. I mean, it's possible the WBD family may take a Ring of Honor show, but probably not another AEW show.
But Ring of Honor is just AEW, Dave. So why would they gaslight their fucking listeners and readers and shit into thinking like these are 2 separate things? It's the same fucking company, the same wrestlers, the same shitty ownership, the same booking, the same building, just fucking with a different apron. This is bananas, man.
So, it's like you can't say no, but no.
Yeah, you can.
You can't say no, but let me do it anyways. I'm a clever guy, Tony Khan. So Dave Meltzer says, despite WWE Raw's move to Netflix, allowing more freedom in regards to the show's runtime. Oh, so what Phil said? Existing TV deals in several international markets mean that the show must follow a more strict length. What? So despite WWE's Raw's move, allowing more freedom, existing TV deals mean the show must follow a more strict length. Yeah, it'll just be edited down because, and I'm sure Dose can correct me on this, but in those international markets, don't they typically air after? Like it doesn't air live at the time, like it comes on at another time?
I don't know about all of the international markets. I suspect that is the case, though. With where it's Netflix, I guess it will be live. It just will be at an inconvenient time, but you can watch it at your convenience. But I'm not really
I've
sure
seen
how
the
that.
ads for UK that say like 1 a.m. on Tuesday morning.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. All I'm saying is this, dude. This is Dave wriggling around trying to put the infamous Dave Meltzer spin and trying to make anything they're doing a fucking negative when this should be Dave should be busting his wad at like how great this Netflix shit is for pro wrestling. And he's just trying to like spin and be like, well, it's gonna be limited. Bitch, SmackDown's 3 hours, Raw's gonna be fucking 240 or 310 or 330 because The Rock wants to go 20 minutes over, or fuck it. You know what I mean? They have that room to play. Shut up and let hey Dave, let the TV fucking experts and this bald son of a bitch right here, Triple H, this handsome motherfucker right here, let them determine how that's gonna work. And you just sit back and make up lies about Lee Fitting and everyone else that like you fucking do.
And if it's a problem in Australia or India because it needs to be 3 hours because it's on a different TV network, they'll do what they do with Peacock Premium versus Peacock Non-Premium or other international. They'll put in more filler or edit down. Like you said, they have time. They already know what they need to do. So they've already probably planned to. They're not like AEW who figures out what they need to do 12 seconds, before they do it and end up with WWE Hall of Fame rings on the Rock and Roll Express.
Hackle Stranger for $2 says The Great World's End. It was a great show. There was a lot of super wrestlers featured. It was a super great card.
Another lie, the world didn't end.
Yeah, that's true, dude. Thank you so much.
The world ends.
Yeah, the great hashtag AEW world ends. So Meltzer says one of the things that they had told me is
Seriously, if we were on the internet saying they lied again, the world didn't end, AEW fans would be saying to me, he didn't say what world was going to end.
Yeah. But listen, though, Meltzer's sitting here saying that they told me. Who's they, dude? Netflix or WWE? Because ain't neither of them telling you shit, Meltzer. Yeah, the voices in your head were telling you this shit.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
So he goes, one of the things that they told me is the beauty of Netflix is that we don't have to fit a show into a time slot. But the thing is, there are still places in the world where these shows are still on television where you need to fit it into the time slot. Where in the world doesn't have Netflix that you'll need to fit it into the fucking time slot? Oh, some of the pre-existing deals, they all air later. You know, Dave, like how we just read earlier that Collision airs on Wednesdays in Australia or whatever the fuck, and Dynamite airs on whatever. They just will edit it for the time slot, bro. I thought you were a TV expert who talks to TV experts. How the fuck don't you know what editing a showdown is, bro? They do it to YouTube videos now and put them on like Kadoodle and shit from kid YouTubers. They just take their videos, edit them down to like a 28-minute thing, and then put it on kids' things. Streaming services, Dave, Jesus Christ. But anyways, he goes, Raw will still be on television in India for a couple months. So they just say, hey, India, fuck you, you get an India edited down version, especially for you guys for the next couple months, and then it's on Netflix. Is there no Netflix in India?
No idea.
I don't know.
That's what I mean. Germany, there's got to be Netflix.
A couple of months,
Germany.
he says. Like,
the Philippines and Japan. They still have existing TV deals. So, Dave, all they do is they just work some shit out, bro. Like, Japan doesn't have Netflix, Dave. It's going to be on Netflix for them soon, too, dude. The stations have to know how long these shows are going to be week to week. They'll just be 2 hours, Dave. There will come a time, and it's not too far away, where Raw won't be on TV. And at that point, they'll have a lot more leeway, and they probably won't have to hit a time cue.
Probably because he has no actual idea.
God damn it. What they told me, who the fuck is they, bro? It's always they. It's always like a black helicopter conspiracy. They have lizards being held captive on an island. You know, like who the fuck is they? Can you explain?
Or somebody in a Discord server.
Yeah, it's someone at Netflix calling fucking Dave Meltzer. But anyway, so Wrestle Pierce
Yeah,
says,
this is Prince Habsburg for Dave Meltzer, please.
so this is via Wrestle Pierce from Wrestling Observer. The Penta and Ray Phoenix situation happened because they both felt they had stagnated in AEW and knew WWE was interested. Tony Khan thought he could keep them by offering more money, which apparently he did. And it's like, how the fuck did they stagnate? I feel like this is them trying to blame the Lucha Bros. How the fuck did they think how the fuck did they stagnate when they weren't even, when you're giving Commander like Ray Phoenix's run? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if this is the actual factual coming from Observer, is what I'm getting at here. Some people thought I was going at the Lucha Bros when I said that, when I quote tweeted that out. But it's like, no, I don't give a fuck. How can anyone feel they stagnated when, like, look at Commander is doing what Ray Phoenix could literally have been doing, but they signed that stupid CMLL deal and shit. Like, okay, I guess technically, yeah, that's stagnating, but it's not like,
well,
I don't know. I feel like this is trying to put it on them. I feel like this is trying, instead of AEW being like, we have nothing for you, this is trying to be like, well, they felt they stagnated, which like maybe is true, but like, it's not like there was places they couldn't have been in, positions that would have made sense for them in this whole fucking thing. So anyways,
they them out with the parade of luchadors. They tried to replace them with everyone from Rush's two groups, you know, different versions of LFI and fake luchadors. They brought in Commander, El Hijo del Vikingo. They brought in Mystico, you know, all these other, they invented hologram, the Beast Mortos. I mean,
Frank,
a lot of these guys,
you mean Frank?
They're interchangeable.
Lawyer.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Abogado.
they've already made the call. So Tony Khan thought he could keep them by offering more money. So again, further proof, Tony thinks just throwing money at problems works, which apparently he did, but they'd already made the call to go. When Tony Khan and others want to talk about renewing their deal, they told people in AEW to talk to their agent rather than them. At this point, AEW knew they were gone, and Khan made the decision not to use them on television. So then why don't you just release them then? Here's the fucking thing. And I don't care that he hangs on to his property. I don't get mad at that, but just release them then if this is the sentiment. But this isn't real. This is Meltzer putting fucking Tony Khan's narrative out there to try and defend himself, which nobody believes, dude. And it just makes Tony look like an asshole anyways. He thought he could just give them more money and they'd be happy. It's like, no, bro, that doesn't solve everyone's problems. Like, when you're a wrestler, these people don't get it. Like, when you're a wrestler, you want to wrestle. So
on the biggest stage possible.
Yeah. And or at least be active. Evil Dose here has got to get out of here. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Evil Dose.
Peace,
And make sure you follow him. Round of applause for Dose, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you follow him over on X at Dose Evil. And yeah, he does the Watchmen there with MJ on X in Spaces. And he does the Garden of Doom and many other things. And anything else you got to plug, my friend?
No, I mean, there is one episode of The Watchmen that actually made its way to a podcast. It's on the Wrestling Soup Network. It's under Hammerlock Hangover. HH presents The Watchmen Episode 1 limited series. We haven't figured out how to make the others from Spaces to podcast, but you can also go on Spreaker and download Hammerlock Hangover. There's only one episode of Watchmen. Everything else is like months and months old. I would love it if you would check out Garden of Doom. Garden of Doom is a show with great variety, but sort of like Joe Rogan without the bro culture. Garden Views is similar variety, but more like law, business, tech, realpolitik. And GOD presents the Book of Black is mostly me and PJ Black talking to people in wrestling about non-wrestling but Garden of Doom type things. Although Mr. Thomas has co-hosted as well as being a guest once, and that's the Gospel of Thomas. And so, you know, it's a fun little change, and you'll hear from wrestlers and hopefully in ways that you don't normally hear about them, like talking about the Illuminati and are we in a matrix and stuff like that. So yeah, that's about it. But yeah, if you follow me at Dose Evil, I'm happy to interact with you. I don't draw first blood, but if you get nasty, I will, like Miss Jackson, I'll get nasty right back. But, yeah. Phil, as always, I appreciate you. And of the many things I do, you are a priority.
Thank you, brother. You as well. And hit me up tomorrow. I might record a podcast, or if not tomorrow, then the next day. So you're definitely invited.
You got it. And Alt Jake, always a pleasure. And now that I found out you're a Lonsman, I mean, now there's a special bond.
Oh, I knew we got along for a reason, my friend.
There you go. All right,
buddy.
Jews and Wrestling Tonight.
All right, take it easy, Dose. Ladies and gentlemen, Dose, amazing guest as always. Thankfully, a lot of legal jargon stuff to break down. He was there for it tonight, so shout him out. That was amazing. Yeah, round of
I'm too
applause
dumb for that
again.
stuff.
Yeah. Meltzer changing the narrative one more time. So Dave Meltzer responds to this guy named Sprout who says, I thought you couldn't compare cable and TV, Dave. And Meltzer goes, you can't compare them on an equal basis, but anything head-to-head is competition. An 0.45 on cable is far better than an 0.50 on network, for example. Now, Raj Giri fucking destroys Dave Meltzer. This was such an epic meltdown, and I can't wait to get into it as we trudge along. The Observer says, regarding reports of a new title being added called the Tribal Chief title, it was said that this is not happening.
No, really?
Yeah, you fucking dummies.
Dummy,
So
yeah.
they're talking about, there's going to be a new belt. No, that's not actually happening because we just invented that. And when we looked into it, it actually isn't happening. So apparently Logan Paul did ask for John Cena match at WrestleMania, but it's 100% not happening. The idea of Cena challenging for a world title to break the so-called record of 16 by Ric Flair is something that at least as a month ago could happen. So as a month ago, this story could happen. That could even happen at a fucking Royal Rumble. Doesn't have to happen. It could happen at SummerSlam. Doesn't have. That could be John Cena getting the 16th world title. That could be any fucking story. And I would love. It's 100% not happening. I would love if Paul and Cena happen at fucking Mania, dude. I would just laugh. I would die laughing.
Right.
Wrestle Talk tweets out Dave Meltzer's star ratings for ROH Final Battle. All right, so the grizzled young vets take on Silver and Reynolds. They get a 2.5 star. Hanako versus Harley Cameron, 1.5 star. Bennett and Taven versus Infantry, 2.25. So people can't tell me that just having a bunch of 2-star and 1-star matches on a pre-show is good for wrestling. I don't give a fuck what anyone's saying, dude. If they're all that shit, and we know Meltzer will go up to 7, so 2 shit, you can't tell me that that's good to have more of that. It's better to have less good matches. Anyways, Toa Liana and Bishop Khan versus whoever, EJ and Johnson, 2. Atlantis versus Mansoor, 3.25. It was a comedy match, bro. Shibata versus Billington, 3.25. So Shibata versus Billington was almost as good as Rock Hogan at Mania 18, according to Meltzer. Lethal versus Marshall, 3.25. So Atlantis versus Mansoor, Shibata, Billington, and Lethal versus Marshall were the same. Jesus. Red Velvet versus Layla Hirsch, 1.5. Lee Moriarty versus Nigel McGuinness, 3.25. Dustin Rhodes versus Sammy Guevara, or Dustin Rhodes and Guevara versus Vincent Dutch, 3.5. The ROH 5-man match, 4.5, dude. I knew Dave would mark out for that and give it a 4.5. One of the greatest matches ever. No, it wasn't that, Dave. It was booked cleverly. Fucking Tony Khan booked it. Pretty smart, actually. But, yeah, in no way is it even up there in one of the greatest matches ever. Jericho versus Matt Cardona, 2.75 because they worked a WWE style match. And then Athena versus Billy Starks, 3.5. And that's him. That's a 5-star in Meltzer Stars for women wrestling.
Right.
Yeah, so hilarious. Jose the assistant said, treat yourself, don't cheat yourself. And then I quote tweeted this with a flute, and he blocked Meltzer. And then he responded, and Jose's like, I bet this is in your bookmarks or whatever. And I was like, you know it, bro. So Dynamite Dave couldn't make it the last few days of 2024 without getting caught in one last AEW PR lie he made up and assumed himself. When called out on it by Jimmy Corderas, Dave backtracked and said, it's kind of irrelevant. Pulitzer Prize journalism, Uncle Dave. Here's Corderas saying, FYI, AEW reached out to Sportsnet about a TV deal here in Canada, with WWE leaving Sportsnet 360 and heading to Netflix, not the other way around. Y'all hear that? So AEW reached out to Sportsnet. Sportsnet didn't reach out to AEW. And SN360 opted to sign a deal with TNA instead, which meant AEW will remain with TSN and Bell Media. Nothing to do with a better deal from TSN. So because AEW tried to weasel their way with Sportsnet, right? And I knew about this is all fucking Canadian stuff, Canuck stuff, eh? But yeah, dude. Yeah, TNA on Sportsnet, that's amazing. And then yeah, AEW will remain with them because
they have nowhere else to
nothing
go.
to do with they have nowhere else to go. I have no place else to go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
So the Observer goes, TNA has secured its biggest North American television deal since it lost Spike TV at the end of 2014 as a part of moves that are domino effects of WWE signing with Netflix. So do you see this too? Like
Yeah.
they're just saying, oh, they only got this deal because
of WWE.
They're always trying to undercut everyone but AEW. As part of moves that are domino effects of WWE signing Netflix, TNA has signed a deal with Sportsnet 360 in Canada, the leading television sports network. Not because they're hot, but because of a domino effect. It has nothing. It was out of their control. They just went there and signed because they had no willpower. The best guys, Tony Khan. This shit is such scumbaggery. The leading television sports network. Yeah, the leading television sports network just signed TNA because of a fucking butterfly effect, Ashton Kutcher style. Is that what the fuck you're trying to tell me, Dave Meltzer? Jesus Christ.
Nothing
Anyways,
to do with their rise and their comeback. Nothing.
right. As a domino effect, they landed there, but Sportsnet was in talks with both TNA and AEW. Like, you guys are fucking idiots, man. Just such. Ugh. About adding a new wrestling product with WWE leaving the station with the whatever. Markets all over the world have opened up, with the four big ones being India, which is the biggest but not yet opened up, but will in March, the UK, Canada, Mexico, Latin America. When it was announced last week that AEW had secured a TV deal in Canada with the USA Network for Collision, the USA Network in Canada, like, you got this gotta be a fucking rib, bro. It became clear that AEW would not be moving to Sportsnet. We can confirm AEW had negotiations with Sportsnet, TSN, and the Canadian version of the USA Network for deals. And even though Sportsnet is the most popular sports station in Canada, they felt the two deals they signed were better financially. So Corderas just destroyed that. That's not true.
Yeah,
that's
that
not
didn't
fucking
happen.
true. While not specifically detailed, this would seem to indicate that the combined offer from TSN and USA was higher by enough that would offset the value of being in the stronger station. Besides Sportsnet being the more popular station, it's clear Sportsnet was looking for more programming, as they have added all the Impact shows, while TSN only airs Dynamite. Okay. So Meltzer responds to Corderas, what did Meltzer say to him? I have it up there, but Corderas says, Dave, the point was not who has more viewers, etc. It's about those claiming Sportsnet courting AEW, which, because Dave just spurred, people ask me to stop saying that. So fucking, because I guess it has something to do with Asperger's, which I genuinely didn't fucking know. But Dave fucking
makes sense.
Yeah, sickoed out and was like,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, crashed out. We'll use that, and said, like, started saying numbers and shit about, like, fucking,
he went full Meltzer.
More viewership and all. Yeah, he went full Meltzer, dude. And he's like talking about key demo, all that shit. I'm assuming, right? I didn't see it, but we can assume. And I did see it, but I just I got a bookmark somewhere else. Anyways, though, Cordero says, Dave, the point was not who has more viewers, etc. It's about those claiming Sportsnet courting AEW, which is not the case. AEW reached out to Sportsnet about potential rights deal, and Sportsnet opted to go with TNA. That's all. It was just to correct what was claimed elsewhere. Meltzer goes, I think it's kind of irrelevant who made the first call. Yeah, you do. I bet you do, because you said the other thing in your fucking newsletter, Dave. You said the opposite of what happened in your fucking newsletter. So I know it's irrelevant to you now. All of a sudden, the details don't matter to Dave Meltzer. But he's a fucking reporting journalist. What an asshole. Obvious for each side. Both sides would have been incompetent to not talk and consider working together. In the end, it's about who made the best offer, not who first picked up the phone. No, Dave, it has to do with that. Yeah, because it's your spin, Dave. Like, you wanted to make the perception. You wrote a whole thing saying that, like, oh, they went with what was better financially. And Corderas is like, no, it wasn't better for them financially. It just, they fucking Sportsnet didn't want them. So they just stayed with who they were with. Right. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's what Meltzer said. He goes, I think the issue that it's not even rational. Nothing against TNA, but there is not more upside. AEW on a weaker station in Canada usually beat NXT in viewers, almost always in demo. See, starts doing this demo viewer shit. Almost always beat UFC in both, and on occasion beat SmackDown in demo. Almost always beat UFC, Dave. Hold on a second. Don't fucking start lying now, Dave. On occasion beat SmackDown in demo numbers, and in the past had beaten them in overall viewers at times. That's all in Canada. All of this on a weaker channel. Even suggesting TNA has more upside in Canada is laughable, but I hope TNA can do well with the exposure.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Even though TNA is like basically based out of fucking Canada, but let's just say this. Here's the thing, right? I think if you're building a business and you look at what TNA has been able to do this last year and you're like, okay, Sportsnet, we need to fill a gap. What's more WWE adjacent? You're like, dude, it's TNA. We got to go. And this is growing in popularity. And Dave is so dumb. He never wants to talk about what could be as well, which like, and not what if, but just, dude, this isn't a good goddamn sign. Or like, Dave, you wrote this whole article and you were wrong in this fact, and now you're saying that doesn't matter. Why? Because you're talking about defending AEW. But if the shoe was on the other foot, and if it was a good spin for AEW, we know in 1 second, because Dave has played these semantical games with people and said, well, actually, AEW, these people picked up the phone. And like, Dave plays those games with AEW all the time. So why are you getting offended and being defensive about AEW by just a simple thing that Corderas stated, right? And it's just funny how he's like, this detail is irrelevant. Yeah, because you wrote 2 pages on it, and because it doesn't align with your spin, Dave. And also, you use semantical things like this. That's why you're getting cooked here. I don't give a fuck about even if any of this shit is right. It's that you do this shit with AEW all the time, but then Corderas does it and you say it's irrelevant. So every time you do these semantical arguments, it's fucking irrelevant. And that's what people try to tell you, but you don't like to accept that. But then you're going to project and say the same shit about Jimmy Corderas, where it actually is kind of relevant, because Dave tried to make it seem like they took more money over here, but that wasn't even what it was. It wasn't even what it was.
He made it seem like there was an offer from both, and there definitely was not.
No,
that's what he tried to spin.
Yeah. So fucking Dave again strikes again. So Neckbeard's post never changed Dave. And Dave Meltzer tweets out, Dynamite did a 574K 0.18, which is very strong for Christmas. Beat everything on cable but Warriors, Lakers, and Christmas specials in the time slot. So everything on TV that night. There was a basketball game and Christmas specials, and it beat everything but that. That's all there was on TV, Dave, in the time slot, but we won't have a full chart for a few days. So yeah, very strong for Christmas. Just fucking buffoonery. I was sent this by the GOAT. Meltzer said what? Bah. And yeah, let's just listen to this. And he didn't post this himself. I was going to bookmark his, but no, he sends me stuff directly that then I bring to the show. Like when you see me post flutes, it's either I go and screen grab him or he sends me shit, and he doesn't post it himself, and he knows I'm going to roast this clip here. So let's listen.
Thanks to Josh Nason.
And and what this has to do with is the Jamie Hahn thing as well, because Meltzer's like, I wonder if anyone's going to ask about Lee Fitting, but meanwhile, no one asked about the other guy, the Whitmer guy, or whatever.
Thanks to Josh Nason for
or not that no one asked about it, but Tony's like, I can't comment on it. But of course, Dave wants to know who's WWE going to let in. I'm curious if they'll even talk about it. So good for me, not for these shit every time.
He was asked about Jamie Hahn, and he said he could not speak about that.
Well, of course, he's not going to speak about that.
And said,
what's interesting is,
well, what was he going to say about that?
Anything.
I don't know, Dave. And then Dave, listen to what Dave says. Makes it about WWE.
Of course.
Automatically, dude. He is such a scumbag. And I love that this is happening before the new year.
I wonder, of course, it's a long time before, it's a long time. It's the Rumble, February 1st, before WWE has a press conference after the show.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going to be really interesting is, who do they let in? And does anybody ask about Lee Fitting?
So it's never interesting about, who will AEW let in? Because they don't let people in motherfucking too, bro. Who will AEW let in? Well, you don't ever ask that question. Will they ask about who will WWE let in? So that, what is he doing? He's galvanizing his fucking sick freak listeners to go. And I'm so sorry if you listen to him. Okay, but it's just the truth. And then so that they can all go, yeah, I wonder who WWE, they won't even let anyone in. He's just creating some bullshit narrative before it even happens. Well, it's a long time before the Rumble, but I wonder if they'll ask about Lee Fitting.
Yeah.
What the fuck, bro? What does that have to do with you guys talking
Anything.
about the conference call for Tony Khan's World's End, bro? What the fuck?
You know, I mean, it might be old news by then,
Mhm.
based on how.
Well, it is going to be old news by then, but it's still a story. You know, I mean, like, yeah, it's not, you know. It's not like anything.
I mean, it's not, you know, Tony Khan.
I mean, no one's going to be talking about. I'm just wondering if they're just going to try to ask him something, you know, where he at least gets a statement. I mean, he's not going to say anything. We already know that, but I'm just wondering if someone would ask. But it's not till February 1st.
So listen to what Dave. Well, we already know that, so I'm just wondering if someone will ask, but he won't even say anything. But the reason he even brought that up was to divert attention. This is just
100%.
narcissist shit. Yeah, all he did was he just diverted, tried to just make that shit about WWE, make it like for some reason make it about them. And then literally just say nothing. He said nothing. He's like, we already know that fucking he's not going to say anything, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, WWE.
Embarrassing.
That's all he fucking did right there in 4K. Y'all just heard it on PWT. It's astounding that the dude gets away with this. And Alvarez, you could tell, was like, yeah, what are you doing? Like making it about that. And Meltzer just put that out there to divert it, make it about WWE and some bad shit they're dealing with. And he literally didn't say a goddamn thing. Like,
ask him something.
Yeah.
You know, where at least
I just wonder if someone's going to ask him something, even though we know he's not going to give an answer and it's a long time away and no one will care by then. But, you know, I wonder if someone will go ask him something so that a bunch of these fucking sickos demand someone asks him something. Not that even they shouldn't, but it's just weird that he does this. Like, what the fuck?
It's
completely diverting from AEW.
And he thinks that he's slick about it. That's the thing. Like he does it in the same breath, but he thinks he's getting away with it. Like, yeah, I was able to do that, right?
Oh man. So Raj Giri just destroys Dave Meltzer here. Meltzer says TNT has 1/3 the viewers of Fox News. TNT has 50% more male 18 to 49 viewers than Fox News. TNT also has 50% higher carriage fees than Fox News. When that changes, I'll cover the change. Until then, that is the 2024 reality. And so Ben Miller said there's no question 18 to 49 matters a lot more for broadcast TV than for cable. So anyways, Raj Giri goes, TBS's carriage fees are much lower than Fox News, despite Fox News not even catering to the 18 to 49 demo. Their prime demo is 25 to 54. There's not much to study here. TNT's carriage fees have been the second highest on cable because of the NBA, Dave. God damn it. It's like he actually understands television. Jesus.
And then there's that 25 to 54 demo that Dose was talking about, the richer demo. You know, the young professionals, people that are out of college and have that disposable income.
And Michael Rain says, when people say NXT beat Dynamite, they are talking about an overall viewership.
Oh, God. Here we go with the sports analogy.
And then Meltzer goes, so if you mean the Packers beat the Chiefs 18 to 14, but the Chiefs gained more passing yards, how would, you would argue the Chiefs won? How come football fans never do this? Because that's not the fucking rules of football, Dave. That's not how that game works.
He's like, oh, well, he raced 50 yards, or he raced 100 yards, and this one raced 80 yards, and they were the same speed. Like, that's not how any of this works.
It's crazy, bro, that he does this, and people, I wonder how many people still pay him for the shit.
For him to raise, because he raised it because he was like what, $12, and now it's 15, and so he raised it that's a 30% increase. You do that when you've lost a certain amount. He's trying to keep his amount of money coming in. He'll raise it again in 2025.
This shit is ridiculous,
It's
man.
insane.
He's comparing television viewership to sports scores analogies.
Yeah.
So this guy Ben Miller says, also, you didn't answer why you think pay TV providers would care more about demos than reach total viewing, right? And so Meltzer goes, it's not my argument. It's their argument based on what they pay and how much. But as far as stations go, I've had heads of major stations tell me which ones, which heads of major stations. Name the station, name the name of the guy. I've had heads of major stations tell me male 18 to 49 is the key demos for those fees. And when studying, the correlation proves that true.
Oh, because he studies. Right.
Oh my God. And then Usi goes, Meltzer's arguing the narratives he made up to cope with the fact that AEW is in the mud. And yeah, dude, it's just crazy to me. The heads of stations. What heads of stations?
Every time he says this, I just assume it's somebody on a Discord server that he randomly read, because that's all we've ever seen proven. You got to prove it with the name, Dave. At least one.
So WrestleGraphs responds to Meltzer. Well, let's read Meltzer's response here, because this guy goes, precisely this is the one area where Dave is out of date. Affiliate fees generate more revenue than ad sales, and thus total viewing is more important than 18 to 49 demos. And people who have streaming services and shit, they look at total viewership, I would think, more than key demo as well, because they can sell anything. They have a kids section. They can sell WWE shit to kids over there. They're looking at their whole thing is like they're selling based on an algorithm. So like an 18-year-old kid's algorithm is not going to look like mine, you know? And so, yeah, it's just crazy. He's so out of touch, old and out of touch. So this guy goes, Ben, affiliate fees correspond with male 18 to 49 more than anything else. I've studied it extensively.
Where? What have you studied?
Professor Meltzer.
Dr. Dave.
And he goes, that's why FS1 does he goes, that's why ESPN is far ahead of the pack. That's why FS1 does far better in those than either total viewers, which much lower than stations. They get more money than, or even really 18 to 49 because it's male 18 to 49. Okay. So then Ben Miller goes, Dave, forget the enduring gap between what studies say and what people, this is so funny, about what, studies say and what people in the trenches say. Why do you think pay TV providers would give a flying fuck what the demo ratings are? How does that help them financially? God damn it, Dave. And he almost ratioed you. Like if everyone wasn't blocked, that shit would be in the algorithm more, and he would have ratioed your ass into oblivion, as Shane Douglas would say. But yeah, it's completely ridiculous, man. And I don't understand all that shit. I don't know. I can't sit there and go, yeah, there's the fucking affiliate fee and all this, but all that's been proven time and time again that I do understand from all of this, people smarter than me, Raj Giri and shit like that, is that Dave doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, but all he wants to talk about is how he studies and know what he's talking about, even though he really fucking doesn't. That's the funniest part about all this. And yeah, it's he's just batting out of his league. WrestleGraph's response to Ben, Dave's response to Ben, and says, we advise Dave to study less and live in the real world more. Touch grass, as the kids say. He is burying his own legacy. Sad to watch. Yeah, and it's true. I don't think, I'm playing the world's smallest flute over here over it, you know? So Meltzer said what? This was 7 hours ago, and he DM'd me this one as well, but he posted it. How could he not? Dave doing his weekly Friday autopsy of AEW, where he points out problems with the company, but completely dances around the root causes of the issues. He can never flat out say Tony's booking is bad. He camouflages critiques with, it's like whatever. And, WWE is hot. And this one is so nice. It deserves a fucking second flute. And let's listen in here.
I mean, like WWE year to year, if you look, it's like the total audience is not higher than it was the year before, but from SummerSlam, it really hit at.
How is the total audience not more when the attendance is through the roof and they're going to streaming and the ratings are doing like pretty goddamn well? I know people are like, well, it's 400,000 less than year over year, but yeah, wrestling like WWE is available in different ways and the attendances are way up. So I don't know. I don't know where Dave gets his Steiner math from, but anyways, I would say it's about the same as, I don't fucking know. It's hot right now. That's all we can say objectively.
They're making money from selling tickets.
Yeah.
SummerSlam 2023 was this dividing point. Mm-hmm. And it's when the over 50 audience of WWE went down, but the total audience stayed pretty steady, and the 18 to 34 went way up. And the AEW, I should say.
Oh, he called AEW WCW. I'm telling you.
You what?
Oh my God. What have I told you guys? Phil strikes again. What have I told you guys? Him and Tony Khan are fucking backstage, or they're texting each other talking about WCW and how we're gonna beat WCW. Well, you know, Bischoff's wrong, Dutch Mantel's wrong, and well, you know, Bischoff's wrong because we're gonna beat him. You'll be running longer than Thursday Nitro or whatever the fuck, Thursday Thunder. And yeah, and that's the conversations they have behind closed doors. And what is the terminology for this, Jake? The fraudulent slip. The Freudian slip.
Freudian.
Yeah. Freudian slip, motherfucker. That's what's happening here. He just called AEW WCW, bro.
And the 18 to 34.
Confirming everything I've been telling you all. They're more concerned with beating Bischoff and WCW, a dead company that WWE owns. Fucking crazy.
Over 50 audience of WWE went down, but the total audience stayed pretty steady, and the 18 to 34 went way up. And the AEW, I should say, they were pretty competitive.
I love it. And then Dan Goche in fucking chat goes, Dave is like Eddie Haskell. He's always wrong, no matter his intention.
Yeah.
In 18 to 34, especially 18 to 34 males, they were pretty damn competitive with Raw and SmackDown. They had no right to be, but they were. And then
they have no right to be, but they were. What the fuck does that mean, bro?
Anymore. And so it's really the SummerSlam 2023. I mean, the movement started.
It was really the SummerSlam 2020. Something about that
numbers.
Something about that old SummerSlam 2023. I can't put my finger on it.
In 2022. But I think that was like a real big period. You know, you can look and go like, well, that's, you know, when you know, I mean, if you really look at the two periods, I mean, it's
what two periods, motherfucker? You only talked about one period.
Cody's debut at WrestleMania and Punk's debut at Survivor Series.
And he's like, oh, these periods, it's really bro, how about that fucking decade of them or the last 5 years of them just stroking, fucking sinking threes, bro, and just like slowly planting seeds and all, where they're seeing the fruit of all of that shit and getting Vince out of there and everything. These periods
all over the world.
Yeah, man. Fuck's sakes. It's like, well, you know, it's because when these periods when AEW, people left AEW.
Series. I think that took the wind out of the sails of AEW as much as anything, because when people talk about the booking this and the booking that, and you know,
he's still talking about this, like why they can't get it together. How about it's been 2 years? Stop fucking crying and get it together with your creative. Like, what the fuck, Dave?
Whatever. The reality is the booking is not that much different. It's the same.
Holy shit!
This is a one doing the same basic stuff. The stars are different. You could argue that they had more over stars before, and they did.
The booking's the exact same. What, like good wrestling matches for TV? Fuck.
You know, and some of that is because, you know, he's doing, you know, very clearly a rebuilding, and you're going to go down when you do a rebuilding, you know, and trying to make.
So AEW's rebuilding right now, and you're going to go down when you do a rebuilding. But why would you have to do a rebuilding in the first place if you're so great? What the fuck is Dave talking about, man?
What
He's
period
so
were they
stupid.
rebuilding?
Which period was it? The third?
Yeah, was it the SummerSlam? I don't know what he's talking about. When were they? They're always rebuilding.
Garcia and some of these guys started.
Well, and he's talking about AEW. He's sort of making an excuse, Jake. He's saying like, well, you know, they're down because I mean they're rebuilding, and you're going to be down when you're rebuild. Well, why would you have to rebuild if it was good? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You know, Garcia and some of these guys.
When was WWE's rebuilding part? You know, if you're
they
bitching
just
about
built
they're bitching about their viewerships down in the whatever age demographic that apparently, according to Dave, doesn't fucking matter anyways, but they're down in this one demo. And it's like, well, where was their rebuild period where it boomed? Like, you're just making excuses. This is Cope, and you're still talking about Cody leaving fucking 2 years ago. Yeah, Dave, we know that that's helped WWE turn around on top of fucking Roman Reigns and all the stories they were telling. We know that Punk and Cody coming back was just more daggers to the fucking heart. We know that. But it's like, what did Dave think? That Cody just blindly and stupidly went to WWE not knowing like yeah, this is going to blow up, and look at the trajectory they're going with selling out buildings and getting bigger and bigger. Like, he went there because that's what he visioned for AEW, and they're too fucking stupid to do it. So
Yeah.
like he went there knowing, like, wanting to be a part of this thing that he saw growing. We all saw it, Dave. It's not like Cody just went there because, well, it was more money and a big push, and then it's not about any of that shit. He could have had money and a big push. He could have been the world fucking champion in AEW if he wanted to. It had nothing to do with that, man. It's that it was the trajectory you saw WWE already going in, and then of course he helped propel that by being a part of it. And that's why fucking The Rock comes back, and that's why Punk comes back, and that's why Cena comes back. And you're fucking coping talking about Cody Rhodes leaving fucking 3 years ago. How long ago was that? Like,
it was
Jesus
3. It was 3. Yeah, it was because it was WrestleMania 38. We're coming up on 41. It was almost 3 years. Yeah, and like also too, like oh god, when is AEW rebuilding? They've just been buying up free agents and that were supposed to make game changing and be amazing, and they've done nothing with any of them.
Not everything's the exact same. The aesthetic is the same.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. They're starting to finally run smaller buildings. Okay, cool, but nothing's different.
3 years
about
too
any
late.
of it. It's so crazy. So someone said in chat too, like, WWE rebuilding was like a weekend in 2022 one time. Yeah,
when they signed Cody, and then Cody came back, and it was all just perfect.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy, man.
Clearly a rebuilding, and you're going to go down and do a rebuilding, and trying to make, Garcia and some of these guys stars.
Which you can't do ever. Can't ever happen.
The reality is, and this is like one of the big things that I think a lot of fans don't understand. You cannot just, I'm pushing you, and draw money. It's like,
Listen to what fucking Meltzer just said. It's not like you can just, and fans don't understand this. It's not like you can just say, I'm pushing you, and then you're going to draw money. Meanwhile, what does he say all the time? Oh, they could have put anyone in the Hogan spot. Oh,
Right.
if WWE chose to push anyone, it would have been, it was just the sign of the time. Wrestling was popular.
Yeah, John Cena just got over it. We could have been anybody in that role.
If they plugged anyone in that spot, Cody would be the most. It would be anyone would be the most selling. WWE's just hot. It's not because it's Roman or Cody. That's what he says all the time. But then when it's convenient for him, he goes, "Oh well, if it wasn't for Austin or The Rock, we'd never have these conversations." So when it's convenient for him, he wants to say, "Oh no, you can't just plug anyone in." But then when it's convenient for him, he says, "You could have just plugged anyone. Could have been Hogan. Fucking Bob Backlund could have been fucking Hogan, bro." Like, what is this madman talking about? It's such a delusion, and I love that. Just the chef's kiss, the cherry on top of my fucking New Year, dude.
got to be the right guy. I mean, you could, in the old days with wrestling, it's like guys got shots in main events. If they didn't draw, they're not main eventers anymore. The guys who did draw, they're main eventers for life. That's how it used to be. And now it's just like, well, we'll give them a bunch of, we'll give them a push. And some of these guys, they're just not main eventers. You know what I mean? And it's like, there's not a formula. There's not a cookie cutter thing.
Yeah, see? And they just want to still say it's a cookie cutter formula
like,
thing. It's a cookie cutter formula thing, even though in WWE there's a process. But would you say, NFL's cookie cutter formulaic? Maybe. But ultimately, they're finding people in the indies. They're finding people through NIL talent. To me, that seems like a diverse way of fucking not very cookie cutter, but looking outside the mold as well of how can we get talent prepared for the WWE system and all of that. And yeah, I just think Dave's coping so hard, and he's like, you can't just make a star, but then he wants to say WWE could just have made anyone Hulk Hogan. It's the dumbest shit ever. That's why PWT's goated. What a way to end the fucking New Year, Dave Meltzer's dumbass. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Drop the E, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for joining me here tonight. What a fucking insane turnout for this crazy, and like fucking 90% of you weren't even watching the World's End, but yeah, we watched here on PWT. We had a fucking crazy turnout tonight. Insane. Thank you all so much for that. I feel truly blessed.
Hell yeah.
Going into 2025, we're getting bigger and better and stronger and faster. Round of applause for that. YouTube.com / at Pro Wrestle Times. We surpassed 1,500 subs. YouTube.com / at Pro Wrestle Clips. We are on the road to 5.5K. We're going to crush it in no time whatsoever. Hopefully before the end of January. Let's aim for that. Yeah, what else? Patreon.com / Pro Wrestle Times. In the New Year's, we'll be coming back with more Tough Enoughs and all that, Botchamanias, and I'll be watching Total Divas with my wife. Alt Jake, I want to thank you for being here.
Oh, yeah.
I want to thank all the super chatters and members and everybody who gifted fucking memberships and all of that. You can follow Alt Jake at Alt Jake Takes On, his channel coming in the new year. Round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. And our panelists, of course, Evil Dose tonight, Ref MJ from NJ, phenomenal shit. Take care of each other. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. It was great to just do a normal show again. I kind of missed it. Happy Hanukkah to you, Jake. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to everybody. Happy New Year's. Make sure you stay locked into PWT as we head into the new year. Lots of great stuff and guests coming, I promise you. And yeah, take care of each other. Drink lots of water. Hug each other. Love each other. And I'm getting out of here. Peace. We'll see you in the Upside Down, everybody. By the way. Peace.
Acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time God. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
もっと暖かくなるエアコンに変えてください。
細長だから快適ゾーン4倍。
What's your next desire?
すぐ暖かくなるエアコンがいい。
細長だからファジー速暖静かでパワフル日立の
Big Flow.
暮らし刺激人
日立